League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 The Destitute Swordsman. Naylor sat blankly in front of the snack stand, stuffing buns into his mouth among the people coming and going. He was hesitating whether to bring some to the Catboy Ogman. Presidium upholds the best virtues of the nascent land, and the virtues are reflected in the bun shop, where Tashura copper coins can buy a big meat bun. For every shop owner, what they want is not to earn more gold and silver in their pockets, but to gain the value of peace and harmony in interpersonal communication. For them, letting more people eat the big buns they make is more worthy of their happiness. Seriously speaking, the living standard in Ionia is still very high, and few people worry about food and clothing. Excuse me. A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from behind, which startled Naylor, who was in a daze. The one-eyed middle-aged man stood up and turned around, and a dejected figure came into view. The grey cloth robe covered with dust, the disheveled hair and unshaven face, the messy shawl that looked like weeds in the wilderness, the clogs on his feet and the curved scabbard at his waist. There is no doubt that the homeless man in front of him is a swordsman. Although he is a swordsman, the only thing on his body that is worth a little is a well-maintained sword. Judging from the style of clothing, he is probably a northerner. Excuse me. Naylor saw a bewildered face under the loose hair. In a moment of eye contact, he seemed to see himself. The one-eyed man sat down again and handed the last two untouched buns in the plates to the downtrodden man like himself. Subconsciously taking the plate, the downtrodden swordsman stared blankly at the two meat buns on the plate, opened his mouth, and was a little at a loss. After all, he was not begging for food, he just wanted to ask for directions. Sit down and eat something first. Sometimes you will feel tired if you walk too fast. Recalling the days he spent with a Narxan named Lister, Naylor shared his life experience and poured a cup of ready-made flower tea for the swordsman. Lister has his own way of enjoying life, and he has his own way, but he doesn't mind learning. Silently sitting on the three-legged stool on the other side, the down-and-out swordsman hesitated for a moment, but still took off the long sword that he had not taken off for several months, and carefully leaned against the table. From your appearance, you are here to participate in the Blooming Spirit Festival. After stuffing the fragrant meat bun into his mouth in 2 bites, the swordsman found that he clearly felt that he was not hungry, but his mouth could not stop eating after he put the food into his mouth. Slow down, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. After drinking half a cup of flower tea in one gulp, the swordsman finally emptied his mouth, took out 5 copper coins from his pocket, and put them on the table, pushing them towards Naylor. Thank you, but I will pay for the buns. Sorry, I don't like to owe others. But you want to ask me a question, don't you? Naylor pushed the copper coin back and smiled friendly. I just can't eat this bun anymore. You helped me solve the problem. Just consider it as my reward for answering the question. Looking at the one-eyed man in front of him, the down-and-out swordsman suddenly felt that he should put the money away. He was not giving alms, and he was not begging. Only he could understand this peaceful and warm feeling. So he put the money away again. Naylor smiled. My name is Naylor, and I'm a boatman in Bona Village. What about you? He quickly ate the second bun in small bites, and the swordsman drank the remaining half cup of flower tea before speaking. My name is Dualong, and I'm from the south. Naylor sighed secretly, thinking that he had guessed wrong. It's just that there are many places in the south. Wheelie, the Resman Mountains, and Stukaia are all in the south. Obviously, the swordsman named Dualong in front of him didn't want to say more about himself. Since the other party didn't want to say more, Naylor naturally wouldn't ask more. Doran, do you want to ask me something? The Soul Blossom Festival. Just as he was about to wipe his mouth with the back of his hand, he felt a little sloppy, so he put down his right hand again, with an embarrassed expression. I came here for the Soul Blossom Festival in Presidium. I should not be late, right? Shaking his head, Naylor took a sip of the flower tea in the cup. No, Karma said that tomorrow is the day when the Soul Blossom flowers bloom. That's good. Relieved, Doran held his sword and tied it back to the grey belt. Are you leaving now? Facing Nayla's question, Doran was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. The soul blossom flowers will bloom tomorrow. It's still early today. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just not used to leaving the sword fort so long. There are very few swordsmen as unique as you, but I can see that your swordsmanship should be superb. Looking down at his refugee-like robes, Doran knew that the man in front of him had already held back. Since he committed such a terrible mistake, he has never tidied up his appearance. In the days after his master left, he only had a sword. Only a sword. Before he could say anything, his kind face was cut off by his own cold blade. His proud talent became the most deadly poison, tearing his heart apart and taking away everything he had. The scene of falling into an ice cave filled the swordsman's eyes with regret and tyranny. The swordsman put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Doran, it seems that you have your own difficulties. Nayla's voice appeared in his ears. The swordsman was stunned, fixed his eyes on the one-eyed man in front of him, and loosened the hilt of the sword. Breaking away from the terrible illusion, Doran trembled and added half a cup of flower tea for himself. The reason for adding half a cup was that the other half was spilled on the table, which made Nayla feel a little sorry. Sorry, I thought of something bad. Most people who participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival have their own regrets. You are like this, and so am I. Doran said nothing, just lowered his head and drank the flower tea. No matter what we've been through, we can't escape. There are some things that we have to do. Escape can't solve any difficulties. Some things. I'm sorry, it's really hard to explain. Thank you for your hospitality. Standing up, Doran clasped his hands to Nayla and left. A Vastea boy with grey cat ears who had practiced some body movements came towards him. Doran just took a look and didn't pay any more attention to him. He could kill such a person with one knife. Before he met that person, he had to clean himself up. At least, he couldn't be so decadent in front of that person. Whether it was for him or for himself, there should be an explanation. Ogman came to the snack stand and sat at the table. He found Nayla staring blankly at the empty cup on the table. What's wrong? Uncle Nayla, did anyone eat with you just now? Coming back to his senses, Nayla nodded and sighed softly. His own knot has not been untied yet. What qualifications does he have to help others untie their knots? Ogman, what did Lord Lister say? 2 meat buns right away after ordering, Ogman responded. He said we'll meet at the entrance of the magic garden tomorrow morning, and then go to the blooming spirit tree together. Is there any problem? Shaking his head, Nayla put down the strange and lonely downtrodden swordsman, and looked forward to tomorrow. No problem, just a feeling of sympathy. It's my fault. There's nothing wrong with you. Another voice appeared in his ears again. Duolang didn't understand whether this voice came from his own consciousness or some evil demon was tempting him. Don't I have any problem? No, you do have a problem. Your problem is that you think you have no problem, but you don't have any problem, so you shouldn't have any problem. I don't understand. You should understand, just like you should know, that your master's death has nothing to do with you. He was too weak, too arrogant, and underestimated your ability. No, that's not the case. Who are you? I'm you. Take a look at your true face now. Looking down, an evil face with dark red horns appeared in the wooden basin. Looking at the illusion that appeared again in front of him, Duolang punched it down, breaking the wooden basin, and clear water splashed all over the ground. In the puddles on the ground, Duolang suddenly found that he had returned to his original appearance, as if he had just had an illusion. I'm still too tired. The swordsman got on the bed and decided to use the rest of the time to rest. Someone is smashing things and spilling water. Xiao left the wooden wall and calmly gave his own judgment. He should be asleep by now. Sitting on the stool, Lester looked at the blazing sun outside the window. At noon, it was reasonable to take a break. You won't leave this afternoon, right? Yes, we've settled the matter. After confirming that the irritable neighbor next door would not pose a threat to her, Xiao put down her sickle, sat across the table, and let her man pour her a cup of tea. The female warrior took a sip, put down the ceramic teacup, and propped up her smooth chin with her folded elbows, looking a little lazy. She has been tossed around a lot recently. Well, Karma has already confirmed that, in order to deal with this turmoil, there are quite a few warriors guarding the magic garden. Even the Shuaju temple has sent several older monks. If the Presidian militia is added, the safety of Presidian should not be a big problem. After all, the spirits and evil spirits that appeared at the last Soul Blossom Festival were also pacified by the masters. Only 5 years have passed. With Karma's call, many people choose to deal with the Soul Blossom again. Taking Xiao's teacup and drinking half a sip, Lester whispered to the female warrior's amused expression. "What role do you play in it?" "I participate in the protection activities of Presidian on behalf of the Kirigakure school, which will naturally make my master gain reputation. After all, the task given to me by the master is to let me promote the Kirigakure school and pass it on. There is no more convenient way than to curb a huge disaster, right?" "That's right." The two people facing each other smiled knowingly, held each other's hands, and interlocked their fingers. By the way, at Karma's invitation, Master of Psychic Perception has also come out this time. "Master of Psychic Perception? Can you tell me about it? You don't recognize such a famous person. You are not very reliable." Resting his face on Xiao's slender palm, Lester said sullenly, "I just came to Navali. How can I recognize everyone?" "Then you don't even recognize me? If I can only remember one person in Ionia, it must be you." You still have a conscience just like a newlywed couple. Both of them enjoyed the warmth between each other. It is said that Master Lingju is the only descendant of an ancient family in Shangzhen in the north. He can easily shuttle between the spiritual and material realms through the method of meditation and escape thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. He also has an arcane soul blade inherited from the family of unknown origin. Just a few days after Jax came to Presidium, Lingju had a fight with Jax. Unfortunately, technically speaking, Lingju's sword skills are still not as good as Jax's Juju wood cane. "Xiao, since you lost, you should call Jax master. This is a respect for the strong." "I won't." "Who made him beat me so hard?" "Why, are you on Jax's side?" "What do you mean this way and that way?" "Who is Jax?" "I don't even know him." "Oh, I remember. It's the guy with the cane. Don't worry, if he dares to bully you, I will beat him to death. Beat out all the eternal flames hidden in his cover. The kind that can't be stuffed back." Lister, you are so good to me." The innocent female warrior was no longer as cold and proud as usual. She sat on Lester's thighs and hugged the man she had chosen. The fragrance of pear blossoms intoxicated Lester. He had seen many excellent women in Runeland, but it was the first time he had seen a woman with oriental style like Xiao. "By the way, List, your movements and skills are so skilled. You must have a lot of women, right?" Lester stroked Xiao's ink black hair and said nothing. "There have been substantial progress, including Rose, the physical incarnation of LeBlanc, Telai and Jis, two barbarian sisters from the Dalmor Plains, Margaret recruited by the Immortal Bastion, Miss Had and Sinner sisters who moved from the Quiet Forest to the Emerald Territory, and Alice, the backup candidate for the Legion Commander, and Tyrina, the mentor of the Black Rose Mage Academy. In addition, there is Meredith, who has not yet established a substantial relationship, and Helena, who is entangled with him. In addition, there is the non-human silver-winged dragon Birchia Silver Moon and the unknown conceptual, harmonious, demon Evelyn, and the bluebird Ganalimu who often closes his eyes to rest above his head. In addition, there is the purple-skinned one-headed garlic Lou. Ahem, this is not okay. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Finally, if you add Xiao and Alina who turned into a rune, there are only 15, which doesn't seem to be a lot. In order to have a child, it's not a big problem to find a few more wives, right? Not many actually. When he said this sentence, that was enough to strike the sky with thunder. Lester adhered to the glorious tradition of not blushing and not beating his heart, which made Xiao, who was staring at Lester's expression, relax her face, as if she believed Lester's words. "That's good. Can you tell me how many there are?" "This question is not important. What's important is that at this moment, you are by my side." "How many?" "Well, actually my identity is a bit special. On the Valoran continent, people with status can have many women." Xiao had already sat up straight, took out a short knife similar to the Gurkha machete, and put it against the man's neck. "How many?" "Talk nicely. We are all family. Don't do it." gently taking the dangerous items from the female warrior's hand and putting them on the table. Lester looked at the particularly determined girl in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Do you really have to get an answer? You know, what I want is your sincerity. The answer is not important." The stubborn voice of the female warrior made Lester choose to give up. He didn't want to deceive the girl in front of him who gave everything to him. After thinking about it, he told the truth. 8. You are the ninth. 9 is so nice, right? Then, Xiao's eyes lost their luster, and in an instant, Lester vaguely saw the Grim Reaper holding a scythe smiling at him. "The Kirigakuren, my husband, let's all be destroyed. This world is so boring." "Wait. Xiao, we agreed that we only need to be sincere. There should be a limit to sincerity, right?" 8. Why do you want to do it one by one? Sitting up suddenly from the bed, the down-and-out swordsman Doran irritably glared at the quarreling couple next to the wooden wall, and the whisper in his ear appeared again. "It's annoying, right? There is a poor dog who was kicked by someone while sleeping. Do you want to kill them?" Swordsman Doran is a custom character set by the leader, Left Bank Rain. Can anyone see the prototype? Chapter 302 Magic Garden. Darkson Calendar, 17 AD, March 14th. As a spiritual spring breeze from the spiritual realm blew, the huge trees in the magic garden swayed their branches, and the peach-colored flower buds began to emit holy light, and the soul lotus was about to bloom. Thousands of pink flower buds soon flashed in the spiritual light, waiting for the living to mourn the dead, and build a bridge between life and death, heaven and earth. Influenced by the blooming soul flower, all the plants around the magic garden were in an open state, whether they were nocturnal plants or sunflowers, that like daytime and the scorching sun, they stretched their waists and lowered their bodies to the blooming soul tree in colorful colors, blooming their most beautiful smiles. After the Blooming Soul Festival is over, under the influence of the spiritual realm, the reincarnation wood formed outside the magic garden will be made into blooming soul bracelets by Ionia's carving masters, becoming the best witnesses of friendship, family affection and love. Legend has it that, if two people walk into the grave together with the soul blossoming bracelet they gave each other, they can continue their fate in the next life, and become a married couple again. This is a romance that belongs only to lovers in Ionia. Lester himself decided to buy 10 or 8 strings of soul blossoming bracelets after the soul blossoming festival. Sometimes men also consider that having too many women is not a good thing. Here, the spirit power is very abundant. The bluebird above his head opened his eyes, moved his buttocks, and spoke to Lester through the mental link. "Can you absorb the power here?" "You can. Only absorb a little bit, not more." Janna's response made Lester more convinced that some energy in the spiritual realm is indeed related to the formation of gods and elves. "Mr. Lester." In the bustling crowd, Ogman waved his hand and walked towards Lester with Nayla. Nodding and smiling at the two, Lester took Xiao's hand and introduced them. "This is Xiao, the successor of the Mist Hidden School, and also my girlfriend. This is Ogman and Nayla." Ogman is a Vastaya Catman from Praia village, and Nayla is a boatman from Bona village. "Sister Xiao is so beautiful. Mr. Lister is so amazing. He found such a beautiful girlfriend in no time." Unlike Nayla, who remained silent, Ogman seemed a little excited, stepped forward and took Lister's hand and shook it. "Sister Xiao, are you going to participate in the Blooming Spirit Festival with us?" "Of course, my duty is to protect those who participate in the Blooming Spirit Festival, including you." The female warrior of the Mist Hidden School touched Ogman's cat ears with a smile, and saw that the Vastaya Catman not only did not resist, but also let go of his hand, and took the initiative to move closer. Lester laughed, and recalled the time when he touched Ogman's cat ears, and sighed that the difference in treatment was really big. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter and there were more and more people around, Lester decided to leave early. Although the magic garden covered a large area, it might be hundreds of square kilometers, but it could not withstand the large number of participants. The magic garden is roughly divided into 3 concentric circles. The outermost part is a variety of trees and shrubs planted by the summoners, which together form a series of tree walls, isolating the garden in the middle ring from the outside world, making the middle ring and the inner ring an independent area. The middle ring part is a variety of flower beds and flower seas. Not only are there flowers and plants unique to Ionia, but even flowers and herbs rarely seen on other continents can be seen here. Even when it is not the Blooming Spirit Festival, the Magic Garden in the Middle Ring is open to the public, but the flowers will selectively bloom with the fluctuations of the magic tide. In the Sea of Flowers, there are hundreds of paths and cobblestone roads to walk on. It is worth mentioning that the flowers and plants in the Magic Garden are not completely forbidden to be picked, but there must be special circumstances such as curing diseases and saving lives, and the consent of the elders and summoners must be obtained before they can be picked in the company of the summoners. Picking and destroying plants in the garden at will is a serious crime in Presidium. Once discovered by others, it is likely that you will lose the qualification to enter the Magic Garden forever. In more serious cases, it will take several years or even more than 10 years to atone for your sins by taking care of and planting tree walls on the periphery. The core area of the garden is naturally the Blooming Spirit Tree, which is hundreds of meters high. The Blooming Spirit Tree surrounded by flowers is the most precious thing in the garden. It is the inheritance place of the Presidian Blooming Spirit Festival. Only the Blooming Spirit Tree is not open to the public at ordinary times, and there are professional summoners and monk guards to take care of it. Walking all the way from the tree wall, the lush and green like a maze gave Lester a very novel experience. He could sense that there were many breaths hidden in the tree canopy observing the pedestrians coming and going. Presumably, these were the heroes and warriors who took the initiative to maintain the order of the Blooming Spirit Festival and deal with the Blooming Spirit disaster under the call of karma. After walking for about half an hour, the four people finally got out of the tree wall and entered the garden. Before leaving the tree wall, Lester could smell the refreshing fragrance of various flowers. It was not until he left the dark green tree wall maze and approached the Blooming Spirit Tree that Lester understood the true meaning of the Magic Garden. The endless sea of flowers was reflected under the blue sky, stretching for hundreds of miles in front of the eyes. The various flowers separated by the naturally formed garden paths were vying for beauty, colorful and gorgeous, blooming in perfect posture towards the pale pink towering tree in the center, as if worshipping a king of flowers. The stream flowing through the blooming tree meandered and ran, and the 7 color petals that naturally fell were swaying with the waves, drifting all the way to the distance. There was a branch of the underground canal in the south of the stream, which led the clear river water into the blue lake. Lester could even see some small fish swimming in the lake. At this moment, many people were stopping by the lake, using the containers they carried with them, and some practitioners who were sitting cross-legged in meditation were silently chewing the buns and steamed buns they carried. Even Lester and others brought their own food. They could enjoy the fun of picnics in the Magic Garden, so naturally no one wanted to solve breakfast casually outside. As if sensing Lester's curiosity, Mela, who had been here many times, rarely took the initiative to introduce the Magic Garden to Lester. The river surrounding the Blooming Spirit Tree is called the Blooming Spirit River by the Presidians. The Blooming Spirit River originates from the Sea of Watchers on the east coast and forms a unique Blooming Spirit Lake in the Magic Garden. Under the influence of the Sea of Flowers and magic, the water of the Blooming Spirit Lake is clear, sweet, and has a floral scent. It can be drunk directly without boiling. We can find an open space by the lake to eat something first. From this perspective, the entire Blooming Spirit Lake is like a teacup, and the petals and water in the lake are a cup of scented tea. Yes, many masters like to feel the zen by the Blooming Spirit Lake. Sitting cross-legged by the Sea of Flowers, the cool lake breeze blowing in with the fragrance of flowers blew into his heart. Lester, who was chewing an apple, was in a good mood, and even the blue bad on Lester's head was a little more joyful. This joy came from both Lester's emotional fluctuations and from himself. She could clearly sense that she was absorbing power at a significantly faster speed. She had lived for thousands of years, but didn't know there was such a place in Runeland. Janalam also began to reflect on herself, wondering if she should follow her followers to the mountains and the countryside, walk more and see more. In addition to fruits such as apples and bananas, Lester and Ziai also brought roast chicken, bread, and cheese, while Ognan and Nayla brought more than a dozen meat and vegetable buns, as well as 2 bottles of strong liquor brewed by the Presidians with grain. After smelling the mouth of the porcelain bottle, Lester almost laughed out loud. He didn't know where the two got the wine from. It was as light as water. They couldn't even do the simplest purification and distillation. It seemed that Ionia's brewing technology was not mature enough. In order to facilitate the action and leave more time to find the blooming flowers of their deceased relatives, people who participated in the Blooming Spirit Festival often ate lunch in the morning. Lester and the other 4 also respected the tradition of the Blooming Spirit Festival and prepared to eat the food on their bodies in advance, otherwise it would be inconvenient to carry large and small bags all the time. While eating roast chicken, the 4 of them drank a little wine. To Lester, this wine was no different from Japanese sake, and it was far inferior to the Voltiki Blood Rose produced in Naxos, so naturally he didn't feel anything. Naylor also had a good alcohol tolerance, and he didn't have any reaction after 2 glasses. However, Yuzuki, whose cheeks were flushed, and Ogman, who was top heavy, seemed to be a little overwhelmed and had entered a state of tipsiness. After finishing the food, Lester estimated that the time was about 8 o'clock, so he cleaned up the mess and packed the fruit cores and wine bottles. According to regulations, these things cannot be thrown away randomly and need to be taken out of the magic garden when leaving. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to keep holding them. He put the garbage bag on the ground and the 4 of them walked towards the Blooming Spirit Tree. At this moment, the Blooming Spirit Tree was surrounded by people, and the 4 of them couldn't get close at all. Generally speaking, there were still very few foreigners like Lester. Most of them were Ionians who respected the traditions of the First Land. Lester also saw Vastea people who looked like otters and macaques. Everyone, I'm going to look for Salah's blooming spiritual flower. Everyone, goodbye. After saying goodbye, Maya began to squeeze into the crowd, which made Lester's scalp numb. No matter how good the animation in the game is, it can't change the cruel fact that there are crowds of people in front of the blooming spiritual tree during festivals. This is no different from the popular tourist attractions in a certain country after holidays in the previous life. Ionia, which pursues nature and peace, cannot solve this annoying point. If there were no warriors to maintain order, Lester would even think that he was in a vegetable market in a certain country. Ogman, I'm going to wait outside with Xiao. What about you? After hesitating for a while, the cat boy responded. I have to go in too. I still have to do the task that my mother gave me. I have to try to find my father. After Ogman left, Lester and Xiao left the chaotic blooming spiritual tree and came to the bank of the spirit lake. Until now, the blooming spiritual flower has not withered, which makes the female warrior relax a lot. The rippling water of the spirit lake made a rustling sound, but it could not hide the confusion of the female warrior at the moment. Actually, this is also my first time to come to the magic garden of Presidium. Many things about the Spirit Blossom Festival were told to me by my master. I have never experienced them. I don't even know who my parents are. The female warrior, who was not wearing a mask, hugged her knees and looked a little confused. Lester sat next to her. My hometown is indeed a very beautiful place. People seek the most harmonious coexistence between each other and between people and nature. However, there are many orphans in Ionia. There is no shortage of killings in this land. It is not just the bandits and human traffickers from outside. Even Ionia itself has an unclean side. I have seen a lot of them and killed a lot of them. I can't be soft-hearted to those people. Moreover, I get excited when I kill people. Lester, am I a bad person? This is your nature. It's not your fault. Moreover, your sickle has its own direction. How can a person who punishes evil be a bad person? Lester gently hugged the female warrior and did not continue to speak. He knew that Xiao only needed a listener now. Leaning against the man's chest, Xiao, who was relieved, lowered her eyes and told her own story. My master said that he was exactly 42 years old when he picked me up. I was placed on the bank of the Huangxi River when I was still a baby. It happened to be night, and the bright moon shone on the Huangxi River, reflecting my face. So, Xiao became my name, and Master Iris became the person closest to me. Wu Yinliu has been passed down since Master's master, my great grandmaster Yinlang. In fact, Wu Yinliu was called Long Yinliu when great grandmaster Yinlang was still alive. Master Iris is the second generation successor of Long Yinliu, but he did not learn the Yinlang body skills that made his great grandmaster famous. Great Grandmaster Yin Lang only left Master Iris a notebook recording the ordinary body skills and combat skills of Long Yin Liu, and disappeared in the psychedelic forest on the south side of Dragon Ridge Mountain during a trip. This is also the only reason why Master Iris resolutely refused to let me enter the psychedelic forest and asked me to take a detour every time. The missing Great Grandmaster is a pain that Master Iris will never be able to erase from his heart. When the master disappeared, Master Ellis was only 13 years old. When he knew that his master would never come back, he understood in pain that Dragon Hidden Stream had completely lost Hidden Dragon Body skill, and the main inheritance was cut off. Fortunately, his master left him a notebook, which recorded the master's lifelong learning besides Hidden Dragon Body skill. So after losing his master, he did not go down the mountain, but took on the responsibility of revitalizing the sect alone, and practiced in seclusion on Langji Mountain. Until now, this responsibility has been 45 years. He has never gone down the mountain since he was 13 years old, and has been painstakingly studying the notebook left by his master. Until the age of 38, Master Ellis reorganized and created another set of martial arts and spell power system in Dragon Hidden Stream, and created Mist Hidden Stream. Without Hidden Dragon Body skill, Master Ellis created his own Mist Hidden Body skill that can be performed with magic smoke bombs. Although it cannot be compared with the body skills in Dragon Hidden Stream that can disappear out of thin air, it is also very powerful. Among the various weapons in the master's notes, Master Iris specialized in the flying sickle and scimitar skills, and now he has passed it on to me. Unfortunately, I'm dull, and have only just mastered the flying sickle, and I'm not very skilled in using the scimitar. Lester was speechless to the Versailles girl in his arms. If I remember correctly, you are only 16 years old this year, right? Please give me your monthly vote. Chapter 303 Peach-colored spiritual flower. Xiaoyu nodded stupidly after being interrupted, and then was hit on the head by Lester. The female warrior had to cover her forehead with both hands, puffing up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Well, why did you hit me? Think about it. What was your master doing when he was 16? Could he do what you are doing? After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu shook her head. Impossible. The master only had the confidence to walk out of the mountain gate after he was 30. That's right. Taking away the female warrior's slender hand, Lester blew on the place he had just hit and said softly, Xiaoyu, you are actually very good. Don't say that you are dull, otherwise it will easily cause dissatisfaction among others and make some jealous or incompetent people hostile to you. Is that so? I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's enough to understand this point. Whether it is for yourself or others, you must have a clear understanding. Being too modest will make people hate you. After receiving Lester's comfort, Xiaoyu, who had regrouped, spoke again. In fact, among the dozens of sects in Langji Mountain, Wuyin School is one of the few with a sparse population. Both Master Iris and I are the only ones. Master is also an orphan picked up by Master Yin Lang. It was not until 3 years ago that Master went down the mountain again and accepted 2 more apprentices. I also have a junior brother and a junior sister. With them taking care of Master, I can go down the mountain with peace of mind. I didn't expect that I met you when I came to Presidium for the first time to participate in the Blossoming Spirit Festival. You took the opportunity to take several puffs. Actually, it was quite comfortable. The atmosphere became more charming. Feeling the breath of the delicate body becoming a little hurried, Lester also sighed. The girl in his arms was indeed not ordinary. He didn't hate it. But now it's broad daylight. It's better to kiss, otherwise it would be unfair to the female warrior's hot feelings. With a moan, the 2 shameless guys hugged each other. More than 100 meters away from the two, a swordsman with a stern temperament and a new look was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eating the sour dates in his bag, and his teeth were itching. This swordsman was Duolong. Duolong, who had heavy dark bags under his eyes, frowned when he accidentally saw the 2 people by the spirit lake. He suddenly recognized that these 2 shameless guys were the couple who lived next door to him for a day and a night. It would have been fine if they had just played around at noon. They were supposed to participate in the Blooming Spirit Festival the next day, but these two guys were so energetic that they didn't know to go to bed early. They fought all the way until dawn, causing him to not sleep well all night. He almost really set fire to the inn and chopped the two couples. At this moment, Du Long accidentally saw the two people and subconsciously drew his long sword. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed it on the whetstone he carried with him and began to sharpen it. His red eyes were still fixed on the two people who were showing off their love by the lake without blinking. A terrible chill came from behind. Lester stopped what he was saying and turned around quickly, just in time to see the swordsman with red eyes. He also recognized the swordsman's identity. Considering that his behavior was indeed inappropriate here, he straightened the panting female warrior and smiled apologetically at the angry swordsman. Humph. Seeing that his dissatisfaction successfully made the two shameless guys realize their mistakes, Du Long felt a little relieved. After putting away the whetstone and wiping the sharp curved blade with a clean cotton cloth, Du Long sheathed the sword and began to close his eyes to rest. There are too many people now, and he needs to wait until there are fewer people before looking for the master's blooming spirit flower. This is a world completely different from the material realm and the spiritual realm. It is shining with 7 colors of brilliance. Looking closely, it looks like a dark crack. In the crack, there are all traces of broken glass, brewing endless darkness, with a very strong sense of fragmentation. A soul that has not yet rested, and is wandering in the dark land has been called. With an ethereal sigh, the soul's consciousness returns to its original place. In the chaotic space, the body begins to condense. A middle-aged woman with long hair and cotton clothes appears on the ground out of thin air, with her eyes closed, and her hands hanging on both sides of her body, as if she is sleeping. Sally, Sally, Sally. The calls convey the miracle of Ionia. A peach-colored blooming flower descends from the sky, slowly opens its petals, and emits a dazzling divine light. Before it can show its fragrance for a moment, it quickly scatters in the 7-color light, and the scattered petals gradually break. With petals as pens, pistils as ink, worlds as paper, and spirits as inkstones, a real world is outlined in just a few seconds of reluctance. This world is the limit of what a wandering soul can imagine. In this world, there are only 2 roads to go. One road is right in front of you. At the end of the path is a common Ionian-style house. The other road seems to lead to a dark forest, with black air lingering and gathering. Sally, are you here? I miss you so much. As if she heard something calling, the middle-aged woman opened her eyes, sat up blankly, fiddled with her clothes, and stared blankly at the unknown world in front of her. That was too bizarre. Her sight was fixed on the houses not far away, and the woman suddenly realized that it was her home. Am I not dead? Where is this? A lotus fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a big dog with dark yellow fur. The big dog took slow steps, looked at the woman gently with bright black eyes, and walked straight to the small road of the houses. Just like usual, it was going home with the mistress, and at the end of the house was the man. Ah Huang, why are you here too? The woman stood up with some surprise when she suddenly saw her familiar family. She subconsciously followed the big dog and set foot on the path home. The path looked short, but it was actually very long. The big dog named Ah Huang had to stop from time to time, waiting for the woman to catch up. Everything was fine until one moment, when the woman turned her head and saw the dark forest on the right side of the road. She recognized that it was the green forest not far from home, where she died. Wait, died? The woman stopped, but Ah Huang, who was leading the way, tucked his tail between his legs and turned his head to look at the woman aggrievedly, hoping that the woman would continue to follow him. Unfortunately, at this moment, the woman had already remembered what happened in the past and had forgotten everything else. The resentment grew deeper and deeper. I'm already dead. It's impossible. Why would I die and die in the green forest? Wait, it was my husband. It was my husband Nella who pushed me to the flame-marked red leopard. It was my beloved husband who pushed me to death. Obviously I was ready to stay and die in his place. Why did he do this? Is our relationship between life and death so insignificant? The unbelievable memories made the woman sob. Her toe shifted to the right. The woman left the clean path and stepped onto the dark muddy land of the green forest. The woman who was secretly sad did not hear that at the moment she left the path. There was an unnatural rhythm, like laughter, coming from the depths of the dark forest. The woman also did not see that Ahuang, who led the way for her, disappeared without a trace when she stepped onto the land in the forest, along with the home at the end of the path, as if he had never appeared. In the end, there was only one road left from the two roads. The woman made her own choice. She wanted to understand what happened at that time, and why her husband betrayed her. She finally walked into the green forest, just as she expected. The forest was darker than she had imagined. She had not been here many times, but now she wanted to find something unusual in the depths of the forest. As if hearing her prayer, hurried footsteps came from the front. "Sally, run." The man running towards her was her familiar husband, Mela. Following the man was a man-eating giant beast that was more than 2 meters long. It was the king of the beasts in the depths of the green forest, the flame-marked red leopard. The man held the woman's hand, and the woman subconsciously clenched her warm and reliable palm, and ran with the man in the direction they came from. The scene in front of her seemed to have happened once before, and the woman's head was a little confused. The movement behind her became louder and louder. At a certain moment, the woman smelled a fishy smell coming from behind her. "Sally, we can't run away. I'm sorry." The woman's body trembled when she heard her husband's reliable voice. She knew that in the next second, her husband's pulling force would turn into a heartbreaking push, making her desperate self-sacrifice to delay time and a meal for the flame-marked red leopard. So the woman made her choice again. She quickened her pace and came in front of the man, then let go of his hand and pushed him towards the beast that was about to pounce. The man looked at his wife who had pushed him into the abyss with disbelief. The ruthless betrayal made his heart ache. The awareness of sacrificing himself seemed ridiculous. The man could only watch his wife leave, and he could only crash into the mouth of the flame-marked red leopard and become the ransom for the betrayer to survive. Hearing the screams behind her, Sally turned her head subconsciously, but she saw disbelief, as if she was betrayed by her loved ones. The woman was stunned. She saw her own shadow in his eyes, because she was also like this when she was pushed into the beast's mouth by her husband before she died. Her husband, Mela, actually had the same awareness as her own. Who was the one who pushed me at that time? It was obviously Naylor. But my husband didn't push me at that time. It was me. Impossible. This is impossible. How could I kill my husband? Liar. Naylor is a liar. He must be regretting that he didn't kill me first. This is the truth. I won. I won. I survived. The woman laughed wildly and ran towards the end of the boundless world with her hair disheveled. Her body became more and more illusory and gradually disappeared. The world was broken and everything returned to its original state. This is the gap between the spiritual world and the material world. A human-shaped shadow with dark blue eyes emerged from the gap, and the demon with blade wings closed its mouth with satisfaction. At the same time, a big dog with dark yellow hair appeared in front of the demon, lowering its head and looking sad. In the battle for the soul, he was defeated. Just like he could not resist the demon invading the spiritual realm from the soul realm. See, I've said it before, whether it's true or false, it only takes one betrayal for her to fall into the abyss of darkness forever. Trust between people is so cheap, ridiculous, fragile, and not worth mentioning. This time I did it completely according to her husband's standards. Her husband would save her and die for her, but she didn't trust her husband at all. Even if it was repeated 1,000 times, it would only end in betrayal. She had already been defeated by fear, and malice was rooted in her heart. But you deceived her with a false betrayal the first time. It was you who broke up the trust between them. This is unfair. Ahuang expressed his sorrow in spiritual language. The shadow demon laughed grimly. You are wrong. This is fair, very fair. The fact is that women's wills are too fragile. I only slightly induced them, and they easily betrayed their husbands, and overturned all their impressions of men. I turned a loyal and reliable man into a despicable betrayer, and nailed the label, leaving the man no room for recovery. The scene in her eyes, where she was killed by her husband's betrayal, was actually just a short illusion I created. Such an illusion will only exist for a very short moment. As long as she is loyal enough to her emotions and her will is strong enough, she can avoid being affected by the illusion after she gets rid of it and break free from the tragedy. In fact, men have also suffered the illusion of being betrayed by women, but when faced with the real choice, his trust in women has wiped out the influence of the illusion on him, and he has forgotten everything. Therefore, he still chooses to die in place of women. This is why women will die in my hands, and the only reason why men will survive. Only the betrayal suffered by men is real, and the others are all illusions. After a long silence, Ah Huang had to agree with the devil's statement, but he still didn't believe that the evil devil who devoured the soul in front of him would take the initiative to let go of those who passed the test. If, in a real test, a woman and a man are willing to die for each other, what would you do? Let them go? The demon spat out a mouthful of residual crystals belonging to resentment from his mouth filled with black air and threw the crystals casually to the split area. Black light surged and the crystals disappeared on the film of the split area. Although he can't use these residues, there are evil souls that have not yet grown up that can use them. He is not willing to exist only in the shadow realm, and he is not willing to only hunt down those disgusting and painful shadow mages. If he wants to get more souls, he needs more helpers to invade the material realm. Invading the spiritual realm and disrupting the gap between the spiritual and material realms is only his first step. The demon's figure gradually faded, and Ah Huang gradually turned into a ball of 7-colored light. The darkness left, but the light remained where it was. Until the end, the darkness did not give its own answer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 The Flower Failure. Under the blossoming spirit tree, Mela held the fallen blossoming spirit flower in his hands and watched the flower wither and become a dead object. The man fell to the ground and hung his head. Sally. Someone saw this scene and shouted in fear. Ah. Him. His flower has withered. An evil spirit is coming out to harm people. Leave him. The loud voice made the people present pale. The timid ones had given up their original plans and began to run outside the magic garden. The crowd pushed each other in the surge. Several unlucky guys fell to the ground and were trampled by others. The scene instantly became chaotic. Don't be afraid. We are here. The warrior carrying the arcane straight sword and the other balanced guardians came to the blossoming spirit tree and began to maintain order. Even so, about half of the people left and the crowded space suddenly became much more spacious. After a few steps to Mela, Lingju squatted down, pressed Nayla's shoulders, and used the power of spell to check Nayla's physical and mental state. Please accept my condolences. The moment he was comforted by others, Nayla raised his tearful face and looked at the righteous young man in front of him. My wife, Sally, is she? Some evil has disturbed her rest and destroyed the balance between the two worlds. This is why we are here. Staring at the withered blooming spiritual flower in Nayla's palm, Lingju felt very heavy and retracted his right hand. For safety, you'd better leave here. No, I won't leave. I want to see her. I want to tell her that I miss her very much and am willing to forgive her. Even if it happens again, I'm willing to die for her. Shaking his head, Lingju no longer persuaded the unfortunate people, but instead spoke in a deep voice to the warriors, who were willing to follow him and eager to pursue balance together. This is just the beginning of the disaster. Everyone, disperse to prevent evil spirits and monsters from harming innocent people. However, if you encounter a monster with a peaceful temperament, please let it go. The others followed the order and dispersed, leaving Lingju alone to accompany Nayla. As the eldest son of the famous northern Shangzhen family, Ekashu family, Lingju Ekashu has shown outstanding leadership and combat talents since he was young. At the age of 28, he not only mastered the martial arts of the Ekashu family, but also created a meditation method that can see through illusions and understand the two worlds through the perception of the family's sacred artifact, Arcane Soul Blade. It is also a natural thing to inherit the soul-slaying sacred artifact, Arcane Soul Blade, that no one has ever mastered except his grandfather. Thanks to his eyes that can distinguish between twilight and light, Lingju found the culprit who destroyed the balance between the spiritual realm and the material realm. Unrest, whether it is the spirits in the spiritual realm or the humans in the material realm, they may become the source of unrest. This is also the root concept of the balance he created. Only by calming the unrest and restoring the balance between the two realms can Ionia remain stable and harmonious. Whoever becomes the unrest will become the object that needs to be exorcised. The demons that make trouble during the Blossoming Spirit Festival are his biggest enemies. On the other side, the swordsman Doran Castro, who was regulating his breathing, saw that the number of people was decreasing, so he stood up and approached the blooming spirit tree. The cherry-colored blooming spirit flowers were about to bloom, falling high on the branches, but the swordsman was indescribably irritated. Among so many flowers, which one bloomed for him? Master, where are you? The restlessness that could not be calmed by regulating his breathing made Doran deeply doubt whether he could find the blooming spirit flower that belonged to his master in this blooming spirit festival. Time passed by in the search and calling. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, one flower bud after another closed, Doran realized that his action this time might be ruined again, but he was not ready to give up before the curtain fell completely. A new batch of participants in the Blooming Spirit Festival came to the Magic Garden, including the Ionians who left during the day because the flowers withered. Many of them successfully used the Blooming Spirit flowers to let their relatives rest in peace, which made them more lucky. In addition, the withering of the flowers did not cause any unrest, so they chose to look for another opportunity before the end of midnight. It's already so late, but the number of people has not decreased, but increased. Xiao frowned, having a bad feeling. Hundreds of Ionians with lanterns surrounded the blooming spirit tree. The warm firelight did not bring a trace of warmth to the female warrior, but made Xiao feel cold all over. There seemed to be a lot of familiar faces. 300 blooming spirit flowers have bloomed, which is more than 6 times the number of withered blooming spirit flowers. A whole day has passed, but nothing has happened. Lester recalled Ogman's experience and fell into deep thought. The cat boy successfully bid farewell to his father through the blooming spirit flowers and helped his mother find a certain answer she had been pursuing from his father. This was a smooth thing, so why did he feel palpitations? On the contrary, the broken blooming spirit flowers in Ella's palm did not make him feel uncomfortable. Did he overlook something? I remember that the disaster of the flower withering and the spirit blossoming 5 years ago seemed to be after the flower withered, and the evil spirits that could possess people and the spirits in the spiritual realm created an attack, right? Yes. To be exact, after the spirit blossoming flower withered, the withered spirit blossoming flower acted as a medium for the evil spirits wandering in the spiritual realm to possess the people who prayed, creating killing and chaos. This is also the reason why many people fear the flower withering. Compared with being attacked by spirits, they are more afraid of being possessed by evil spirits. Then why didn't the evil spirits possess people after the flower withered this time? I don't know. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Where did the evil spirits of the flower wither go? Let's go find Mela and Ogman. Doran, who passed by Lingju with a soul blade and continued to look for the spirit blossoming flower, was hit by the oncoming man. The swordsman was fine, but the man fell to the ground with a thump, his face hitting the ground, motionless. Lingju turned around and looked at the two people who were entangled. He always felt that the man lying on the ground was familiar, and he couldn't help but pause and take a few more glances. Are you okay? Without responding, the man who fell to the ground just lay there motionless. It was just a fall. As a man, you have to be strong. I apologize to you. Frowning, Dulan pulled the man up, but found that the man had stopped breathing. At this moment, the man's face was as pale as a ball of snow, which looked very creepy. His face changed. Lingju walked to the side of the man and touched his neck without saying a word. He fell to death by himself. It has nothing to do with me. I know. Dualong, who hated trouble, explained, but found that the little leader who led a group of people had a very ugly face, so he couldn't help but ask more questions. How did he die? Who could fall and his face looked like this? His soul is long gone. He is just a walking corpse. Then how can he still walk? I see. What a trick to replace the original with the fake. Lingju's face became more and more ugly. Can you speak human language? It's too late. Holding Doran's shoulders, Lingju said in a deep voice, knowing that the swordsman had not found the blooming spirit flower belonging to his relatives. Things have reached the worst point. Please follow me. Gritting his teeth, Doran still followed Lingju, who left on his own. 3 more Ionians who were praying passed by the 2 of them. After passing the white-faced man lying on the ground, they slowly left, as if they had not seen anything. Under Lingju's command, the Guardians of Balance took new actions, and some warriors quickly left the magic garden. Under the blooming spirit tree, Mela looked down at the withered blooming spirit flower in his hand with empty eyes, his heart as if dead. Ogman, don't wait for me. Ogman. He raised his head, and the Catman boy was sitting cross-legged in front of him at this moment, his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. He could not persuade Nayla to let go of the past, so he could only comfort the man by accompanying him. You've been tired all day, so you might as well take a break. Lester and Xiao ran to Nayla's side, nodded and greeted them, and Nayla continued to sit on the ground. Ogman. He's dead. The hand reaching for the cat ears froze in midair. The blue bird above his head gave the answer directly. Lester was stunned and looked at the grey cat ears that drooped down and could never stand up again. His heart was clenched. Although he had only known him for a short time, he still liked this honest and reliable Vastaya boy. He called him master, learned a lot of knowledge and martial arts from him, and shared many of his own little secrets with him, including the secrets of the Vastaya race, Omi Kayalan and his grandmother Zaira Ui. But, it was still a step too late. Unknowingly, in the blink of an eye, in a trance, people died. This time, it was not the people whose blossoming spirit flower was defeated who were affected, but the people whose blossoming spirit flower was blooming. From the beginning, the devil hidden behind the scenes changed the rules of the blossoming spirit festival, and calculated everyone into it, including myself. He was originally going to Whaley to participate in the blossoming spirit festival. It was me who brought him out of Praia village, and then left him forever in the magic garden of Presidium. List. Without responding to the worried call of the female warrior beside him, Lester just bent down, with his usual smile, and touched the head of the cat boy. This time, the originally warm and soft fur lost its original temperature, and became a little cold. From then on, there was no grey cat, calling me Master List with a meow. Have a good sleep, the master will seek justice for you. What happened? Nayla finally realized that something was wrong, and wanted to stand up, but because his legs were too numb from sitting cross-legged for a long time, he fell directly to the ground. Xiao put her hand on Ogman's neck, her face changed, and she said coldly with murderous intent. He's dead. 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 How is that possible? Let's go and find the spirit. Lester turned around and walked away with his expression back to indifference. Xiao quickly followed him. Nayla also wanted to follow, but after seeing the Catman boy who had accompanied him for the whole afternoon, he stopped and sat down again. This time, he put down the broken blooming spirit flower he had been holding for a day, and took up the cold hand of the Vastaya boy. He had accompanied him for the whole afternoon, and now it was his turn. The Hall of Eternal Life, in the brightly lit Hall of Samsara. Xiao sat cross-legged on the futon, staring at the eternal lamp. He seemed silent, but in fact he was fighting between heaven and man. Evil is restless. We should take the initiative to drive out evil and guard the harmony of the land of the first birth. Don't forget karma's responsibilities. Everything has its own operating rules. We should not interfere. The most we can do is to predict. Strong power should not be used to break the rules. If I don't take action tonight, many Ionians will die. They call us karma, not for me to watch them die without helping. Xiao, this is their fate, and it is also the law of karma, which must not be violated. The reason why karma exists in the first land is because karma will respect the will of the Ionian soul. We cannot override the Ionian soul, otherwise it will only bring endless disasters. As a karma, you should do what karma should do. You are right. There was a flash of blood in the night sky. Outside the hall, the monk Lu of the Shoji temple raised his right hand, stopped in front of the door, and then gently put it down inside. Inside the hall, the soul of Ionia, Karma, closed his eyes, put his hands together, and purified his 6 senses. The heavy door of the Hall of Eternal Life slowly closed, and the stubborn and hard door bolt rejected all visitors in the most tactful way. After a few screams, there were several pools of blood and scattered body fragments outside the door. At the time of the falling moon, the most terrible disaster came to the resting Presidium. Hundreds of people who had experienced the ceremony of the blossoming of the spirit flower fell without warning, and their dissipated souls became food for the possessed demons. After devouring the host's soul, the young evil spirit that had long been parasitic in the body successfully dominated the host's cold body and opened its blood-red eyes. The nails turned into blades, and the body was alienated by the energy of the spiritual realm, growing scales and a terrible scarlet shell. Like the legendary demons, the monsters began to kill all the lives they saw in front of them. Many people who didn't like to close the door were directly killed by the monsters that broke in, and their flesh and blood were devoured, becoming the power of the demons to grow. Various spirits hidden in the shadows drilled out of the spiritual realm, attacking humans with strange laughter and harvesting lives. The patrolling militia and the warriors who maintained order soon had a group of terrible enemies. Fresh lives quietly passed away under the gaze of the Mother of Masks, and blood flowed on the beautiful land, nourishing the buds that had not yet broken through the ground. The chaos spread rapidly like a plague, and the peaceful Presidium instantly became a cruel battlefield. The real core was in the Magic Garden, where the blossoming spirit tree was located. Within a dozen seconds of the blossoming spirit tree's flowers falling, the boundary between the spiritual realm and the material realm of the Magic Garden was completely broken. With the fallen blossoming spirit flower as the center of the formation, the long-planned powerful energy formed a barrier, surrounding all the lives left in the Magic Garden. The film-emitting chaotic light became an indestructible barrier, neither allowing entry nor exit. The people lying on the ground sat up and turned into monsters, and screams came one after another. The boatman Naylor, who knew nothing about the riot that had already happened, stared blankly at the Catman boy who suddenly opened his blood-red eyes in front of him and hugged the boy's delicate body with joy. "That's great, Ogman. It turns out that you are okay. That's great." With his chin on the shoulder of the one-eyed man, the soul-stealing boy opened his terrible canine teeth and was about to bite the prey's neck and drink blood, but heard the man's firm and gentle voice. "Don't be afraid, Ogman. I will protect you. I couldn't protect my wife. I lost her, but I would rather die than lose my friend again." A demon looked at his companion in confusion, as if he was not sure whether the person in his companion's arms was alive. He was about to go forward to check, but he saw the ferocity in his companion's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the demon chose to leave and look for other prey. The Catman boy's mouth slowly closed, and his hands, that were undergoing mutations, became smooth. After driving away his fellow tribesmen, a familiar yet unfamiliar name echoed in the boy's mind. Og. Man. Who is it? Chapter 305 Spiritual Realm. The mutation came too unexpectedly. Lester and Xiao killed several monsters that rushed towards them before they found Lingju, who was organizing a defense line to resist. Lingju's reputation and organizational ability were enough to gain the support of the warriors present, not to mention that there were already dozens of powerful warriors who agreed with the concept of protecting balance and were willing to follow Lingju to maintain the balance between the two worlds. Lester was also officially connected with the man who was suspected to be the first Eye of Twilight. Doran, who was wielding a sharp sword to kill monsters, also noticed Lester. After frowning, he found that the ice-long sword in Lester's hand was somewhat similar to the shape of his sword, both of which had the arc structure of Kyoto anti-Japanese. "You can take people to the spiritual realm, right? Take me in. I should be able to find the culprit who caused all this." Before the soul blade was slashed out, the mutated monster was split into two by a long arc-shaped sword condensed by ice element. This time, the template of Lester's weapon was a standard Japanese sword. Ionia also has such a style, so it doesn't seem abrupt. The dead monster turned into ashes, and soon reunited under the blooming spirit tree, and pounced on others again. In the world between the spiritual and material realms, the energy of the resurrection of evil spirits is endless and its source is unknown. Lingju looked at the two people who joined the battlefield. His eyes paused on Xiao, and finally fixed on the man. His face was very solemn. compared with the descendants of the hidden mist who he had been preparing to invite to join the Guardians of Balance. At this moment he cared more about the Narksan warrior Lester, who could stop the disaster and restore the balance between the two worlds. Do you know the cause of the change? I'm not sure, but I know what it is. You should know about the Shadow Mage, right? Ling Chu nodded. As the eldest son of the Ekashu family, he certainly knew the secret from decades ago. In the middle of the Rune War, a group of crazy mages thought of a way to avoid the Rune War. They merged into the shadows, completely abandoned the physical bodies in the material realm, brought their own madness to the peaceful shadow realm, and destroyed the stability of the soul realm. Affected by the shadow magic of the soul realm, the human nature of the material world has become more cruel and bloodthirsty, and the means of war have become more and more cruel, which eventually fed back to the soul realm, and created a terrible demon born from human fear and murderous emotions. No one knows how this demon was born, but all shadow mages understand that from the moment the shadow demon was born, they were on the list of lifelong hunting. Soon the demon killed all the shadow mages hiding in the soul realm and set their sights on the shadow mages in the material realm. When he was in Navali, many shadow mages came to him. These mages wanted to obtain the protection of the Ekashu family and him. Unfortunately, facing the unknown shadow demon, the spiritual sense had no way to deal with it, and could only refuse helplessly. After all, he can only travel through the spiritual realm. He still knows nothing about the more mysterious soul realm, and has no idea what to do. You just need to know. I won't say more. I suspect that the disaster this time was caused by the shadow demon. It invaded the spiritual realm through the soul realm, and invaded the material realm through the blossoming spirit tree that is closely connected to the spiritual realm. Its ultimate goal is to invade the material realm. After a little thought, Ling Chu nodded. So far, he has no better guess. What you said makes sense. What do you want me to do? Send me into the spiritual realm and find it with me. After we find it, how do we defeat it? Do you have any good ideas? You should consider what you have. After all, the arcane soul blade is in your hands. Without responding directly, Ling Chu looked at the battlefield. The people who seemed to have the upper hand were slaughtering evil spirits, but the situation was actually not good. The dead evil spirits would be resurrected again, and the barrier surrounding them would still be as strong as before. If they continued to consume like this, when everyone's strength was exhausted, they would be truly desperate and annihilated. Okay, I'll take you in, but there are two ways to enter the spiritual realm. If I'm alone, I can go in with my body, but if I take you with me, I can only enter through my soul. Wait a minute, I'll make some arrangements. After watching Ling Chu leave, Lester also found Xiao, who was fighting. It may be inconvenient for me to be here in a while, so I'll leave my body to you. Okay. Without saying anything more, after killing the evil spirit 5 meters away with a flying sickle, the female warrior gave the man a hug. Before I die, I will protect you. I will also protect you. A soft and ethereal voice came from his mind. Lester was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that there was a little blue badge on his head. I want to go too. No way, I can only take one person. After arranging things, Ling Chu was about to return to Lester, and saw the swordsman he had pulled over blocked in front of him, and refused to give in. After a little thought, Ling Chu understood the swordsman's purpose. The blooming spirit flower has withered. If you want to find your deceased relatives by entering the spiritual realm, it is impossible. The blooming spirit flower itself has the effect of guiding souls. Without the blooming spirit flower, your master's soul will not be able to find this place at all. Staggering back 2 steps, Du Lang felt that his body's strength was completely drained. This year, he failed again. He has to wait another year, right? There was not much time to comfort the distraught swordsman in front of him. He patted Du Lang's shoulder and walked quickly to Lester and sat cross-legged. Lester also sat down. Ling Chu said in a deep voice, "The way I enter the spiritual realm is through mental meditation. If ordinary people want to enter a state of meditation, they must empty their consciousness, forget all their desires, transcend the constraints of the real world, and focus all their energy on a higher level. In my opinion, balancing the two worlds is the spiritual principle that I must adhere to throughout my life. Therefore, the standard for my meditation is to balance the spiritual and material realms. As long as my attention can resonate with the spiritual principles, I can let my spirit leave the material realm and enter the spiritual realm. Can you understand a little bit? I understand. What you mean is that as long as you forget the id and the ego and strive for the superego, you can achieve a state of spiritual resonance and enter the spiritual realm. Lingju. Id, ego, superego? What do you mean? You just need to understand that I already understand what you mean. Because Ognon was dead, Lester, who was in no mood to preach, did not tell the Runeland's philosophical master Lingju about the psychoanalyst Freud's theory of mental structure. Okay, hold my hand and try to enter a state of meditation. You can imagine that you are eager to fight for the balance of the two worlds. The two sat facing each other, holding hands and closing their eyes. Xiao put away the flying sickle stained with blood, came to Lester, and met Duolan, who took the initiative to guard Lingju. The two did not speak, but just quietly guarded the two men, looking at the two men holding hands from time to time, with a complicated mood. If the id is the most basic desire that all humans have, and the ego is the consciousness responsible for correcting and suppressing desires, then the superego is the most critical part that truly controls the body's actions. Unlike the superego moral standards of normal people, Lester, as an elite killer trained by the organization, his superego has always been based on his own desire standards, not the result of socialization. Whether the moral and social norms that can constrain normal people will take effect on Lester depends only on whether Lester needs to violate them. If it is necessary to run a red light, he will run it. If it is necessary to kill someone in public, he will kill without any hesitation. He does not consider interference factors other than his own goals and the goals of the organization. This is the main reason why he can stand out and become the ace. In the organization, there are many killers with excellent skills and assassination techniques, but killers who can do what they want and truly use their own abilities to easily override society and the law are rare in the organization. Only people like Lester can become the real ace. Naturally, Lester has a very clear standard for the superego. When he has not been betrayed by the organization and is still serving the organization, his life value is to complete the tasks assigned by the organization at all costs. Nothing else is a problem. Lester, who suffered betrayal and accidentally came to Runeland, has a new standard. In his previous life, he was raised by the organization, which had shown him kindness and nurture. He was willing to dedicate everything to the organization. But in this life, the organization has become a thing of the past. A betrayal is enough to wipe out all the kindness and ties between him and the organization. To this day, he absolutely does not allow anyone to override him. No matter what he does, he must do it out of his own will. This is his superego, a life goal and spiritual goal with complete rules. He wants to be the master of his own life. In order to achieve this goal, he will make himself stronger at all costs, just as he did in his previous life. Only a strong enough ability can allow him to pursue his own outlook on life without being influenced or dominated by anyone. This is his own arrogance. With the experience of meditation, Lester can easily enter a state of meditation and keep his consciousness in the superego part. Lingju was about to guide Lester's consciousness to the spiritual side, but was shocked to find that the spiritual will of the man named Lester was surging towards him like a vast ocean. He had no time to react. The sweeping spiritual frenzy washed Lingju's soul out of his body, making Lingju feel cold, like a long-held column of water being released, with a sense of excitement that lost control. Then, Lingju, who had become a soul, looked at Lester, who had come to the spiritual realm of Ionia with him, with a confused face. He opened his mouth, but could not make any sound, like a salted fish on land. With such a strong spiritual power, is this still a human? The surrounding environment is like Picasso's abstract work. Various colors and sketches form the outlines of various things. Things that were originally unrelated in the material realm have also become connected. The most dazzling one is the blooming spirit tree in the distance, which constantly erupts powerful spiritual energy. There are many twisted ghost phantoms formed by plants, stones, and human evil thoughts, roaring and waving their claws, as if they are fighting with other people in the material realm. Lester discovered that the evil spirits with fierce looks and heavy colors, like human-faced demons, would follow the light belt, connected to the blossoming spirit tree behind them after death. turning into a grey stream of light and returning to the spiritual frenzy of the blossoming spirit tree along the moving trajectory of the light belt to reshape their bodies again. This is why the evil spirits can be resurrected infinitely. The connection that cannot be seen in the material realm can be seen in the spiritual realm. This feeling is very wonderful. Logically speaking, as long as the connection light belt between the evil spirits and the blossoming spirit tree in the spiritual realm is cut off, the evil spirits should be prevented from being resurrected again. You seem to have some questions? Lester looked at his condensed dark blue soul body and took the initiative to approach the spiritual perception, which was much dimmer and more transparent than his own. He found that he and the spiritual perception soul body were not the same, but the somewhat fuzzy and distorted expression of the spiritual perception made him unsure whether he had an illusion. No problem. This is the spiritual realm. Any fluctuation in the spiritual realm will have a corresponding impact in the material realm. This is also an important reason why I want to balance the two realms. If someone harms the spirit blossoming tree in the spiritual realm, the spirit blossoming tree in the material realm will also suffer irreversible damage. The balance between the two realms needs to be maintained. Stop preaching your way of balance. We should talk about something useful. The way of balance. The way of balance. You are right. Balance should be the Tao, and my concept of balance should be the Tao. Pointing to the volcano-shaped energy hub formed by the spirit blossoming tree, Ling Ju said in a deep voice. Now the spirits and evil spirits in the spiritual realm are wreaking havoc in the material realm. We can move freely. Do you think the demon will hide in the blossoming spirit tree? Those light bands connecting the evil spirits all come from the blossoming spirit tree. If the demon wants to do something, it can only do it on the blossoming spirit tree. Let's go over and take a look. As the two were talking, a shadow hidden in the blossoming spirit tree flashed by, and more than a dozen grey humanoid spirits were peeled off from the color group of the blossoming spirit tree. Each spirit held a different weapon and rushed towards the two without hesitation as soon as they appeared. We've been discovered. Hide behind me. Ling Ju's face changed and he quickly came to his physical body, muttering something in his mouth. Soon, the phantom, arcane soul blade, became clearer and clearer, coming from the material realm to the spiritual realm. The holy weapon inherited from his family was his only weapon in the spiritual realm. Spiritual realm, spiritual realm, what weapon can I have in the spiritual realm? Seeing that Ling Ju had already fought with most of the shadow spirits, and looking at the other shadow spirits getting closer and closer, Lester suddenly thought of something. Demon. If Nocturne is a demon who can travel between the soul realm and the spirit realm at will, then can Evelyn also do it, or become my weapon? It's the last day, please support me. Chapter 306 The Cracks in the World. Without further hesitation, Lester's soul came to the color mass, where the physical body was, and felt Evelyn's position through the touch of his hands. The spiritual realm and the material realm are two sides of the same coin. Since the spiritual sense can summon his soul blade, he can naturally communicate with his body. Soon, he found something in his yellow-green striped color block. The man kept calling Evelyn's name, and grabbed it hard. A female shadow person was pulled out of Picasso's color mass by Lester. Lester swore that this was entirely the ego's fault, and had nothing to do with his pure self. At the same time, the demon stared blankly with bright vertical pupils like flames, obviously not very adaptable to the current state. What's more, it was the first time she experienced such stimulation when her master forcibly broke her sleep state. However, the demon was under the eaves, so how could he not bow his head? He could only quietly wait for the master's next move. To Evelyn's surprise, the expected result did not happen. Instead, a palm of the Tathagata god came from the sky and punished the surrendered soul. The strong force shook the demon core, which made Evelyn a little excited. Still twisting. What time is it? Look at the time now. I have raised you for more than 10 years in vain. It's time for you to play a role. Hurry up and change your appearance for me. Seeing that the monster was about to kill him, Lester, who did not notice that Evelyn had spoken human words, could not think of any other good way for a while. He couldn't just throw the female shadow demon as a weapon to the monster. Without knowing Evelyn's fighting power, if a true Devil Musen was staged, it would be in vain. Standing up obediently, Evelyn began to change her form, trying to make herself a weapon in Lester's hand and recondense her body shape according to the man's idea. Before the monsters attacked, Lester had a shadow stick emitting black air in his hand. It was not only light and weightless, but also felt like the pure natural meat Ganoderma lucidum fished out from a deep well. It seemed that something could be squeezed out of it. When he swung it hard, he could vaguely hear Evelyn's whoosh panting. Lester's face was surrounded by black air, and he always felt that the weapon in his hand was some kind of exclusive treasure. Can this thing in his hand really be used to kill enemies and fight? Evelyn, can you be more reliable? After taking a closer look, Lester was a little speechless. Good guy, it's almost the same as mine. Forget it, you are also a first-time offender, and I won't do it again. Evelyn twisted it a few times, but the stick was always limp and couldn't stand up, so it could only be used as a whip. The human-shaped monster did not give Lester more time. Just like the human in Picasso's painting, although the facial features were complete, they were not in the position they should be. The monster held a deformed weapon in his hand and muttered something in a language that Lester could not understand. According to Lester's experience of observing micro-expressions, the monster in front of him, who looked like a human being, should not be speaking human language. Lester, be careful. The spirit sense, who had just dealt with 2 monsters, reminded loudly. Needless to say, Lester could only bite the bullet and use the stick in his hand that could be used as a weapon to swing at the monster. The monster stared at the oncoming soft stick in a daze and was directly beaten to death. With another whoosh gasp, the soft stick quickly stood up and finally became straight, and the funny image had a little more power. Subconsciously, the round stick in Lester's hand accurately poked the hole in the mouth of another monster, piercing it with one blow, and the monster's head was directly poked and exploded into light spots all over the sky. Looking at the long stick in his hand in surprise, Lester was a little speechless. His treasure was a little ugly, but it seemed to be quite useful. What is that? A magical weapon that can actually kill a goblin with one strike. When Lester used the strange long sword to kill the second goblin with a wooden face, Lingju had already dealt with all the attacking goblins. He looked at the familiar shadow stick sword with a strange expression, and then looked at the arcane soul blade in his hand. Lingju always felt that something was wrong. It was a Horcrux, but the appearance of this Horcrux. Mr. Lester, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go to the blooming spirit tree together. Seeing Lester walking forward with the strange sword in his hand, as if nothing had happened, with no intention of explaining anything on his serious face, Lingju could only suppress his curiosity and quickly follow, but his eyes still couldn't help but look at the strange weapon. Approaching the colorful, spiritual energy-filled giant blossoming spirit tree, Lingju and Lester stopped and bathed in the golden light of the blossoming spirit tree. I can feel that there is another overlapping realm inside the blossoming spirit tree. All the spiritual threads that link the evil spirits are derived from that realm. It is likely inside. It may be very dangerous inside. Otherwise, you should stay here, and I will go in alone. Sorry, I have a reason to go in, and I'm not completely incapable of fighting. Lester shook the demon weapon in his hand with a serious face. Seeing the persistence in the man's eyes, Lingju sighed and nodded. Then let's go together. The gap between the spiritual realm and the soul realm is a more abstract place than the spiritual realm, because it is farther away from the material realm. In the gap, the energy flow belonging to the material realm cannot be seen at all. The whole world is like a dark chaos, with only the ubiquitous light spots polluting the sight of outsiders. This is a broken space forcibly separated from the spiritual and soul realms by a powerful force. Except for the will of the creator, no physical laws belonging to the material realm exist here. The demon soul that was disturbing the material world by virtualizing the light band of the blooming spirit tree suddenly opened its dark blue eyes, and without any warning, it turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the gap world. The next moment, Lester and Lingju's souls appeared in the narrow gap world, looking at the scene in front of them that could not be described in words. The different rules between the spiritual realm and the material realm made the two people's heads a little dizzy. This should be the space where it is. The two came to the source of the particularly eye-catching light band. Lester continued to observe the surrounding environment, but Lingju raised his soul blade. He saw the key role of the tree stump light band at a glance. As long as this is cut off, the spiritual energy that maintains this space will dissipate, allowing the blooming spirit tree to regain its freedom, and the evil spirits controlled by it will lose the power to revive. If the source is not eliminated, with its ability, it will invade the blooming spirit tree again, and disrupt the spiritual realm. Lester stopped Lingju from slashing down. Just now, Evelyn passed him a message. Morteng, it's here. After exchanging a glance with Lingju, Lester thrust his stick sword at the position behind the light band without any warning. The demon soul that was quietly accumulating strength was forced to show up and block the attack with its blade-like wings, directly opening the innate domain. Dark, come here. Lester quickly approached Lingju, but Lingju threw out the soul blade in his hand and began to pinch the spell with both hands. The soul blade suspended upright in the air burst out a wave of air, and the arcane energy formed a translucent shield to protect the souls of both of them inside. Impressive Soul Protection is an arcane protective array created by Lingju himself, which is specially used to resist attacks from the spiritual world, but it is difficult to prevent attacks from the material world, and can only have a certain spiritual impact. Before the darkness completely swallowed the surrounding space, Shen used the soul blade in his hand to prop up an independent space, and the shield forced back the encroaching darkness. The invisible demons and monsters were flying in the depths of darkness. Under the control of Morteng, the Shadow Soul demons would attack the shield from time to time, and then disappear after the attack, leaving no chance for counterattack. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Morteng, who was hiding in the depths of darkness, took action himself. The blade wings passed through, and a visible crack appeared on the shield. I can't hold on for too long. I have to find a way to break through its innate domain. The soul of Lingju was visibly dimmed. Obviously, Morteng's attack just now was not as simple as Lester thought. Above the spiritual realm, Lester still had a lot to learn. How can I break through its domain? Lester tried to push Evelyn out of the shield to attack the incoming Shadow Soul demons, but he found that, even if he poked one or two of them, it was just a drop in the bucket. The enemy's attack frequency increased instead. If there is no talent domain of the same level, we can only find its true form and use fierce attacks to make it unable to take care of other things. As the two were talking, the silent shadow demon attacked again, but this time, a strange mushroom-shaped long stick suddenly appeared in the shield and collided with Nocturne's blade wings. At the moment of contact, before Nocturne could start to contact the demons of the same origin, he was severely whipped on the mist-shaped skull face by the mushroom head of his companion. The demon's origin trembled constantly, and Nocturne rolled away, looking embarrassed. Shocked and inexplicable, Nocturne swore that he had lived in the shadow realm of the spiritual world for so long, and he had never seen a human who could use his own kind as a weapon. Are you still a demon? It's really embarrassing for the demon. For more than 10 seconds, Nocturne did not calm down, but felt endless humiliation. Your weapon seems to be able to cause damage to it. Without Nocturne's personal attack, his spiritual perception was still at ease. It's a pity that you can't resist its domain, and my soul protection can't move. Otherwise we might be able to defeat him. I have a way, just leave it to me. After getting Evelyn's feedback, Lester walked out of the soul protection shield directly, which scared Lingju. Is that also a domain? The dim red light surrounding Lester's body attracted Lingju's eyes. Although he was very confused, Lingju breathed a sigh of relief and watched Lester disappear in front of him. The only problem is, how can Lester's strange weapon look so much like that thing after emitting the same red light? Shaking his head violently, Lingju threw away the dirty thoughts in his mind. Impossible. How could such a powerful weapon be that kind of thing? Outside the soul protection shield, the demonic power released by Evelyn successfully resisted the erosion of darkness. At least within 5 meters, Lester had regained his sight. Thinking back to the cold Catman Boyogman, Lester's heart calmed down completely. For him, the external manifestation of extreme anger is calmness, and his calmness only means that someone will die for it. He will not lose his mind because of anger, or cry, make a fuss, or hang himself. The real killing intention is always lurking, and the real killer will never reveal his intention before the target dies. Lester is a human who is good at this. No matter whether the opponent is Morteng or a hero in the league, He will make the opponent pay enough. You like to hide in the shadows. Compared with your companions, you are not even as good as the maggots in the sewer. A ball of chaotic black fog rolled from the darkness to Lester. The fog quickly condensed into an illusory skull face, with dark red ferocious blades on both wings. Unfortunately, there was a shallow mushroom mark on the skull's forehead, which reduced Morteng's power a lot. The black mist skull had dark blue pupils on its face. Unlike Evelyn's golden pupils, Morteng's eyes were like two dark and gloomy will-o'-the-wisp fires, eerie and terrifying. From his appearance, Lester confirmed that the guy in front of him was Morteng from the League of Legends, and he had some guesses about Morteng's attack methods. "Human, you seem to know us very well." He asked the question tentatively, but Morteng found that the man's powerful soul turned into a residual image and rushed towards him. He had no intention of talking nonsense at all, and the strange mushroom stick as thick as an adult's arm smashed down on Morteng. His body was temporarily imprisoned by another powerful demonic force, and Morteng found that he could not dodge the blow and could only block it with his blade wings in a hurry. The unmatched impact force caused Morteng to roll and fall backwards. Morteng was horrified to find that in addition to the power of the demon, the man's power was also mixed with the terrible power of the world. The two destructive forces, transformed from weapons of the same kind, violently invaded his body, causing the demon core to tremble violently. Before the chasing man launched another attack, Morteng activated the shadow shield and disappeared into the field. The power of the dark field faded a little, greatly reducing the pressure on the spiritual sense under the attack of the shadow demon, and he couldn't help but have more confidence in Lester. He grabbed a few recalled shadow demons and swallowed them into his mouth, and Morteng fell into anger early. "You know nothing about the power of nightmares, arrogant human. Let me see what you fear the most." Chapter 307 Nightmare World. For humans, the construction of dreams requires the brain to enter a state of sleep first, but for the demon born in the shadow realm, Nightmare Morteng, who is born to play with dreams, if he wants to make a thinking and conscious human dream, he only needs to let his consciousness invade the human brain. The invasion is generally divided into 3 steps: establishing a contact medium, constructing nightmares and implanting nightmares, and devouring the human soul that exudes fear. Each step is closely linked and indispensable. Unless the prey is right in front of Morteng, he can bypass the constraints of the medium and directly implant the nightmare. Otherwise, he still has to honestly find the dreamer or the wizard related to the power of shadow. Mortals have something to fear, without exception. When he came to the human, Morteng bypassed Lester's body shield through the connection channel between the spiritual realm and the soul realm, and directly implanted nightmares and fear into Lester's soul. Out of curiosity about the human in front of him, Morteng chose to invade in person, to let humans taste the most terrible fear and despair. Just a moment into Lester's consciousness, the scene in front of him exceeded Morteng's control and imagination. It lost all its abilities, and became immortal. It came to a steel forest that it had never seen or imagined. Looking at the small lighted cells in front of it, where humans lived, its first impression was that it had come to a grand and cold prison, but the decoration was much better than that of Mordecai's a small dark room. Facing the unknown situation, Mord was not panicked, but began to observe the world it had never seen before. Under the reflection of the noisy neon lights, the moon and stars were dim. The surroundings were unimaginable. The iron coffins ran violently on the smooth road like horned rhinos. There was order in the chaos. Noise came from all directions. Various dazzling light sources were refracted from unknown glass mirrors, reflecting various dynamic images that distorted their original appearance. The human Mord was very familiar with it. Those most greedy shadow mages always had such expressions every time they obtained powerful shadow magic from themselves. In the blink of an eye, they would pass on those shadow magics to others, and make others their prey. These people seem glamorous, but they are just puppets controlled by the master behind the scenes. Turning his head to look at the busy humans walking around him, Morteng saw only fatigue and oppression. There is no doubt that the humans in front of him have long lost their lively nature, just like the original demons have devoured all the emotions belonging to humans, leaving only numbness like zombies, and even negative emotions such as anger are rare. He wants to absorb some negative emotions without a way to start. The observation is complete. This is a miserable world where humans are fully exploited by their demon companions. The question is, where is that human? Why did I become like this? After the observation, Emoteng fell into confusion again, standing in front of the bus sign, and was a little at a loss. If you want to marry, marry Turtle Wolf. Such a man is a role model taking out a shining metal rectangle. Emoteng got the method of use by inspiration. Looking at the word wife that appeared on the glass, Emoteng frowned, slid along the surface of the glass, and answered the phone. Oh damn master, that, husband, you have to work overtime again tonight. Thank you for your hard work. There is no money in your salary card again. Recently, the girls have made an appointment to go to the beauty salon. You can think of a way. By the way, I have to work overtime tonight, so I won't go back. My daughter is also here. You can buy something to eat. Oh, I'm on the phone. I'm dying from using so much force. That, husband, let's not talk about it for now. My phone's battery is running low very quickly. It's definitely time to change it. When a new phone is released, you can buy me a new one. That's it. Moore instinctively hearing other discordant sounds from the microphone that emits a female voice. Emoteng didn't have time to speak, and the microphone in his hand made a beep beep sound. Feeling very uncomfortable, when Emoteng called again, the other party had turned off the phone. It seems that wife's phone is really out of power. Turning off the screen, Emoteng looked at the haggard face like a corpse reflected in the black screen and was stunned. He had never thought that his mortal appearance would be like this, just like a mortal who had been sucked by a dozen demons in a row. 996 is a great blessing, as long as you don't die. Work hard, the factory is my home, and the performance depends on everyone. The annoying metal microphone made a noise again. Instinctively, he didn't want to answer it, but Emoteng saw the word leader, hesitated for a moment, and answered the microphone. Xiaoteng, there are some minor problems with the data review in the engineering department. The new employee in charge of the review is on maternity leave. You are the most capable, so you can take over for the next 2 days. By the way, do you have time to verify the few work orders I just sent over? Submit them to me tomorrow morning for my use. As a model employee, thank you for your hard work. Looking at the words 2334 on the microphone screen, Emoteng felt a little more irritated. How could anyone be asked to work so late? Even he only attacked those shadow mages on the night of the lunar eclipse, and he didn't torture people day and night at other times. Asking people to review data in the middle of the night, is the devil core of this world growing a fool? Cursing in his heart, listening to the silence full of pressure in the microphone, Emoteng still whispered honestly. Oh, I see, boss. I'll send it to you tomorrow morning. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish his words, the microphone was cut off again. Emoteng almost dropped the one-way microphone under the wheels of the iron-horned rhino. He just thought that, if he didn't work hard, the salary that had been in arrears for half a year would not be paid to him. By then, his wife and daughter would have to go hungry, and he would not be able to pay the high mortgage and support 4 lonely elderly people and his wife's brother who stayed at home. Her brother's wedding gift has not been settled yet, and it will fall on him sooner or later. For the sake of life, he had to endure, no matter how big the resentment was. Looking at the computer bag slung over his drooping shoulders, Emoteng sighed. If it's a few work orders, it shouldn't be a problem. After opening the file transfer assistant, Emoteng stared blankly at the 8 technical work orders that needed to be verified and modified. His eyes went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. His instinct told him that it would take at least half an hour to modify and improve a technical work order, which meant that he had to set aside at least 6 hours to complete the task assigned by his leader. It was 12:30 when he got home by bus, and he had to clock in at work at 9 o'clock and get up at 8 o'clock. He had slept less than 4 hours tonight. Usually, he slept for several days in the Soul Realm. How could such a bad thing happen? Oh, and he had to take over the job of the new employee who was on maternity leave for free. Wait, I'm a demon. Why should I consider these messed up things? I should find that human first. I must not fall into the trap of humans. Having made up his mind, Emoteng prepared to take a bus home first and use the network in his mind to check the information of this world and try to find flaws. However, just as Emoteng was about to take a step, he found that an old human female had been lying at his feet. When he saw him looking at her, she suddenly wrinkled her dry and wrinkled face like old tree bark and began to wail and scream. Emoteng was stunned. Is this some kind of silent shadow demon that walks without making any sound? Am I a fake nightmare demon? Ouch. You broke my old bones. Ouch. Why don't you help me up? Seeing the strange look from a distance, Emoteng didn't want to cause trouble, so he pulled the old man up. Who knew that once he held his hand, he could no longer break free. The old man's hand stuck to his hand like a sticky cake, and the force was so great that it was comparable to the Shane mushroom stick that hit his face. Ahem. I'm afraid you hit my lumbar spine. Let's go. Take me to the hospital for a checkup. You're a young man who has just graduated from college, so you can't be irresponsible. But I didn't hit you. If you didn't hit me, why did you help me? It was obviously you who hit me. Don't look at it. There is no camera here at all. It was you who hit me, and everyone saw it. Alas, young people nowadays are really worse than the previous generation, and they don't even dare to take responsibility. Forget it. If you don't want to accompany me to the hospital, just pay me 20,000 yuan, and I'll go to the hospital for a checkup myself. Otherwise I'll call the police. Under the coercion of the old lady, Emoteng, who didn't want to waste any more time, still turned on the multifunction microphone bitterly and showed his electronic wallet to the old lady. Looking at the balance of the deposit, the old lady's face turned green, and she let go of Emoteng's hand unhappily, fearing that it would be contaminated with something dirty. How can a grown man like you only carry 15 yuan when walking outside? Well, 15 is fine. 15 is 15. Why are you standing here pretending to be rich with your miserable face? It makes me waste so much time, and it is a shame for a programmer like you to live. After giving the 15 yuan to the old lady, Emoteng watched the old lady walk briskly to a steel shell parked behind the white striped line and lie down directly. When the green light at the intersection came on, the old lady was directly crushed by the steel shell. The other steel shells continued to run, as if they didn't see it, turning the old lady into a broken woman, rolling several times, and rolling back to his feet. Until the end, Emoteng still didn't understand why the shadow demon disguised as a human committed suicide directly after blackmailing him. Maybe he discovered his unique status as a demon. After hailing a taxi, Emoteng remembered that his electronic cash was gone, and his wife, who was in charge of finances, could not be contacted because of a lack of electricity, so he could only beg the driver in a nice voice. Seeing the pale and miserable young programmer, the driver didn't say much. He just gave the taxi a free ride, which made Emoteng feel a little grateful. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of the security office. Several humans in uniforms surrounded him with a puzzled look on their faces. He looks so pale and thin. I suspect he is a calf sucker. Raise your hands. Don't move. Before Emoteng could react, he was pressed to the ground by the security guards. Silver bracelets were put on his hands and handcuffed behind his back. Take him to the waiting room for examination and wait for the results of the laboratory. The two were escorted to the iron fence. Emoteng was placed on a stool and some blood was drawn by the visitors. The demon was a little scared. He was not afraid of his own demise, because as long as someone had a nightmare and the original fear did not die, he would be reborn. He just didn't know what would happen if he died here. This was a terrible experience he had never encountered in his demon career. The unknown brings fear, and fear is the most powerful primitive emotion. Fear is the energy released by its prey, and at this moment, it seems to have become the prey. Soon, a man in uniform walked in, lowered the brim of his hat, and sat opposite Morton with a cold face. Morton, what do you think? Is it fun in my dream? It's you. Morton's eyes widened, trying to break free from the chain of silver bracelets, but found that his actions were in vain. Human, why can you resist my nightmare attack? The slender hand took off the police hat, and Lester looked at the man named Morton in front of him with a cruel smile on his face. We are enemies. Why should I answer your questions? Impossible. No human can defeat me in a dream. I'm the nightmare. Look at you now. Are you really a nightmare? Morton began to struggle again, and was soon punched in the face by Lester, and finally became much more honest. Lester smiled slightly and sat back in his seat. Isn't this what you want to see? Born from order, it is the darkness and nightmare of mankind. Everyone lives in desire, enslaved, oppressed, and confused. Although this darkness cannot be seen, it can be touched. You should be able to feel it, right? Morton, you have lost all your abilities. Can you survive in the darkness of order? Morton gradually calmed down, staring at the human who was no different from the devil in front of him, without saying a word. My dream is still long enough to see the day when you collapse and die. Remember, you only have one life. I will not deliberately interfere with your life trajectory. Leave everything to the order created by humans. Don't you claim to be the incarnation of darkness? Experience the darkness that belongs to humans. Patting Morton's haggard face, Lester successfully instilled the last bit of dream memory belonging to Morton into Morton's consciousness. He leaned condescendingly beside Morton's ear, his voice low and full of fatal temptation. Don't say I didn't warn you. You can try to commit suicide. See if that solves the problem. Watching the human leave, Imhotep gritted his teeth and wanted to bang his head against the inner wall, but deep in his heart, he had more doubts. If he really only had one life, what would happen after his death? Would his demonic body really die? I don't know. I really don't know. Because of the unknown, he was terrified. Imhotep trembled as he picked up the identity card left on the table by the human. The 2 characters, Imhotep, on it were exactly his name. The transcripts that appeared at some point recorded his personal information. Imhotep flipped through them one by one, and his understanding of the world and himself in his mind deepened. He didn't suck the calf, so Imhotep would naturally not be kept in the iron fence for a long time. Including the time spent on interrogation and blood tests, he was released after less than 2 hours. Carrying his notebook bag, Imhotep left the security station in a daze. The man took out his mobile phone, but he didn't know who to call. He wanted to take a taxi home, but he didn't have a penny. His stomach was growling with hunger, and the task assigned by the leader had not yet begun. The cold night wind blew in his face. Imhotep walked towards home with trembling legs. He didn't dare to take a taxi again. Fortunately, there were 2 buckets of old sauerkraut noodles and a few pieces of ham prepared by his caring wife at home. At least he didn't have to go to work on an empty stomach. A new January is here again. Please vote, subscribe, and reward. Chapter 308 Heart Like a Sword. In the development of the brain field, the organization, which inherited the former Soviet Union's superpower research legacy through the plunder of its big backer, the United States, has always been constantly pioneering and innovating in the frontier field. Memory Palace, consciousness cage, personality simulation, and hypnotic taming are all brain development fields studied by the organization. Among them, Memory Palace, consciousness cage, and personality simulation have made stable breakthroughs. Through special systematic training of killers with high IQ and physical qualifications, the above 3 brain superpowers can be obtained. Only hypnotic taming is still at the stage of needing drugs and equipment assistance and cannot be implemented by the human brain alone. As the ace killer of the organization, Lester has fully mastered the 3 brain abilities of Memory Palace, consciousness cage, and personality simulation, and has reached an excellent level. The Memory Palace is used to store memories, and personality simulation allows Lester to empathize with any target. Through the target's behavioral characteristics and psychological fluctuations, personality reading and writing are completed, so that he has the same personality and thoughts as the target person, which is convenient for professional disguise and thinking simulation. The most useless of the 3 brain abilities must be the consciousness cage. The consciousness cage is a standard anti-hypnosis and anti-torture brain ability. It fights against drug hypnosis and mental torture by building one's own thinking prison and consciousness cage, keeping one's consciousness in a closed and safe state, and eliminating the possibility of leaking any secrets. Under normal circumstances, the organization's killers rarely use a consciousness cage. Once they are sure that they have no hope of being rescued, most killers will choose to end their lives immediately. Killers who are well aware of the weaknesses of the human body and the fragility of human nature will never choose to use their will to fight against the enemy's hypnosis and torture. They have seen the cruel side of the world. for them, including their own human life, is not of much value. Ending the pain quickly would be the best choice, nothing else. Lester rarely used the consciousness cage. He often meditated to improve his mental strength. The Lake of the Soul was a spiritual world constructed through meditation using the concept of the consciousness cage. After traveling to the Runeland, the Lake of the Soul coincidentally became the habitat of Elena and the World Rune. This made Lester reconsider the existence value of the consciousness cage. On the basis of the Lake of the Soul, the man tried to construct a new spiritual world to protect the core Lake of the Soul. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the simulation always stayed at the very beginning, jumping back and forth and struggling. In the 17 years since he came to the Runeland, Lester had only constructed a superficial city concept and independently designed a fictional country as a template. Combined with his own understanding, he roughly constructed some basic element. The truth was not important. What was important was that it had to be torturous enough. It was not until Nocturne implanted the nightmare and Lester suppressed Nocturne through Evelyn, who was of the same origin as Nocturne, and the power provided by Elena, that Lester realized that he could use Nocturne's nightmare to successfully improve the framework and concept of the city, and let the incomplete false consciousness city become a cage to bind Nocturne. Nocturne was trapped in his own trap. After doing all this, Lester also understood how great the risk was after the failure of mental invasion. In the personal spiritual world, the absolutely strong party can get all the initiative, and the weak party can only passively accept everything. As the host of the spiritual world, plus Lester also has the assistance of the World Rune and Evelyn, Nocturne lost all his talents and abilities the moment he entered Lester's spiritual world. In Lester's home court, Nocturne can only complete actions according to Lester's standards and requirements, and it is even difficult to leave the spiritual world, because Lester is not dreaming. Nocturne, who can freely travel through dreams, can't find a way to leave at all. He can only become Morton obediently, becoming weak under constant mental attacks, and completely exposing his own flaws. Compared to the demon core, I'm surprised that you can speak and transform in my spiritual world. After Morton left, Lester had no need to stay in the guardhouse, so he left. Because the whole world is constructed according to Lester's will, everything outside the position of dominator, Lester, and protagonist, Morton, will enter the state of virtualization. Perhaps when Lester's spiritual power becomes stronger, it can remain materialized, but it is definitely not now. The guardhouse behind him has turned into a blurry mist. Lester strolled on the streets at night. The blurry scenery in front of him gradually became clear. The man couldn't help but miss the past. Although the template of this city is Dango, Dango is completely different from here. Dango is a very humane country, especially the fire and police force related to public safety. Dango and the United States have different foundations. The National Violence Agency is not the government's thugs, but patriotic and dedicated people serving the people. Although he had not been to the East many times, the few experiences he had left a deep impression on him. Elena also liked the peaceful country without guns and explosions. In the Master's spiritual world, I can communicate directly through consciousness, which is much more convenient than the awkward language and weird vocal organs of humans. With the sample provided by the Master, I can change my human form at any time in the spiritual world. Evelyn, who had turned into a female body, followed Lester half a body behind. Unlike the previous Grey Shadow form, Evelyn successfully changed into the appearance of a middle-aged woman at this moment. After you go out, you can also transform and speak. That's real ability. Let's go. Although the speed of time passing in the spiritual world will become very slow, I don't want to waste too much time here. Hurry up and take out Morton's demon core. After ending this disaster, I still have a lot of things to do. Evelyn quietly looked at the Catman boy who suddenly appeared and disappeared at the end of the street. After hesitating for a while, she gave up the idea of changing into a beautiful woman and hurried to catch up. As the two left, the real street suddenly turned into a ball of grey fog, and everything became hazy. In the magic garden of Presidium, the brutal battle continued. As the casualties of the warriors increased, Du Long and Xiaoyu, who were guarding Lester and Lingju, had to join the battle. After killing the monster that rushed in front of him again, Dulong's irritability became even stronger. He did not see the blooming spirit flower that belonged to his master again during this blooming spirit festival. The medium that communicated life and death was clearly right in front of him, but he was always one step short. He thought that "I'm sorry" seemed too heavy, and his biggest difficulty was how to let go of the guilt in his heart and tell his master what was in his heart, but he never thought that not having the opportunity to say "I'm sorry" was the most despairing fact. Another monster possessed by an evil spirit rushed over, and the swordsman swung his sword to cut it off. Indistinctly, the monster's face turned into the one he was most familiar with kind eyes and a gentle face. This was an old man who had many expectations for himself. He hoped that his apprentice could surpass him as a master as soon as possible. Master. As always, his talent for swordsmanship was beyond his thinking limit. A cold light flashed, and the mentor who taught him swordsmanship and raised him was once again cut in half by himself. The regret for himself and the anger at fate made Duolong stop all actions, trying to distinguish between illusion and reality. In a daze, the illusion in front of him shattered, and the monster, which had not suffered any damage, stabbed the swordsman's right arm with its 5 fingers like blades. With a fierce pull, the tendon was broken, and the swordsman's entire right arm was completely torn off. The monster just roared excitedly, and was killed by the warriors who came to support. Karami. There is a seriously injured person here. The noise beside his ears became lower and lower. Turning his head to look at his right shoulder that was bleeding, the swordsman glanced at his right arm that fell to the ground with empty eyes and knelt silently on the ground. He accidentally killed his master and lost his right arm that could swing the sword because of his weak sword heart. His previous pride turned into a passing cloud. In the end, it was all in vain. He had lost everything. Life or death. For a useless man, it didn't matter. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. Cheer up. I'll stop the bleeding for you. Believe me, you'll be fine. His body was shaken a few times by an Ionian woman. The woman put her hand on his right shoulder that was still bleeding, and the light of healing magic flickered. Doran, with a pale face, lowered his eyes and let the Ionian summoner stop his bleeding. He didn't move, and he couldn't even hear what the summoner said. Watching the woman who healed his injuries leave in a hurry, the man struggled with the gratitude rolling in his throat and swallowed it bitterly. It seemed that there was no need to thank a useless man who was about to die. Doran looked at the broken arm and the long sword on the ground, lowered his head, and recalled the past. At that time, he was only 8 years old and had just left home. He was taken into the mountains by his master, who saw his talent. On the 3rd day of sword training, he was too excited because he got his own wooden sword. When he secretly cut branches, he broke the wooden sword too hard and cried bitterly. The wooden sword was a gift made by his master for him. He liked it very much, but he didn't cherish it. The wooden sword was not used to cut branches, but he didn't think of it at all. When he was most sad, the master appeared in front of him and touched his head. Dulong, you are still young now. You may not understand what is the most important thing for a swordsman. Woo woo. Master, aren't the sword and talent the most important? Woo woo woo. My sword is broken. The sword and talent are important, but not the most important. For a swordsman, the most important thing is the heart, a heart that is indomitable and never gives up. What's more, the sword of killing that I created is to stop war with killing. It is a sword of killing. Picking up the broken wooden sword, the master gestured twice and finally stopped the still sharp wooden blade at his own neck. Just because a sword is broken, because of setbacks, do you have to kill your own strength? Wiping away tears, Dulong shook his head. The meaning of the existence of the killing sword is 2 points. One is to kill evil people, and the other is to kill the cowardly self. Using the sword in your hand to eliminate bad people and protect the weak and good is the only reason for you to draw the sword, but your heart must be firm enough, upright enough, and abandon all cowardice, so that your sword can be sharp enough. A heart like a blade and a body full of righteousness are the killing sword. A fallen leaf fell, and the broken wooden sword that was originally attached to the neck drew a beautiful arc, splitting the fallen leaf in two. As long as the swordsman's heart is strong and sharp enough, even if the sword is broken, it is enough to exert the power of a real sword. Dulong will never forget the style of that sword in his life. He has been working hard to swing that sword. With his extraordinary talent, he did it. But that sword was too fast, too vicious, too ruthless. In half a breath, the cold front flashed, and the essence of the killing sword was fully embodied by him. The killing sword was created to kill people. It is hidden and unfired, but it will kill people as soon as it strikes. In ordinary master-disciple competitions, if a killing move is used unexpectedly, even a swordsman who has experienced hundreds of battles will not be able to react. What's more, the person who taught the killing sword did not deliberately guard against his favorite disciple, nor would he think that the disciple who wanted to surprise him had already practiced a terrible killing move. He overestimated the ability of his master, and the master underestimated his swordsmanship talent. In ordinary competitions, the killing sword was hidden. He longed to see the omnipotent master easily take the fatal blow he had practiced hard, and then praised his swordsmanship talent and hard work. However, the master failed to take it. The sharp knife cut his body, and the master's life quickly withered. The complexity in his eyes was indescribable, but he knew that it was disappointment and pain. The apprentice's smile froze. Looking at the bloody blade, he was at a loss, and realized that he had actually used the sword move taught by the master to kill his beloved master. He used the sword that should be used to deal with evil people on the person closest to him. The master had passed away. In a state of collapse, he placed the real sword that the master had made for him on his neck, wanting to die to atone for his sins, but suddenly realized that in Ionia, there was another way to see his dead relatives. So, he decided to end his sinful life after atonement to the master. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Master, where is he? A piercing chill came from all directions, and in a trance, he returned to the forest, where he lost his master and committed sins. Duolong stared blankly at the forest in front of him. He was no longer 8 years old, but the master was still standing in front of him, still opening his mouth to teach him, but he could no longer hear the master's voice, and he couldn't even tell whether the look in the master's eyes was disappointment or relief. He suddenly realized that when he killed the master, he had already lost the qualification to be taught by the master and forgiven by the master. The crime of killing the master is unforgivable. Perhaps this is why the master refused to see him and listen to his apology at the Blossoming Spirit Festival. How can a sinful person bear the name of the sword of killing? Opening his eyes, the swordsman picked up the heavy long sword with his left hand and walked to the Blossoming Spirit tree with difficulty. He took off his shirt, knelt down on his knees, and knelt in front of a withered blossoming spirit flower, pressing the blade to his neck. He didn't know that on the way to the blossoming spirit tree, all the monsters and evil spirits chose to avoid him, leaving him enough space to move, and did not attack. It was like meeting a fellow. Duongxi, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. Sorry, I can't go on with you. Staring at the sharp long sword Duongxi, Duolong's eyes softened a lot. The blossoming spirit flower seemed to have bloomed. The kind middle-aged swordsman was right in front of him, waiting for him to step forward and embark on the journey home together. Master, you must have been lonely for so many years. The unworthy Duolong is here to accompany you. The cold blade kissed the skin, bringing out a handful of sad and beautiful blood flowers. Amid the screams of the people around, the master killing blade that killed the master also killed the apprentice. The swordsman fell heavily under the blooming spirit tree, sandwiched between the withered blooming spirit flowers and the long sword that fell in the middle. His blood soaked into the ground and flowed under the blooming spirit tree, gathering together. Yan Hong used the master killing blade Duongxi to connect the swordsman and the withered blooming spirit flower together, outlining a beautiful scarlet flower. Chapter 309 Masked Twins. Within the scope of the Soul Realm, the underworld controlled by the Mask Mother is the final destination of all the dead. The souls of normal dead people will be directly drawn to the underworld by the Soul Realm and return to the embrace of the Mask Mother. Some weak souls or souls with certain obsessions need to be led by the underworld messengers sent by the Mask Mother to reach the entrance of the underworld, and then return to the underworld from the underworld. Otherwise, they can only wander in the spiritual realm of the place of death and gradually dissipate, slowly degenerating into monsters or evil souls who like to attack people. There are very few powerful beings who can exert subjective initiative, resist the pull of the underworld after death. and find the way to the underworld on their own. Those who can do this are definitely not ordinary people. At this moment, there is a stubborn figure who sits cross-legged at the gate of the underworld uninvited, and this sitting is 23 years. La 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 la. The ethereal humming sound came from the dark depths of the underworld. The grey-green underworld grass and forget-me-not flowers bent down and respectfully presented the highest etiquette to the death twins who were jumping over. Sheep. He has not made a choice yet. Stupid as an insect. Sheep. My teeth are eager for prey. Wolf. He has refused to rest. No need to ask. With the permission of the sheep spirit, the wolf spirit, who was wandering around the sheep spirit like a ghost, immediately came to a position 1 meter in front of the Nail household in the underworld. His sturdy body began to expand rapidly and bared his teeth at the Nail household. He wanted to tear the soul in front of him and pull out this stubborn and stupid nail. Lonely soul, everything will end here. Facing the threatening roar of the wolf spirit, the dim soul was unmoved, just half opened his eyes and stared at the wolf spirit in front of him calmly. The stalemate between the two lasted for a few seconds, but the wolf spirit could not find the angle to bite as usual. Just when the wolf spirit decided to attack, the sheep spirit holding a short bow suddenly came in front of the soul and stopped the wolf spirit's action. Wolf, I have a question. You shut up. The wolf opened his mouth. The wolf spirit looked at the sheep spirit aggrievedly, and the sheep stroked the wolf's hair twice, and then he slowly retreated with his tail drooping. You agree, you disagree. Okay, I will depend on you for life and death. You have the final say. The unwilling wolf stared fiercely at the soul that refused to rush into the reincarnation and continued to use his eyes to intimidate. Ignoring the wolf's complaints, the sheep looked at the remnant soul sitting there. She could see the determination in the remnant soul's eyes, and she also understood that with the strength of the remnant soul in front of her, as long as she fought with the wolf again, even if she would win, she would be wiped out and would never have the chance to be reborn. Even so, he had to guard the little piece of land under his feet. After 23 years of waiting and persistence, even she was a little curious about what the lonely soul in front of her was doing. The blooming soul flowers in the material realm have completely withered, and all the souls lingering in the underworld with obsessions have gone to the underworld. Some have been reborn, some have been reincarnated, and some have been reshaped. Only the remnant soul in front of him is still guarding here, making the wolf hated but helpless. The most important thing is that the attitude of the Mother of Masks in this matter is very ambiguous. She neither marked the soul nor forcibly expelled it. This is very intriguing. Human, it is better to go to paradise. Why do you have to stay in the netherworld and end your life like this, with your soul flying away and not entering reincarnation? The sheep spirit squatted in front of the remnant soul with a soft voice, slinging the bow on his back, and the ancient symbol on the mask flashed a faint blue light. After confirming that the sheep spirit had stopped the wolf spirit's attack, the remnant soul closed his eyes and tried to use breathing to condense the remnant soul that was about to dissipate, and spoke with dejection. If I don't see him, he will never make any progress in the way of the sword, and may even kill himself. With his upright character, he will definitely call me at the Blossoming Spirit Festival. If he dies to apologize, I will persuade him to let go in this land of reincarnation, and reincarnate together to continue the relationship of master and apprentice in the previous life. I just wonder, why has he never called me at the Blossoming Spirit Festival in the past 23 years? He also didn't apologize and commit suicide. This is not like his character. I don't understand this, and I'm unwilling to accept it. After looking at the wolf, the sheep seemed to understand the intention of the masked mother. There was a little more realization in his eyes, and he responded in an ethereal voice. Is he Doran Castro? Opening his eyes, Khalito looked at the sheep spirit. He is my apprentice. Have you seen him? How is he? Is he okay now? Straightening up, the sheep spirit sighed softly. It's hard to find a close friend with such deep love, but fate is destined, and destiny plays tricks on people. Human, for the past 23 years, your apprentice has never given up calling your name at the Blossoming Spirit Festival, but his soul has long been polluted by obsession, and his soul has fallen into the devil. The Blossoming Spirit Flower will not recognize his voice. You have waited for 23 years, and he has been looking for you for 23 years. Both of you have wasted your efforts. Why don't you go to heaven earlier? I can also send you to reincarnate with him." The wolf spirit tried to use the cruel facts to hit the human soul that had fought with him for 23 years. At this moment, looking at the soul's lost expression, the wolf found that he couldn't laugh at all. Turning to look at the sheep spirit's expression was also very solemn. The wolf was embarrassed and a little at a loss. Doran, this child, after all, can't get out. I, as a master, am so negligent and didn't teach him well. The remnant soul wiped the corner of his eyes and suddenly realized that souls don't cry, so he bent his left knee and lowered his head that had been proud all his life. He has never asked others for help in his life. This is the limit of what he can do, but it is also shameful enough. However, if he can move the messenger of the underworld, he is willing to do so. Messenger of the Mother of Masks, can you please show mercy and let me and my apprentice meet again? Just once will be enough. Yang Ling took a half step back and looked at the wolf beside him. The wolf did not say anything against it, but just bared his teeth in dissatisfaction. The sheep had to comfort it again before speaking. You have been in the underworld for many years. Your soul and body are damaged. If you make a small mistake, your soul will be scattered. It is better to reincarnate. Your apprentice has already become a demon and may not recognize you as his master. I planted the cause. The remnant soul raised his head, and Yang Ling saw relief and determination. No matter what the result is, I will accept it all, without complaint or regret. Please have mercy on me, messenger. Having said this, Yang Ling turned around. You didn't ask me, and I didn't help you. You and I have never met. Looking at the twins going away, Kalesu sighed softly, and returned to the state of meditation and breathing. In Lester's nightmare world, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Teng threw away the paternity test report, medical examination report and court verdict in his hand, and stood alone on the edge of the 1,000-foot-high building, swaying in the wind. Due to the company's massive layoffs, the company withheld half a year's salary and forced me to resign without any compensation. The lawsuit was fruitless for half a year, just because the contract had already arranged a loophole for employment, and the company called it providing high-end talents to the society. After months of tossing and turning, I did not compensate the company's losses, which was already a concession from the company in a weak position. The paternity test report proved that the daughter I had raised for 14 years was not my own. Now she has recognized another man as her biological father. Before leaving, she scolded me for being a low-level ordinary man. If I don't spend time with her every day, I won't make much money. I said that I was so useless, why not just die? The marriage that emptied all my family assets was just a scam. The wife's marriage was just a task assigned by the daughter's biological father from beginning to end. After the daughter's identity was exposed, the wife's task ended instantly. After a year of endurance for killing, the wife confirmed that her life was not in danger, so she returned to the arms of her daughter's biological father with all the family property, leaving herself alone and leaving the house, carrying the stigma of cheating for a lifetime, the ultimate social death. After learning the truth, the elderly parents became seriously ill and passed away soon after. They didn't even see their parents for the last time. Because they couldn't afford the funeral expenses, cremation fees and urn fees, and couldn't bury the bodies casually, they could only let the elderly people rot in the old house in the countryside, because the original home had become the property of his wife. Even so, because of the confidentiality of personal information during the premarital physical examination, he successfully contracted AIDS from his wife NAI, and needed to provide child support to his daughter every month. So much so that he couldn't even afford to eat old sauerkraut and frost ham in the past 2 days. He could only go to the swill bucket outside the restaurant to eat leftovers. Mo Teng, who didn't want to cut his kidneys to make a living, thought of the last way to solve the problem. Leaning forward, the breeze brushed across his cheeks, and Mo Teng made the final choice. Since the problem can't be solved, the only way is to solve the person who can't solve the problem. Living is sometimes more desperate than death, and requires more courage. The body that lost its center of gravity fell rapidly. In a trance, Mo Teng regained the feeling of flying. The man was stunned for a moment, his face changed, and he suddenly remembered something. Wait, I'm not Morton, I'm Nocturne, I'm a demon, I can fly, it's over, I don't have wings. Thinking this, Nocturne waved his hands, and before he could make any new movements, his body turned into a ball of Nocturne sauce under the action of gravitational potential energy. The nightmare world collapsed rapidly. The torture and blow to his mind and soul made Nocturne's body fall into an unprecedented weakness, unable to rise again. Lester, who was out of his own spiritual world, still holding the Evelyn brand cylindrical stick sword, opened his eyes and stabbed the chest of the nightmare in front of him with the weapon in his hand. The stick successfully broke a gap in the mist, and the light blue spherical core was shining with charming brilliance. Open your mouth. Hearing this, the head of the mushroom stick, that Evelyn transformed into cracked a mouth-like gap, aimed at Nocturne's exposed demon core, and swallowed it in one gulp with the force of the stabbing. Nocturne, who lost his demon core, began to roll, and turned into a ball of amorphous mist, and began to expand and contract with heat and cold, making a sharp howl. Nocturne seemed to have gone astray. Without the core's ability to maintain it, the unstable space gap began to collapse. The shadow demons that attacked the spirit sense fled into the shadow realm in all directions, to avoid becoming victims of the space turbulence. Without Nocturne's control, the flooding disaster could be contained soon. Just when Lester thought everything was over, Nocturne's exaggerated and hideous smile suddenly emerged again in the mist. Human, your pain has just begun. Before he finished speaking, Nocturne's mouth was pierced directly by a mushroom stick. Lester had lost interest in talking nonsense with Nocturne. As the mist dissipated, the two returned to the spiritual realm again. The spirit sense cut off the connection between all evil spirits and the blooming spirit tree, making the evil spirits lose the ability to revive. Lester stood there in silence. Your Excellency is really amazing. In this way, the spiritual realm and the material realm can be restored to balance. Thank you for your help. After the color group symbolizing the evil spirits and spirits was killed, it no longer flowed to the blooming spirit tree, but turned into the original energy of the spiritual world, and the restless spiritual realm returned to peace. There's nothing to brag about. Since we've driven out the demon, we can leave now. By the way, Mr. Lister, what do you think of the way of balance? My opinion is that your way of balance is still missing two people, a woman and a dwarf who can turn into lightning. Look over there. Lester shook his head and pointed to the special light ball under the blooming spirit tree, which was absorbing the energy of the blooming spirit tree. Is that the blooming spirit flower? It's blooming again. Looking at the scene in front of him in amazement, Lingju was a little bit unbelievable. It was the first time he saw the withered blooming spirit flower bloom again after the blooming spirit festival. Not just the blooming spirit flower. Running to the blooming spirit flower, Lester pointed to the corpse next to the blooming spirit flower, which was flashing a dim red light. Is this how people behave in the spiritual realm after death? Frowning, Lingju's soul body moved a little closer to the red light ball. When he saw the corpse suddenly sit up, his face changed drastically. He recalled the terrible disaster that happened at the Blooming Spirit Festival in Presidium more than 10 years ago, as recorded in his family. The dead resurrected, with blood on their faces, which only meant one possibility. This is a real demon. His body is becoming a demon. We must hurry back to stop him. Just as he was about to rush to his physical body, under the influence of the real demon, the spirits that had escaped before and some of the evil spirits that had escaped back to the spiritual realm, jumped out one after another, blocking the road ahead. The number was even greater than when Morteng was there. Kill them back together. We must not let him become a demon successfully. It was already the second half of the night. Bangle City, which had grown legs, was not involved in the blooming demonic disaster because of the early transfer of the portal. Unfortunately, Presidium, which had no legs, was not so lucky. Even though Karma had predicted this disaster in advance, the Ionians failed to successfully prevent the disaster from happening. Under the ravages of the possessed evil spirits and spirits, hundreds of people died unexpectedly and returned to the embrace of the Mother of Masks. When the last evil spirit and spirit that was roaming in the open was eliminated, the whole Presidium cried one after another and had fallen into heavy mourning. The elders and acolytes in the Hall of Eternal Life sat cross-legged in the brightly lit hall all night, offering prayers and blessings for the blossoming spirit festival of Presidium. The living Karma, Xiu, opened his eyes and stared at the swaying eternal lamp in silence. After killing the fourth evil spirit that came to attack, Lu Zhen guarded the gate of the Hall of Eternal Life, looked up at the restless eternal night outside Shuanglang Mountain, and sighed. Enough blood had been shed tonight. He only hoped that after dawn, Karma would quickly leave Shuanglang Mountain to take charge of the overall situation, soothe Presidian's pain, and save the dead souls. Unlike Presidian, which was gradually calming down, the Magic Garden was still carrying out the final cleansing and processing work. Seeing that the terrible evil spirits possessed by evil spirits were exorcised one by the warriors, and seeing that some warriors noticed him here, Nayla's nerves did not relax, but tightened again. It seems that the disaster has passed. Ogman, are you still afraid? Lister, teacher, is he okay? Ogman did not respond to Nayla's question, but asked him back. Completely different from the crisp voice before, Nayla's first impression was that it was as dry as a dry well, just like the terrifying roars of those evil demons. But being able to speak is a good thing after all, maybe. Don't worry, he is actually very powerful, he will be fine. Nayla lost consciousness and fell to the ground halfway through his words. Putting down the right hand that hit Nayla's back of the head, Ogman's scalded eyes could not see any emotion, and his limbs stiffly observed around, and the cat boy began to move his limbs, and disappeared crookedly under the blossoming spirit tree, and lost his trace. Not long after, Nayla, who had fainted on the ground, was found by a warrior. After confirming that Nayla had just fainted, everyone was curious about how an ordinary person could survive under the blooming spirit tree, where evil spirits and demons were most rampant. However, this was not the time to satisfy their curiosity. After the warrior placed Nayla in a safe place, he searched for the remaining evil spirits and monsters in other places again. I'm a human, not a monster. I'm a human, not a monster. On the way to escape from the Magic Garden, Ogman greedily stared at the flesh and blood of the survivors along the way, and tore a scarf from the corpse, and wrapped his scalded eyes and mouth without leaving a single gap. I'm a human, not a monster. If no one even votes for recommendation, then this book is probably doomed. Lu Zhen. Chapter 310 True Demon Swordsman. Instead of going with other warriors to search for and hunt down the remaining spirits, Xiao, who held a flying sickle in her hand, crossed her legs, and sat beside Lester, meditating and regulating her breathing, recovering the mantra she had just consumed. Mantra is different from magic power. Even in a chaotic magic environment, as long as the mantra cycle is established, the mantra that is not affected by the environment can be quickly restored. After a great battle, the originally beautiful Magic Garden turned into a broken and bloody battlefield, with limbs and broken arms left by evil spirits devouring humans everywhere. The flowers and plants in the flower bed were as messy as if they had been ravaged by a tornado, and the land was filled with a strong fishy smell. The busy crowd did not notice that under the blooming spirit tree, a swordsman who had cut off his right arm and committed suicide with his beloved sword slowly sat up in a pool of blood, and the wound on one side of his neck slowly healed. With his indifferent eyes, that were only black but not white, he glanced at the living people in the Magic Garden. The broken part of the right shoulder of the hair-bound swordsman was brewing dark red magic energy. After a few seconds, a ferocious ghost hand composed entirely of materialized magic energy and covered with dark red cut marks replaced the original body and became the swordsman's new right arm. Out of instinct, the swordsman picked up the beloved sword that was leaning against the withered and blooming spiritual flower with his right arm and stood there silently, staring blankly at the withered and blooming spiritual flower emitting spiritual light. It was not until this time that a monk from the Shuaju temple saw the lonely swordsman, and he couldn't help but be a little horrified, and trotted towards the swordsman. Didn't you commit suicide? Did you also become? Before he finished speaking, a shimmering cold light flashed, and the scene in front of the monk began to spin. It was not until the moment he fell to the ground that the monk saw that his headless body was still standing steadily in front of the swordsman, and his active mind did not realize that he was actually dead. You have such a fast sword. The swordsman took a step forward expressionlessly and pressed his left hand on the monk's chest. The blood and energy that disappeared in nature was like a funnel. The blood and energy were redirected to the swordsman's palm and rushed wildly. 5 seconds later, a dry and dilapidated, headless skin and bones fell to the ground, becoming the first victim of the true demon swordsman to strengthen himself and make up for his shortcomings. Filled with fresh blood and energy, the swordsman no longer looked at the blooming spirit flower and raised his long sword. Killing sword means to kill people. I'm not wrong. The swordsman's mouth unconsciously whispered, but his footsteps turned to another direction, where there were living people. The speed suddenly increased and caught up with the poor ghost who wanted to escape in fear. He cut the victim in half with a single sword, and the blood and energy were quickly sucked dry. After receiving the blood and energy of 2 warriors, the swordsman's originally pale limbs also had a few shallow magic patterns. The other warriors saw this scene and retreated in horror. He is possessed by a real demon. Ordinary people are no match for him. Don't get close to him. I heard from Master that more than 10 years ago, in addition to the goblins and evil spirits, there was also a real demon that wreaked havoc and was eventually exorcised by the warriors. Is the real demon so scary? Why don't we join forces to defeat him? Looking back at the ignorant junior, the burly warrior picked him up and ran without saying a word. Are you an idiot? The real demon that can kill red with one blow is definitely not something we can deal with. The more people there are, the stronger the real demon's combat power will be. If anyone goes up without enough strength, it will be a suicide mission, and it will only increase the strength of the real demon. This real demon can only be exorcised by people like Kamarolingju. What we can do is not to cause trouble before they come. After running to a relatively safe place, the warrior left the junior behind and pointed at Mela and the others who were in a coma on the ground with a bad temper. We can't give the true demon a chance to become stronger. Move out everyone who can. You carry 2, and I carry 2. Hurry up. Don't be dazed. Leave here immediately. Once the true demon becomes conscious, none of us can leave. Are we really not staying? If you want to die, then stay. Oh, then I'll stay. You can handle it yourself. A new killing spree came again, and the resulting chaos naturally did not escape Xiao's eyes. She also had some understanding of Duolong's strength. She felt a little sorry for the swordsman who cut off his arm and committed suicide, but she didn't expect that the dead person would come back to life and become a terrible rumor in the mouth of the master. Xiao's understanding of the true demon was limited to the brief description of the master, but she already knew how terrible the true demon was. The concept of true devil comes from an ancient legend of Ionia. Because the connection between the material realm and the spiritual realm is too close, some evil spirits condensed by human negative emotions often appear in the spiritual realm. These wandering evil spirits sometimes possess humans, and sometimes attach to certain dead objects in the spiritual realm. The evil spirits attached to dead objects will evolve into less threatening spirits that will actively attack humans after a long period of alienation in the spiritual realm. Evil spirits attached to living things will produce 2 results. One is that due to their own lack of will and strength, they are quickly affected by evil spirits and degenerate into evil souls transformed into pseudo-devils. The characteristics of evil spirits are derived from the spiritual realm to the material realm, turning people into evil spirit entities that eat human flesh and blood in a short period of time. Such evil spirit entities are called pseudo-devils. The evil spirits that infect humans at the Blossoming Spirit Festival and wreak havoc on people are pseudo-devils. The harm of pseudo-demons is greater than that of spirits, but far less than that of true demons. Another result is that the evil spirit lurks in the human body for a long time, slowly blending with the human body and consciousness, and constantly absorbing the negative energy belonging to humans in the parasitism of the soul. This process is called the demonization process. The length of the demonization process is related to the strength of the host being parasitized. The stronger the host's strength and spirit, the longer the latent demonization process, and the stronger the strength of the demonization into a true demon. After the demonization process reaches a certain level, through the dual mutations of the spiritual and material realms, the parasitized human will split into a broken demon soul at the soul level. Once the demon soul appears, it will directly suppress the original consciousness and control the body instead of the host's consciousness. It grows rapidly in constant killing. This process is called true demonization, until the host's original consciousness and soul are completely absorbed by the split demon soul. The brutal demon soul will become the only master of the body, and the host will be shattered. The perfect true demon not only inherits all the host's combat capabilities and combat consciousness, but also strengthens its own combat capabilities through demonic energy, keeps learning, and achieves immortality by absorbing blood and energy. It is a very terrible enemy. After estimating that she should not be the opponent of the true demon swordsman, Xiao was a little anxious. She didn't know why the two people who went to the spiritual realm had not returned after solving the abnormality of the blossoming spirit tree. If the demonized swordsman came to her side, she couldn't just take her man's body away, right? What if he couldn't return to his body? The screams from afar let the girl know that the magic garden had become the most dangerous place. Protect Master Ling Ju together. Maybe Master Ling Ju can deal with the true demon after he wakes up. Xiao turned her head to look at the place where the sound came from, and a group of warriors were rushing over. In the case of a considerable number of people escaping, there were still more than 20 warriors who spontaneously stood up to guard in front of Ling Ju, which surprised the girl. To be able to gather so many people's hearts, this master of spiritual perception is indeed quite capable. It is a duty to protect the balance. The devil is ahead. We cannot retreat. Yes. Just now, it was the master of spiritual perception who stopped the blooming spirit who was protecting us. Now it's our turn. Even though we lost, we still have honor. Live and die. For Presidium. For Ionia. Speaking the most simple language, the warriors held their weapons and resolutely rushed towards the swordsman who was walking slowly. The middle-aged warrior in the lead held a wooden three-pointed spear. After a step and charging, the spearhead was like a dragon king breaking out of the sea, stabbing from bottom to top with a sonic boom that tore through the air towards the swordsman's chest. Behind him, there were several other experts who were good at using long-range weapons to cover the warriors. The shuttle darts and strong bows and crossbows were aimed at both sides of the swordsman's body and began to bombard the swordsman's body. Seeing that the three-pointed spear was about to pierce through his body and kill the real demon, he heard a puff sound, and the warrior stared blankly at the long knife that had pierced his abdomen at some point. In a trance, he saw the broken spearhead circling in the air and falling. It turned out that the spearhead had been cut off long ago. You die. With a twist of his right arm, the long knife that had entered his body was instantly pulled out horizontally, and his stomach was directly cut open to the left. The internal organs and intestines that were chopped into mud by the demonic energy and the blade flowed out clattering, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Thinking that he had practiced hard for more than 20 years, but couldn't even last a round, the warrior couldn't help but feel a little sad. Looking at the left hand that had already reached his head, the warrior closed his eyes with regret and died. The next second, arrows and darts hit the swordsman's body, tearing his already torn clothes into strips. A few crossbows successfully stayed in the swordsman's body. The strong impact made the swordsman take 2 steps back and failed to successfully absorb the monk's blood. Let's not attack him yet. Just use long-range weapons to attack him. As if he had no idea of his situation, the swordsman pulled out the long-range weapons inserted into his chest and lower abdomen after the blood vibration, shaking off the blood stained on the blade, letting the arrows and darts fly towards him again. The magic patterns on his body squirmed, and the dark red magic rolled. The wound began to heal slowly. Facing the overwhelming attacks, the swordsman suddenly sheathed the sword, pressed his front body down slightly, and the devil cried with his right hand on the hilt. The tiger's mouth lightly touched the sword guard, and the overflowing magic began to shrink. It was just a posture, but the warriors more than 20 meters away felt a little numb on their scalps, and a fatal pressure came over them. Soon, an experienced old man recognized the move that the swordsman was about to use. Get away from him. This is the famous skill of the lost, killing sword style, sword slash. Retreat quickly. Hearing this, everyone used their luck to force themselves out of the shackles of pressure and retreated without hesitation. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, the true demon swordsman took a half step with his right foot. The bright sky of the magic garden dimmed instantly, and the plants wailed in the wind pressure. The world was silent for a moment. The next second, the long sword was unsheathed, and the red blade light condensed from the dark magic energy came out of the blade with rolling magic energy. The 5-meter long shimmering magic energy rolled over, captivating people, including the long-range weapons in the sky. Everything that was affected along the way was like fragile grass and was crushed into pieces by the violent sword energy. The sword energy flew relentlessly in the direction of everyone's retreat. Several warriors who reacted a little slower could not avoid it and were directly caught in the sword light that swept through with screams, just like throwing the whole person into a meat grinder. The warrior's body was not split into two, but was ground into a blood mist in the sky. If you look closely, each small piece of magic energy that constitutes the sword light is a sharp blade like a bone scraper. It was not until the magic energy dissipated that the sword light swept the swallowed blood essence back into the swordsman's body. The surviving warriors looked at their companions who died without a burial place with lingering fear, and a look of fear appeared on their faces, and they no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if someone could see that the true demon swordsman was in a semi-weak state after the outbreak, he did not dare to take the opportunity to counterattack, but silently retreated 2 steps again. In the dead silence, the swordsman who had been frozen in place for a few seconds suddenly took a step, drooping his right hand holding the knife, and slowly approached the crowd. The psychological defenses of the crowd completely collapsed. It was more like a massacre than a battle. Where is Karma? Where is he at this time? Only he can get rid of the true demon, right? He must still be in the palace of eternal life. If we stay here, we will only become blood food for the true demon, making the true demon even stronger. Otherwise, we can't all die here. Run. No one knew who said the cowardly words, and in fact no one refuted it, but some people still remembered why they stayed here. But Master Lingju, how can he? He is so powerful, there must be a way. What if he never comes back? We can't just stay here forever. The absolute power suppression made most of the warriors and warriors present lose their courage. As the first person turned around and fled, the remaining warriors also gritted their teeth and joined the ranks of the fugitives. In the end, only 4 people still chose to stay. Master Lingju has done me a favor. I can't just leave like this. The worst that can happen is that I give my life back. Xiaoyu, who had been silent all this time, recognized that the person who spoke was a middle-aged female fighter who was good at physical skills and was saved by Lingju in the previous battle. Since I promised Lingju to protect him when he goes to the spiritual realm, I must keep my promise. I can't betray my promise at such an old age. The young man can leave, but I, an old man, can't. I have lived a lifetime, and I can't lose the spirit of a warrior. The other old man who spoke stretched his body, glanced at the other 2 young men, and looked at Xiaoyu, who seemed to be an outsider, and smiled kindly. Girl, I know you stay here to protect this young man, and you are also devoted to him. This last level is left to you. I don't know whether Lingju and this handsome man can survive, but my old bones can still hold on for a while. Seeing Xiaoyu nodded, the old man looked at the female fighter. Sister, I'll go first. If I die, you can take over. We are old, so we should give the young people more opportunities first. What do you think? The woman nodded and agreed with the old man's words. The other 2 young men also had respect and admiration for the 2 elders who volunteered to sacrifice themselves. Perhaps this is the master style that every warrior pursues. Nodding, the old man went to the true demon swordsman Duolang who was 10 meters away alone. He calmly hit Duolang's naked chest with a right kick, a powerful left jab, and then a backwards dodge. As if frightened by the old man's attack, the swordsman stopped and tilted his head in confusion. Seeing that he was not taken seriously by the young man, the proud old man was furious and raised his right leg that was ready to go. After being hit by the old man with a whip kick several times under his crotch, the true demon swordsman raised his right arm expressionlessly, like an executioner about to execute someone. The old man stood with his head held high, glaring at the evil demon in front of him, with no fear in his eyes. Young man, if you think I'm afraid. A perfect horizontal cut made the old man's head fly into the air. Although he lost his head, the old man's body still blocked the front of the true demon swordsman, standing steadily, like an immortal monument. The swordsman just raised his left hand, and a flying knife came towards him, and bit into his chest. It's my turn. The female fighter who threw the flying knife rushed directly to the other side. After finding that the true demon swordsman did not catch up, she turned closer and threw another flying knife at the swordsman's head, hitting him right in the middle of his eyebrows. This time, the true demon swordsman's attention was completely attracted by the female fighter. The female fighter turned around and fled without hesitation. As soon as she took a step, the true demon swordsman swung her arm and threw the weapon in her hand. Under the blessing of the demonic energy, it spun rapidly, and the long knife like a knife disc split the female fighter's body, and then circled and flew back to the swordsman's hand. Witnessing the scene, where the female fighter was killed instantly by the true demon swordsman, the white-clothed warrior who had been lingering at the border side, and finally took a last look at the female warrior, who was willing to guard in front of another man, sighed softly, gave up the meaningless persuasion, and turned away silently. You could have left, but you were willing to stay for him. What am I without any position? It's meaningless to try to stop him. Following the old man, the rest of the people became the souls of the true demon swordsman's sword. Even the blood and ki became the nutrients to nourish the body. The momentum of the true demon swordsman became stronger and stronger. Under the absolute suppression of strength, the so-called delaying time became a joke. Staring at the true demon swordsman Duolong, who was absorbing the blood and ki not far away, considering the apprentice that the master had just accepted, the girl made up her mind. Master, Xiao may not be able to continue to bear the responsibility of carrying forward the mist hidden flow, but with the talent of the junior sister, she is definitely better than me and more suitable to inherit the sect. At worst, there are junior brothers who can take care of you, Master. You said that in a person's life, only deep affection and loyalty cannot be let down. Master is willing to dedicate his life to the master's ancestor Yinlong, live in seclusion in the mountains to create a sect, and Xiao is also willing to guard here for the love of his life, and never leave. Now, it is time for Xiao to fulfill her promise. Looking back at the man she had identified, the man still had his eyes closed, maintaining a state of meditation, with no sign of waking up. Xiao clenched the flying sickle in her hand, took a last lingering look, turned back firmly, and faced the true demon swordsman with surging demonic energy. Before the sun rises, she is his last shield. List, if there is another life, will you still catch the clumsy me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Bloody Frozen. Time goes back to 2 minutes ago. In the spiritual realm. Spiritual sense, what on earth is going on? The violent spirits in the spiritual realm were barely exorcised by the two. Lester anxiously sensed his body, but found that there was an extra layer of blue membrane on the outside of his body. This thin membrane had a strong sense of rejection of his soul. I don't know. Lingju's soul was swaying. He had been freely shuttling between the spiritual and material realms for many years, but he had never encountered such a situation where he could not return to the body. The soul away from the body for a long time will damage the foundation of the soul. For normal souls, the spiritual realm is not a place to stay for a long time, not to mention that they have just experienced a war and are seriously exhausted. It seems that there is a barrier that can isolate the physical and spiritual souls that blocks our connection with the physical body. I will try to break it with the soul blade. Convinced that Lingju, who has sufficient experience in the spiritual realm, knows nothing, Lester can't help but recall the meaningful and cruel words that Morteng said before he disappeared. If it was really Nocturne who did something to prevent himself and his spirit from returning to his body, leaving his body under the threat of the real devil, then that would make sense. From this point of view, the so-called real devil may have a special relationship with demons like Nocturne that is unknown to the public. It seems that I still underestimated the demons of Runeland. Evelyn, can you break the soul-body barrier? Hearing this, the mushroom stick trembled slightly. Master, I can try to return to the shadow realm of your body first, and then go from the shadow realm to the material realm to try. If it is really Nocturne who did something, I swallowed its demon core, and should be able to unlock its seal. When Evelyn left the spiritual realm, Lester frowned. He found that he was still too reckless. This was an arrogance that should not have been caused by the excessive expansion of power. If he did not know how to reflect, sooner or later, he would pay a heavy price for his arrogance. Because Lester and Evelyn had always communicated directly with their minds, Lingju only saw the strange weapon in Lester's hand suddenly turned into a puddle of mud like shadows flowing into the color mass of the flesh, and didn't know what happened specifically, but he didn't expect someone who came to the spiritual realm for the first time to solve the problem. After all, it was the first time he saw such a strange looking Horcrux. Obviously, now was not the time to think about these problems. The important thing was to return to the body as soon as possible. If the real demon destroyed his body directly, even he would only become a ghost and a monster wandering in the spiritual realm. My soul blade can deconstruct the soul body barrier, but it just takes some time. I hope the warriors guarding outside can hold on. A moment. Before he finished speaking, in the sight of Lingju and Lester, the dozens of color masses belonging to human warriors that originally guarded and surrounded his flesh quickly dispersed. From the final result, there were only 5 people left around the 2 people's flesh. The others all ran away. Lingju closed his mouth. If our bodies are destroyed, we will die. Lester's overly calm voice made Lingju's soul tremble. Yes, if we stay in the spiritual realm for a long time, either the soul will dissipate and become an unconscious evil spirit or a spirit, or we can only be taken away by the messenger of the Mother of Masks. I have never seen a third result other than this. No one spoke again. Lingju tried to use the soul blade to deconstruct the soul barrier built by Mordekaiser. Lester, who was waiting for Evelyn's news, floated to the bright color ball that had been standing in front of him. He knew that this was Xiaoyu who had been protecting his body. From beginning to end, she had never left even a step. Reaching out his hand and gently hugging the color ball, Lester actually felt a kind of heart-to-heart warmth at the overlap of his soul and the girl's color ball. This was the satisfaction that the soul had never felt in the cold spiritual realm. Xiaoyu, go when it's time to go. I don't need anyone to pay for my mistakes. Live on. We will definitely meet again one day. Xiaoyu certainly couldn't hear the whispers from the spiritual realm, nor did she know that the soul of the man she was protecting was hugging herself in her spiritual realm. She just stubbornly and firmly made her own choice and fulfilled her promise. There were fewer and fewer light clusters around her. The spiritual color clusters symbolizing life were extinguished one after another, and the dark red fluctuations were flickering not far away. The thick light clusters symbolizing the true devil were still slowly approaching. After the color clusters and light spots of other people were extinguished, the color cluster embraced by Lester began to move, slowly approaching the color cluster of the true devil, and suddenly accelerated. Lester's soul stared blankly at the scorching fire. The color cluster belonging to Xiaoyu and the color cluster belonging to the true devil were entangled together, and the light spots of light and dark began to flicker. Time seemed to become long at this moment, until a certain moment, the light cluster belonging to the true devil burst out with a powerful energy impact. Even in the spiritual realm, Lester could feel the violent fluctuations from the material realm. After returning to calm, the other color group finally became dim, gradually losing its color, and only a light blue stream of light like soul quicksand rose faintly from the extinguished color group, and flew towards the direction of the blooming spirit tree, like a brilliant galaxy falling into the world. In a trance, Lester saw the girl's reluctant luck back, accompanied by a few impatient low wolf moos. The girl turned around reluctantly, and finally dissipated in the illusory haze, and disappeared. The last trace of color belonging to the girl was also ruthlessly stripped away. In the spiritual realm, except for the blooming spirit tree that exuded surging spiritual energy, Lester could no longer see new colors. At this moment, there was only blood in his eyes, which was the color of the expanding true demon. Master, I have eliminated the soul barrier of emoting. Got it, help Lingju deal with it too. Responding faintly in his heart, Lester's soul returned to his body in the shocked eyes of Lingju. Sensing the unprecedented terror from Lester, Evelyn dared not say anything more. She quickly came to Lingju's body and quietly absorbed the seal of emoting. Lingju felt that the soul blade that was attacking the soul body diaphragm suddenly became much easier. Only then did he realize that it was Lester who had gone out in advance who helped him. Thinking of the soul that had just dissipated, Ling Ju sighed. Alas, it's still a step too late. Before he opened his eyes, a strong smell of blood came to his face. Looking up, the blue bird above his head had disappeared. Blood and meat turned the already devastated magic garden into a squalid courtyard. Broken limbs and shriveled corpses were everywhere. The lower half of Xiao's body was lying quietly on the ground at this moment. The body was cut in half from the waist and abdomen. The upper half was being hung in the air by the throat of the true demon swordsman, as if the swordsman was about to absorb the abundant blood of the female warrior. Standing up, Lester, who had nothing to say to his mortal enemy, had his hair turn silver white in an instant, and an amplifying rune array emerged from under his feet. With ice crystals flying all over the sky, a powerful spiral cold wave erupted from his body, and the man raised his right hand. Dozens of sharp sword-shaped ice blades were constructed from the cold wave behind him, and the sword tips pointed directly at the true demon swordsman. At the moment, when his right hand was swung forward, it turned into a continuous stream of azurite and shot towards his target. Vaguely remembering the unusual relationship between the man and the woman, the true demon swordsman instinctively put the corpse in front of him, but seeing that the ice sword had no intention of stopping, he changed his strategy and used the magic energy to guide the blood of the corpse to be quickly absorbed into the body to further strengthen himself. He casually threw away the defeated general who had become a mummy. The swordsman held the sword in both hands and stood in front of him. A dim red gas shield emerged out of thin air. The continuous sword-shaped ice blades hit the gas shield and made a crisp cracking sound. The gas shield cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scattered ice element did not dissipate, but formed fine ice crystals in the air, interweaving and covering the outer layer of the gas shield, freezing the swordsman's body through the gas shield, making the body stiff until it became a human-shaped icicle. Seeing the endless flying ice swords, even the true demon swordsman who acted only on instinct also sensed something was wrong. His air shield suddenly exploded to disperse the fine ice crystals that affected his movements. With tiny evasive movements and the sharp blade in his hand that could block the ice swords, he quickly approached Lester, trying to drag his enemy into close combat. As the true demon swordsman got closer and closer, Lester changed the rune array, and the cold wave form that continuously formed the ice sword changed instantly. It began to spread ice mist around with itself as the origin, forming a unique ice field. The flowers and plants under his feet were completely frozen, the temperature in the air dropped sharply, and the fine ice mist kept floating and moving. In the ice field, Lester's ice attribute magic can not only be further strengthened, but also has special blessings for the body. On the contrary, enemies with low affinity and resistance to ice element will be restricted everywhere in the ice field. Not only will the icy road surface affect their movements, but the ice mist in the air will also slowly freeze the body, making it unable to move. After changing the magic circle, Lester picked up a long sword on the ground and began to mobilize the rune power hidden in his body. He first added a rune shield to his body surface and then added rune attributes to the long sword in his hand. When he finished all this, the swordsman who used magic energy to protect his body and resist the invasion of ice element had come to him. At the moment of the collision of the weapons, Lester's rune longsword had a crack. In order to avoid the end of the knife cracking and the person dying, Lester had to avoid the swordsman's open and close swordsman's momentum and try to avoid the situation where the blades touched. He knew that he might be at a disadvantage in close combat, but he did not expect that the weapon in the opponent's hand was actually of top quality. The real magic swordsman who had gained an advantage in weapon strengthened his offensive. The powerful magic energy spread from the blade, breaking the rune shield and causing damage to Lester's body. Fortunately, Elena replenished her vitality immediately, dispelled the magic energy attached to the wound, and healed the wound, so this level of attack could not cause obvious damage to Lester. However, Lester, who was already at an absolute disadvantage in sword skills, could only be in a passive defensive state because of the failure of his weapon. He was suppressed by the swordsman. If it were not for the ice field that was restraining the magic energy of the true demon swordsman, Lester himself was sure that he would not be able to survive a few rounds under such an attack intensity and would be killed on the spot. Such a terrible enemy is probably only Miss Hao and Hina who can absolutely suppress it with their divine power and artifacts, and he must immediately come up with a new way to deal with the enemy. The spiritual sense that returned to the material realm from the spiritual realm looked at the battle in front of him and knew that the main reason for the failure of the battle was the weapon. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, his soul blade that needed to recognize the master could not be handed over to others at will. At this moment, how could there be a good weapon to resist the demonized divine weapon in the hands of the true demon swordsman? Thinking back to the many warriors who participated in the Spirit Blossom Festival, there were only a few warriors who truly possessed weapons that could be called divine. Not to mention, whether those warriors had died in battle. Even if they had, it would be difficult to find them in such a large magic garden. Convinced that he would not be a match for the true magic swordsman, Ling Chu no longer sat there and waited for death. He prepared to use his physical body to directly enter the spiritual realm and travel a dangerous long distance to the Palace of Eternal Life to seek Karma's help. Lester, who had been focusing on the battle, did not notice that Ling Ju, who had returned to his physical body, had quietly left. Seeing that the long sword in his hand could no longer continue to fight, he retreated, but was stuck to the swordsman. Finally, with a crisp sound of metal, the long sword broke along the crack. He threw away the broken sword and pulled out a magic steel dagger less than 20 centimeters long. Lester narrowly caught the fatal horizontal one character cut, and the tiger's mouth was directly cracked by the powerful recoil force, and blood dripped from his wrist. Long weapons beat short weapons. When both sides have equal strength, long weapons have a natural advantage, not to mention that the swordsman is a strong man with superb swordsmanship. Kill. 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 Smelling the bloody smell full of vitality and attraction, the swordsman's true demon will became more excited. He was extremely sure that, if he could devour the flesh and blood of the person in front of him, he could grow into a complete form and completely suppress and absorb the main soul. Facing the terrifying killing intention of the demonized swordsman, Lester did not hesitate to detonate the ice mist that had condensed for a long time around him, turning the swordsman's body into a human-shaped ice block and freezing it in place. Taking advantage of the time to catch his breath, Lester took out several soul pyroxenes and began to construct a unique spell belonging to Icathia. It was not the unknown strengthening magic recorded on the human skin scroll, but the black magic created by the Icathia destruction mage to resurrect the dead and the undead. Different from the mainstream rune magic in the wizard world, and also different from the arcane magic that relied on personal magic talent and did not require much formation to build a spell. The destruction magic created by the black magician of Icathia was based on the human soul and life energy. It could build flesh puppets and undead skeletons with battle memories by attaching various powerful souls to flesh and bones. Apart from the soul pyroxene that he fed to Evelyn, which had no combat value, he still had a lot of prisoner souls with powerful combat experience, which were perfect for relieving the pressure of the battle. If he wanted to cast more powerful forbidden magic, he needed enough time. Chapter 312 Forbidden Magic. The sky brightened, the dawn broke through the sky, illuminated the earth, and untied the dark and painful scars. The flow of element in the magic garden gradually lost control and fell into a violent state, as if the will of nature did not want to witness the birth of evil magic. The magic element of the four attributes began to blend together actively, increasing the difficulty of Lester's spell casting. However, this was not a problem for Lester, who was good at purifying element and had a natural affinity. Under the obscure Icathian spell, the dark sea emitted a dim black halo. The flesh, bones and limbs scattered on the ground within a radius of 10 miles vibrated at the same time, emitting a magical resonance. When Lester threw the soul pyroxene in his hand at the trembling flesh, the soul pyroxene floating in the air became the energy core, spontaneously attracting the resonating flesh and bones to fly into the air and begin to aggregate and reshape. Because the soul consciousness imprisoned by the soul pyroxene belongs to humans, the completed form of the reshape is also roughly human, but it is completely a hideous appearance of a giant flesh monster, without skin and facial features. The 8-meter high flesh puppet only has the soul pyroxene as a core, emitting a faint blue light in the skull eye frame. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as the soul energy is not completely consumed, the flesh puppet can be resurrected again and continue to fight. When the fourth soul pyroxene-shaped giant warrior stood up from the ground, the true demon swordsman had broken free from the short-term confinement and took the initiative to withdraw from the ice field consuming magic energy to alleviate the invasion of the ice element into the body. Ignoring the true demon swordsman's behavior, Lester, who was ready to make the final decision, first grabbed hundreds of Onalassian weapons with his magician's hand, and then used the material transformation technique to recast the weapons scattered on the ground, roughly making 4 iron giant swords, and deliberately attached temporary harmony magic with a frost property to the giant swords. Under Lester's order, the 4 enslaved flesh and blood puppets picked up the giant swords on the ground unwillingly and charged at the true demon swordsman who was recovering from his injuries in the pain of their souls. The past combat experience made the 4 giant beasts turn into heavy tanks, swinging the giant swords in their hands at the swordsman. In order to assist the 4 puppets in the battle, Lester once again changed the ice field into a more aggressive ice sword array and protected himself in the mutated ice wall within the array. In this way, I will have enough time to perform forbidden magic. Unlike the material realm, that follows the laws of physics, the spiritual realm has its own unique way of energy flow, similar to the portal in Bandle City. As long as you find the corresponding teleportable anchor point in the general direction, you can directly teleport yourself through the energy light belt in the spiritual realm. The teleportation process does not require much effort, but the appropriate teleportation point is not easy to find, and most of the time you can only rely on luck. After several twists and turns, the spiritual perception that has been teleported 8 times successfully found the Shuanglang Mountain located in the south of the Magic Garden, and came to the Shuanglang Mountain in the spiritual realm. There is no conspicuous protection in the material realm of the Temple of Eternal Life, but in the spiritual realm, there is a shield shining with golden light to defend against foreign enemies in the spiritual realm. Any evil spirits and monsters that touch the shield will be instantly destroyed. As the most sacred heritage place in Ionia, the Temple of Eternal Life has its own heritage. Safety is also one of the reasons why the Temple of Eternal Life is suitable for meditation and practice. When he came out of the shield, Lingju knew that even he couldn't get any closer, so he found a suitable position to exit the spiritual realm. He walked a few steps to the outside of the temple door, took a deep breath, and knocked on the ring-holding dragon head outside the temple door. The golden dragon-shaped auxiliary head made a heavy sound, which echoed in Shuanglang Mountain. After a few breaths, the temple door slowly opened. The monk, LV, of Shuaju Temple looked at the somewhat embarrassed heir of Ikashu, inheritor of the arcane soul blade, Lingju, and put his hands together and bowed slightly. Master Lingju, I wonder if the disaster in the Magic Garden has been quelled? Feeling the peace in the Temple of Eternal Life, Lingju's heart suddenly became full of anger. He was an outsider from Shangzhen, busying himself for Presidium, and almost died in the spiritual realm. What are these masters of Presidium doing? The Magic Garden and Presidium have become a sea of blood and corpses, and countless lives have died in agony, while the Guardians of Ionia have closed their doors tightly, and the elders and masters are leisurely ringing bells and chanting scriptures. An Arxen who came from afar is risking his life to fight the real demon, while the Ionians who should really contribute are not in a hurry to live a good life of fasting and practicing. Ping's heart is full of resentment, and even the good-tempered Lingju's attitude at this moment is a little impolite. No, after the demon that caused the disaster was exorcised, a real demon appeared in the Magic Garden. Now we need Karma's help to exorcise the real demon and suppress the evil. We don't have time anymore. Please take me to see Master Karma. Real demon? The calm face froze slightly. Lu knew the horror of the real demon. If the evil spirits and monsters that ran out of the spiritual realm in the blooming spirit were just small troubles, then the real demons were definitely big troubles. Every real demon was definitely not immortal in his life, and after being demonized, he would become an increasingly powerful immortal in battle. Recalling Karma's prophecy and visions in the Hall of Samsara, Lu finally understood the true meaning of the Sea of Blood. It turned out that the Sea of Blood was not brought by the demon that shuttled through dreams. Even Karma did not expect this. In this case, Karma's help is needed no matter what. I understand, Master Lingju. Please follow me. After passing by a few monks sweeping the floor, the two came to the outside of the main hall. Lu slowly opened the door and walked in with Lingju. The incense of the burnt samsara wood floated in the hall. In front of the golden twin dragon statue, an old man with twin dragon heads and dark green silk robes sat cross-legged on a cushion, seemingly meditating. Ling Ju frowned. The Samsara wood, which was very precious in the outside world and represented beautiful emotions, was just a handful of burnt incense ashes in the Hall of Eternal Life. To be honest, he didn't like this place that was distant from ordinary Ionians. Karma, a real demon has appeared in the magic garden. This is the news brought by Master Ling Ju. Lu's whisper made the old man with white hair and beard open his eyes. Karma stood up from the mat and greeted the two people who were coming. Before Karma started to speak, Ling Ju spoke first. Karma, my friend Lister is fighting the real demon alone, but he is not strong enough. Please personally exorcise the evil demon. Ling Ju, don't worry, do you know who is possessed by the demon? Lu asked on the side. It is the founder of the Killing Sword School who has been missing for a long time, the only inheritor and apprentice of Master Kalazhuo, Doran Castro. He also participated in the Blossoming Spirit Festival this time. It seems that he thinks his missing master is dead and wants to call his master back at the Blossoming Spirit Festival. It turned out to be that little guy. After so many years, he still can't get out. It's fate. In the suspicious eyes of Ling Ju and Lu, Xiu, who knew the truth about the murder of the master, sighed lightly and didn't say much about the murder of the master. The sword of killing has become a demon, and all living things have been destroyed. If the real demon is him, even Karma will have nothing to say. Nodding to Lu, Xiu pressed his dry right hand on Ling Ju's right shoulder, and the power of the two dragons began to boil and surge. Is that kid Duerlang still in the magic garden now? Before Ling Ju could reply, a violent spiritual power filled his body, giving him the illusion that he could fly into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he moved from the hall to the door of the Shuanglang Mountain Hall. In fact, he was no longer touching the ground, which was no different from flying. Compared to shuttling through the spiritual realm, this way of traveling can be faster. I hope that little guy named Lister can hold on for a while. Hearing the voice that could not be covered by the strong wind, Ling Ju breathed a sigh of relief. If it was Karma, even a complete real demon would definitely not be his opponent. Roar. In the unwilling roar, the frost giant sword that fell from the sky was cut in half, and the right arm of the flesh puppet fell to the ground together. At this time, two puppets had their soul cores completely destroyed, and one puppet was recondensing flesh and blood to revive its immortal body. Because the flesh and blood had been contaminated by black magic and rune power, the true demon swordsman could not absorb the blood and ki of the flesh and blood puppet to restore his own strength. In addition, most of the pure flesh and blood became the material for Lester to make undead puppets, so the swordsman could not get any supplements in the battle. The true demon swordsman who blocked the puppet's attack was not feeling well either. Under the attack of the flying ice sword, his chest was completely pierced. The violent ice element permeated all over his body, making the swordsman's movements even slower. Without giving the true demon swordsman a chance to breathe, the puppet with only the left arm left, swung his left arm, and pressed the true demon swordsman with the center of gravity of his body, clenching his left fist and punching hard. Boom. A big hole was smashed into the ground. The flesh puppet continued to raise its left hand to attack, but found that its target was not in the hole at all. The experienced soul controlled the puppet's body to retreat while restoring its broken right arm, but a knife flashed after it and cut off the puppet's right calf, causing the puppet to lose balance and fall heavily to the ground. Scum. After a long period of fusion with the host, the demonized soul that had obtained most of the host's memory was already a little angry and irritable. It cut the puppet in front of it into several pieces with a few knives, and then controlled its body to rush towards Lester hiding in the ice wall, making a gesture of drawing a sword. Die. Before launching an attack, another puppet that had just been resurrected and reunited raised its giant sword and chopped it from behind the swordsman, forcing the swordsman to turn around and draw his long sword at the enemy behind him. The blade energy composed of demonic energy directly chopped the puppet into pieces. The energy in the soul core was completely exhausted. The third puppet died completely, but the swordsman was not happy. Feeling the uneasy breath, the patience of the true demon swordsman also reached its limit. The demon hand composed of demonic energy suddenly expanded and raised forward, and the long sword in his hand, which was only about 1.5 meters long, also enlarged in proportion, becoming a 10-meter long demonic light blade. The dark red blade pointed directly at Lester in the ice wall. He wanted to completely end the enemy in front of him, and devour the enemy's flesh and blood. No longer paying attention to the flesh and blood puppets attacking from behind, the true demon swordsman's left hand also attached the handle of the sword and slashed it with a knife. The more than 10-meter long blade light split all obstacles along the way. Amid the weeping of the blooming spirit tree, it broke through the ice sword formation and fell on Lester's protective ice wall. The blade light dissipated, and the ice wall turned into a piece of ice crystal and disappeared in the violent airflow. The first blade light barely broke the shield, but before the swordsman could cut the second blade, the flesh puppet's attack landed on the swordsman's back. The giant sword fell directly from the right shoulder, cutting a huge crack in half of the swordsman's body. Blood flowed from the wound and turned into crimson ice crystals before it hit the ground. As a last resort, the second blade still fell on the flesh puppet. After completely killing the last flesh puppet, the true demon swordsman's scarlet eyes looked at Lester, who was unprepared, and the last blade fell directly. Looking up at the blade light that was enough to kill him, time seemed to slow down a lot. Lester lowered his eyes, trying to find the remaining lower half of the girl's body, but he still found nothing. He saw the flesh puppet that was twisted into a blood mist by the blade light from the corner of his eye. The man suddenly realized that until the last moment, the girl was also protecting him with her life. The man gently clenched his right hand, but the girl's vanished face emerged in his mind. He could no longer see her smile, and all the past only existed in his memories. After this battle, he even destroyed her body completely. Recalling the promise of eternal separation, the man narrowed his eyes, and his weakness faded for a moment, making his vision clearer. He did not have any expectations for life or death. He just did the limit he could do when he was sure. Xiao, if I fail, please walk slower. I will accompany you. When his right hand loosened again, a silver ice mist emerged from behind him, brushing across the earth melodiously, and flew straight to the true demon swordsman. As the ice mist flew past, everything along the way turned into eternal ice sculptures, and all sounds were silent, and life was cut off. The tall blooming spirit tree, the sea of flowers that had long been destroyed, the broken puppet limbs, the ferocious looking swordsman, were all condensed into ice sculptures by the beautiful ice mist, and the sword light composed of the magic energy was also domineeringly transformed into ice crystals all over the sky by the ice mist, becoming part of the ice mist enhancement. The reason why it was regarded as a taboo by Lester was that the self-created black magic that combined the dark seal, the amplification array and the rune alien body triple enhancement already had the characteristics of infinite growth, freezing the soul, and sealing energy. Before this, Lester had only done some simple tests, and it didn't even have a clear name. The silver ice mist can autonomously devour the four element and transform them into energy to strengthen itself. In theory, as long as Lester's magic power and mental power have not been exhausted, the ice mist will continue to expand and strengthen without any restraint, and it is not impossible to freeze the whole world in the end. The powerful ice mist can freeze and disperse the sword energy. Lester didn't feel too surprised. In just a few breaths, the entire magic garden had turned into ice and snow. Under Lester's control, the ice mist finally dissipated and returned to a harmless form. On the dead sea of ice, Lester slowly walked to the side of the swordsman, silently glanced at the swordsman, stretched out his right hand towards the swordsman's head, and took out an uncharged soul pyroxene with his left hand. I won, but you can't just die like this. I have a recommendation today. Maybe it can increase the collection. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend the ticket, and please comment. Chapter 313 The Secret of the Underworld. You have captured too many souls, living one. You have rebelled against the kindness of the Mask Mother, and committed a sin that will lead to the death. Just as he was about to use the soul-stealing spell to separate the swordsman's soul from his dead body, the sudden mooing of a wolf and the ethereal whispering made the man pause. He felt threatened. He didn't know when. Two uninvited guests wearing glowing masks appeared on his right. One was an Ares with a short bow, drawing an arrow at him, and the other was a black wolf floating in the air, grinning at him. Looking at the two unknown creatures in front of him, Lester knew that the wolf and the sheep were old acquaintances in the game. He liked Kindred very much, but he was sure that he would not give Kindred any face now, not to mention that the other party threatened him right away. Without sufficient price and reason, he would never let go of the swordsman's soul, even Kindred. When he was killing people, you didn't come. You let him kill people, and the blood flowed like a river. Just like karma, you didn't care and didn't ask. Pointing to the mess in the ice wall under his feet, Lester's mouth had a dangerous arc. Now he is about to die completely, and he has to pay the price for his mistakes. You came. Is it because so many people died that the ghosts in the underworld can't handle it? Human, if you think you can threaten. Before the wolf finished speaking, he was frightened by the man's sudden indifferent eyes. The sense of threat that he had only experienced from the evil owl made the fearless wolf feel suffocated. Looking at the dead world in the material realm, the wolf found that his confidence seemed to be a little insufficient. The forbidden magic that can freeze a soul should also freeze him. Although he is the creation of the Mother of Masks and can freely guide souls to the underworld in the underworld, he is not an immortal being. Seeing the wolf tuck his tail between his legs, Lester looked at the hesitant sheep again and softened his voice. If there is nothing else, can't you leave? I don't want to be your enemy. I even like you very much. But please don't try to challenge my patience when I'm in a bad mood. She was a little surprised and a little understanding that the human she had never met knew her and the original name of the wolf, but she couldn't just watch the soul that the Mask Mother cared about die in the hands of a man. What's more, she had promised Duerlang's master to take Duerlang back. The withered blooming spirit flower that bloomed again could not communicate with the world of souls and demons because Duerlang was possessed by the devil. At least she could guide the two to meet for the last time before reincarnation. Forced fighting may not necessarily defeat the opponent, so how to convince the human in front of her to let go of the soul she had obtained? Recalling the soul of a young girl who had just been sent away, Yang tried. We just said goodbye to a young soul. She said her name was Xiaoyu. To Yang's surprise, the man in front of her was still indifferent and unmoved. Don't you want to know what Xiaoyu said before returning to the embrace of the Mother of Masks? She told me about you. Listen, little lamb. Pointing to his head, Lester said coldly, everything she said to me is here, and I will remember it for the rest of my life. But I have lost her, and you still want to use her to make a deal with me. It seems that, if you give her too much face, even a few humble servants of the underworld will be arrogant. The servants of the Mother of Masks are not only Kanju. I don't think the Mother of Masks will care too much if Kanju dies here. I have given you the opportunity. If you want to do it, don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to do it, don't stand here and get in the way. Get out of my way as far as you can. Seeing that he had aroused the hostility of humans, the sheep and the wolf looked at each other, but found that the ferocious wolf was a little timid at this time. The sheep could only put down the short bow that had been bluffing for a long time and sighed. How can you let go of Duerlang's soul? Hearing this, Lester withdrew his right hand from Duerlang's head and said coldly, let Xiaoyu and Ogmund's souls come back, and I will find a way to reshape their bodies, unite their souls and bodies, and directly revive them. Impossible. Yang shook his head. Souls that return to the embrace of the Mask Mother will be reborn in paradise, and all memories will be erased. Even we can't ask for souls from the Mask Mother, which goes against the original intention of the Mask Mother to create us. Do you have any other requests? With a sneer, Lester was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yangling anymore, and was ready to directly extract the swordsman's soul and deposit it in the soul pyroxene. If he could use the swordsman's soul to create a meat puppet that can perform swordsmanship, then he could directly learn the swordsman's swordsmanship from the meat puppet and permanently seal the swordsman's soul in the puppet's body, which would relieve his hatred. He wanted to squeeze out all the value of the swordsman and torture him forever. Seeing that the negotiation failed, the wolf spirit began to bar his teeth after changing his form, but the sheep spirit waved his hand. In the stunned eyes of the wolf, the sheep threw away the short bow and hugged the man's waist from behind. The wolf was neither advancing nor retreating, and was stupidly standing there, turning into a husky on the spot. Being pressed by the cool and soft body, Lester was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at the sheep hugging him with a serious face. He could never have imagined that the pure sheep spirit in his impression would actually sell out his body. This seemed to have a sense of character collapse, or perhaps this was an unknown conspiracy. According to the background story, the origin of the sheep seemed to be very mysterious. Whether it was to the mother of masks or the wolf, the sheep had his own secrets. But the sheep spirit spoke to himself. Lester, I know you are sad, but your request is not very realistic. Wolf, please leave for a while and help protect the peace. I will have a good talk with Lester in person. The wolf finally came to his senses, and his tail was raised high in anger, straight to the sky, with an unbelievable look on his face. But, sheep, you. Be obedient, leave this to me. Hearing the unquestionable meaning in the sheep's tone, the wolf dropped his tail in disappointment, hid behind the frozen trunk of the blooming spirit tree, and began to imagine how the sheep would persuade the human. The more he thought about it, the more disappointed the wolf became, but the disappointment seemed to be mixed with a kind of excitement that he had never had before. The big tail fell and stood up and fell, restless. After sending the wolf spirit away, the sheep spirit whispered, after touching your heart, I can feel your kindness towards us, Lester, including your soul, that does not belong to this world. I can see it clearly. With just one sentence, Lester's murderous intent rushed towards Yangling. Lester broke free from Yangling's arms, fully activated the power of runes, and pinched Yangling's neck with one hand, lifting the short Yangling up. My lovely little sheep, you are really not afraid of death. You dare to say anything. The coldness that freezes the soul began to spread from the palm of his hand, and the rune array quickly took shape. Although he pinched Yangling's neck, Lester could still hear Yangling's voice. From beginning to end, the docile Yangling did not struggle at all, allowing him to hang in the air and cover his body with ice crystals. You are a very special person. Although you come from another world, I can feel that you are kind to most things in Runeland, and you know a lot of things that you shouldn't know. There is no doubt that you are a prophet from another world. Your appearance must have a special meaning. This is a mystery that even the mother of masks does not understand. You are different from mortals, so you deserve us to talk with an equal attitude. We should be friends, not enemies. He re-examined the sheep spirit, and the terrible chill of choosing people to devour dissipated. Lester's free hand moved. With a sound of ugh, the sheep spirit's breathing became rapid, and the soul seemed to be washed by the spiritual tide of the mother of masks, and the consciousness became a little trance. Little sheep, do you still think I'm a kind person now? I'm a demon who has killed countless people, likes to play with human nature, and obeys his own desires. You see, I won't even let your body go. The man's movements did not stop, and the voice of the sheep spirit was intermittently transmitted into the man's mind. Well, yes, although you tried your best to prove that you are a bad guy, your heart is still full of sadness. This is an emotion that your soul cannot hide. Your heart is crying. I can hear your crying. You must be very lonely in this strange world. The gentle voice of the sheep spirit made the man stop what he was doing. Lester put down the lamb in his hand silently and looked around the magic garden that was completely changed, but he didn't see a familiar face. He was powerful. He defeated the true magic swordsman Doran and the nightmare demon Teng, but so what? Ogman, the cat boy who was considered half an apprentice, Xiao, the mist-hidden girl who was in love with Yuyi, and Janna, who had been following him since he set foot in Ionia, have all left him now. Until now, he still didn't know why Janna left. Did these things really affect his emotions? Of course. This is an undeniable answer. The innocent lamb in front of him became his punching bag. He was resentful and bullied an innocent life helplessly. In the end, when things were completely out of his expectation and control, he was still an ordinary person, angry, puzzled, angry, sad, and finally took his anger out on others. The man looked down at the masked lamb that was looking up at him. Lester was a little disappointed and slowly sat back on the ground. It turned out that he was not as strong as he thought. Lamb, you can see through people's hearts more than I thought. I just know that you are not a real bad person. You are right. As the messenger and servant of the mother of masks, Kanju has many substitutes, but there is only one Kanju who understands people's hearts, and Kanju is the best. Otherwise Kanju's name would not be spread throughout the original land. After the man sat down, the sheep spirit found that the man's height was finally the same as his own, so he gently pulled the man's right hand. Instead, the spirit body was still savoring the experience that had just happened, which he had never experienced before. This was a special emotion that he had never had when he was with the wolf. I'm just an ordinary messenger and creature who obeys the Mother of Masks. I really can't do what you said about recalling souls for resurrection. However, Doran's soul is quite special, and the Mother of Masks values it very much. If you are willing to give in, I can make some extra compensation for you. Lester was a little surprised that he did not reject the kindness of the sheep spirit. The Mother of Masks is indeed quite capable. The messengers she created are so lifelike and cute. I just don't know what kind of face is under the mask. But the problem now is that I don't even know how far you can go. I don't have to have Doran's soul. If you are willing to help me, I can give my soul to you. I can see that you want to establish a closer connection with me, and I don't object to this. The gentle sheep spirit said softly in an ethereal voice. We can do what you want to do after we finish talking, but Duerlang's soul cannot be imprisoned in such a powerful magic for a long time, otherwise his soul will soon dry up and die. The main responsibility of the wolf and I is to guide the souls that should return to the Mask Mother, to return to the embrace of the Mask Mother, and re-enter the reincarnation. In addition, we will sweep away some fallen evil souls and purify the material realm. But I think there is one thing I can help you with. Putting his head on the shoulder of the sheep spirit, Lester smelled the strange fragrance on the sheep spirit's body. He didn't know whether it was the fragrance of flowers or body fragrance, but he liked this smell very much. This smell can arouse human desire. I'm a little curious, Lamb. You are so intimate with me. Don't the wolf care? Knowing that the human possessiveness began to play tricks again, the sheep spirit did not care too much and panted softly. I have a deeper connection with the wolf, which is a much stronger bond than the feeling on the spirit body. When the sheep spirit was about to reach the peak, the wolf behind the blossoming spirit tree felt a pleasure that he had never experienced before. Rolling on the ground, and the entanglement on his face could not be described in words. After the sudden tide of soul and body subsided, Yangling softened and continued. All the living believe that the benevolent Mother of Masks treats everyone's soul equally, but this is not the case, just as not all souls can return to the arms of the Mother of Masks after death. The souls recovered by the Mother of Masks are also different. For powerful souls like Duerlang and Xiao, the Mother of Masks will pay a little extra attention to them. She will send messengers from the underworld to deliberately mark the souls and guard them secretly. She will not allow these souls to be completely annihilated by accidents, or directly shoot them by marking before the souls are completely annihilated, and send the souls back to the Mother of Masks for reincarnation. Unlike the marked and cared for souls, ordinary souls will go through the cycle of life and death according to the laws of nature. When encountering certain accidents, the messengers from the underworld cannot take everything into account, but they will not ignore it if they see it, unless it is a situation that cannot be handled at all. Seeing Yangling take a meaningful look at his dark seal ring, Lester knew that these messengers from the underworld were not unaware of his use of dark seals and red runes to reap human souls, but they just didn't want to cause trouble. Perhaps it has something to do with his identity as a visitor from another world. Originally, the Mother of Masks treated all souls equally, without any discrimination. But in the end, that changed because of a terrible guy. It all started in the turbulent underworld. More than 300 years ago, a cruel king named Sinuzal was killed in the world. His soul came to the underworld with his own ability before the arrival of the messenger. After wandering in the underworld for a long time, his soul had refused to dissipate learned the language of the underworld through his perception of death and black magic. This was the beginning of all disasters. At that time, the Mother of Masks did not notice his existence. He learned the language of the underworld and established a special connection between the soul realm and the material realm with the help of the power of language. He returned to the material realm through conspiracy and fraud and began his reign of terror. It was not until he returned to the world from the underworld that the Mother of Masks discovered the immortal souls that had been lurking in the underworld for decades, but it was too late. When he returned to the underworld 200 years later, his goal had been achieved. He had a soul armor that could resist the attacks of the Mother of Masks and the messengers of the underworld, and a hammer that could enslave souls. The souls slaughtered by his hammer would only go to where he was after death, to be driven by him, and turn away from the embrace of the Mother of Masks. Under his control, the quiet and peaceful underworld had a group of uncontrollable and violent souls. More and more souls succumbed to him, and he began to compete with the Mother of Masks for the ownership of the souls of the underworld, and even some messengers of the underworld who went to fight died in his hands. This arrogant and brutal evil soul even began to build a city, wanting to strip the deathly aura of the underworld and establish his own kingdom. He has become a big trouble that the underworld cannot ignore. In order to solve this big trouble, the Mother of Masks had to deliberately protect and cultivate a group of powerful warrior souls. This was also to prevent these souls from being used by him in the end. With the attention of the Mother of Masks and the mark of the Mask spirits, these souls can avoid the enslavement of the invader. One day, the Mother of Masks will bring the powerful souls she has cultivated to completely eliminate the great troubles brought by the Dark Tyrant, and the souls of Doran and Xiao are the key that the Mother of Masks values. Riz is above, the void has been marked*. Chapter 314 Devil Blade Moon Rose. Although Lam never mentioned his name, Lester knew that the Dark Tyrant mentioned by Lam was doing well in the underworld, and made the Mother of Masks embarrassed. He was the great warlord San Uzal who wreaked havoc on the Dalmor Plain in Valoran 400 years ago. He was named Mordekaiser, and built the iron armored wraith of the Immortal Fortress. According to Lam's statement, the betrayal of the Larxi barbarians and the Black Rose was probably planned by Mordekaiser himself. If it was an unexpected betrayal, the unexpected Mordekaiser would not have returned to the underworld so calmly and domineeringly, leaving the Lord of the Underworld, Mother of Masks, helpless, and even changed the way he dealt with souls before, and began to deliberately cultivate powerful ones. Paul LeBlanc thought that it was her own scheme that cut off the connection between magic plate armor and soul well, and that it was her own scheme that sent Mordekaiser back to the underworld, but she didn't know that Mordekaiser chose to go back to the underworld early to make arrangements, because he already had the ability to fight against the Mother of Masks, so as to prevent the Mother of Masks from accumulating means to deal with him in the underworld and even refusing him to enter. While LeBlanc was still thinking about how to secretly cut off the soul well and plot against Mordekaiser without being discovered, Mordekaiser was already thinking about how to use the souls he had plundered and enslaved in the material world to build the underworld version of Immortal Fortress, how to fight against the Mother of Masks, and how to start a war in the underworld to compete with the original Death God Mother of Masks for souls. From beginning to end, the two were not on the same level, so there was naturally no game. LeBlanc's little thoughts were seen by Mordekaiser from beginning to end. Perhaps there was still value in using them, so he was too lazy to even expose them, and played LeBlanc in the palm of his hand. At this moment, in front of a tyrant like Mordekaiser, LeBlanc's schemes and tricks seem particularly ridiculous. I'm afraid LeBlanc is still complacent, thinking that it was her own cleverness that tricked Mordekaiser and sealed the Iron Wraith. Thinking more deeply, before his return, Mordekaiser may have already made plans to return to the material world again and plunder souls. Mordekaiser can even mislead LeBlanc, making the self-righteous LeBlanc mistakenly think that is a way to strengthen the seal. Little does she know that doing so will not only fail to strengthen the seal, but will provide strength for Mordekaiser, allowing Mordekaiser in the underworld to gain more power. If Mordekaiser can no longer fight against the Mother of Masks in the underworld, that will probably be the time when the Dark Tyrant will sweep the world again. If I'm not mistaken, the soul well guarded by LeBlanc under the Immortal Fortress is the passage connecting the material world and the underworld. The soul plate armor sealed in the well is the key to open the passage between the two worlds. Mordekaiser built the Immortal Fortress to protect and hide the soul well that can connect the two worlds. From the moment the city was built, when mortals were still suffering from being enslaved by tyrants and all countries were succumbing to the tyranny of the Black Iron Barrier, Mordekaiser was ready to launch a war of conquest and rule the underworld in the human world. Unconsciously, Lester broke out in a cold sweat. He guessed that the Iron Armored Wraith would be very powerful, but he didn't know that Mordekaiser was so powerful that even the original god, Mother of Masks, felt it was difficult and needed to mark powerful souls and personally train warriors. Moreover, Mordekaiser's most powerful ability is not his personal strength, but his ability to control the situation, and long-term strategic layout is his most terrifying ability. This is different from LeBlanc's conspiracy. Mordekaiser arranged an open conspiracy. Whether you like it or not, whether you can see it or not, you have to bite the bullet and take it. The winner is the king, and he gets everything, and the loser is the bandit, and he has nothing. To play with Mordekaiser, no conspiracy is useful. You must have strong enough hard power and long-term strategic vision. If the invasion of the void is still not going to happen, then the threat of Mordekaiser has become the sword of Damocles hanging over your head. Of course, according to the original development of the world, it will take at least 900 years. But if I really think so, when Mordekaiser's underworld army sweeps in from the Immortal Fortress in advance, the Emerald Territory located to the west of the Immortal Fortress will definitely be the first to bear the brunt and become a war sacrifice. Perhaps from this moment on, the growth of myself and the Emerald Territory must be more urgent. I thought a lot, but the reality was only a few seconds. Seeing Yang Ling looking at me strangely, Lester responded casually, "I know who the person you are talking about is, but he seems to be able to sense his name if I say it." "I know this, so you don't have to say more." Yang Ling nodded, knowing that Lester understood what he said, and continued. "In fact, in addition to the dark tyrants of the underworld, the forces competing with the Mother of Masks for souls also include the Black Fog on the Shadow Island, which will form a soul field similar to the underworld and the material realm. The Shadow Island will imprison the souls lost in the Black Fog, but that place has been out of control for more than 100 years. Except for the souls that died on the Shadow Island at the beginning, few new souls have been captured by the Black Fog. The Mother of Masks only dispatched an underworld messenger to look after the Shadow Island and the Serpentine Islands, and to shoot and kill the souls that will be captured by the Black Fog as early as possible. This is actually the condition of my deal with you. The Mother of Masks has given the underworld messenger the ability to mark souls. Although the Mother of Masks will erase the memories of reincarnated souls, she will not erase the soul marks I made. As long as those marked souls come to the material realm again, to be reborn as humans, I can sense their specific locations. If you are willing to give up Doran's soul, I can mark a person's soul for you. As long as that person's soul is not annihilated, you can find his reincarnation. Reincarnation without memory, can it be considered the same person? Lester smiled bitterly, but the sheep spirit remained silent. In the eyes of the masked spirit, as long as the soul is not extinguished, it is the same person. However, for humans, memory seems to be more important. After all, humans are creatures living in memories. Saying that they want to forget the past is just deceiving themselves. Little lamb, your ability to mark souls is limited, right? Nodding, the sheep spirit said softly. Yes, my mark can mark up to 5 souls at the same time. This is the limit of my ability. In fact, this ability is entirely a gift from the Mother of Masks. I need to take care of the souls of these 5 people, and make sure that nothing unexpected happens to their souls. Even if they die, these souls must return to the arms of the Mother of Masks after death, instead of being captured by the Shadow Isles, or enslaved by the tyrant, or being completely wiped out by people like you. In a sense, you are much more terrifying than the tyrant and the Black Mist. At least in the Black Mist and the underworld, these souls can still start a new journey, but with you, there is only the end and nothingness. Lester did not comment on Yang Ling's calmness. He just thought to himself that, if he could use Doran's soul to exchange for a mark with Yang Ling, it would be a good deal. Moreover, if Doran's soul was forcibly killed, it would most likely offend the Mother of Masks and kindred. Even if he got Doran's soul, it would not be of much use except learning swordsmanship and venting his anger through torture. Besides that, Lamb, what else can you give me? A woo the wolf moo interrupted the conversation between the two. Lam Ling sat up from Lester's arms somewhat unnaturally, tidied up the messy wool, and covered the exposed body. It seems that someone is coming. We don't have much time. Lester, have you made a decision? Help me mark Xiao's soul. Before that, The man's hand passed over Lam Ling's face, gently hooked the chin of the messenger of the underworld, raised his head. Lester approached the mysterious mask, exhaled to Lam Ling's lips, and kissed it gently. Lam Ling just trembled, but did not struggle. It tastes good. Duolong is yours, but you remember, you still owe me an unforgettable hug. Remember to take the initiative to find me. The short bow was fully drawn, and the silent spirit arrow flew out, breaking the ice that froze the true demon swordsman. The jumping Lam Ling disappeared into the mist with the resentful wolf spirit. The cold wind blew, and the swordsman's body turned into ice crystals all over the sky and completely dissipated. The swordsman's sword was not damaged. It drew a beautiful arc, and under the erosion of the magic energy, the two sides of the blade had several dark sword halberds. The crimson longsword rotated half a circle, and the tip of the blade was inserted straight into the ground, making a heavy sword sound. Staring at the divine weapon in front of him that almost killed him, Lester could sense a strong resentment in the gathering, and lingering magic energy emanating from the long sword. It seemed that the true magic swordsman had completely changed this originally extraordinary master-killing blade. Moreover, this weapon with some independent consciousness, was full of hostility towards him. With his right hand approaching the hilt, the crimson magic blade burst out with a strong magic fluctuation, and the sword sound became more intense, as if trying to stop Lester from touching it. But the man just paused, then forcefully broke through the resistance, and grasped the hilt. The angry blade began to vibrate. Listen, I don't know what touching story you and your former master have experienced, and I don't want to know. You just need to understand that your master was defeated by me, and I killed him fair and square. In the battle between life and death, I won. I don't care that you are the master killer blade, and I don't care whether you will bring bad luck. You can hate me, but you are not qualified to reject me. You are just a knife. Whether you obey or not, I'm your new master. As the words fell, the repulsive feeling of the long sword dissipated instantly. Lester successfully pulled out the long sword, and his left hand gently stroked the scarlet blade of the katana style. Lester found that with his height, he could use the long weapon in his hand as a katana. According to Doran's fighting style, as long as there is a suitable scabbard, this katana can also perform IAI swordsmanship, but without Doran's soul. If he wants to practice related sword skills, he has to find another way. Dangerous and deadly ominous blade. From now on, you will be called Moon Rose, and I will be called Lester. Remember, I'm your only master. The original scabbard had been destroyed along with Doran's body in the battle. Lester could only carry Moon Rose with one hand, and wait for the blacksmith shop to customize a scabbard suitable for Moon Rose. A violent spiritual energy attacked from behind. Lester turned around, and saw a white-haired old man holding the spiritual sense by his shoulder with one hand. The old man put down the spiritual sense, and stood still with a complicated expression. Judging from the double dragon coils behind his shoulders, the old man might be the contemporary soul of Ionia, Xiu glanced at the ice garden that had been turned upside down and everything was dead. The old man first used mental magic to sweep it. Except for the blooming spirit tree that still had some vitality, Xiu found that he could no longer sense the breath of another living person, and even the blooming spirit tree was in a half-dead state. Lester would not feel bad for the blossoming spirit tree that could not be transplanted back to Emerald territory. As a karma, Xiu was naturally very distressed. There was only one such tree in the huge Presidium. Its current state was like it had been bombarded by the spiritual flame for more than a dozen times. It was dying. Without even the time to speak, Xiu quickly came to the blossoming spirit tree and began to use his spiritual power to help the frozen blossoming spirit tree recover its vitality. However, the condition of the blossoming spirit tree was much worse than expected. On the other side, Lingju, who was carrying the soul blade, opened his mouth for a long time without closing it. He had just left the battlefield not long ago and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The young master of the Akaxiu family was already in his 30s and had seen some things, but he had never seen a man who changed the magic garden and the blossoming spirit tree after a battle. He recognized that the long sword in the man's hand was originally the weapon of the true demon swordsman. The beloved sword of a swordsman fell into the hands of another person, and the result of the battle was naturally self-evident. My feeling was right. This man from Naxos was indeed terrifying. It was an unimaginable battle. Lister, I hope you're okay. After observing the almost equally dead spiritual realm with his spiritual eyes, Lingju decided not to pursue Lister's guilt for destroying the balance between the two realms. After all, it was difficult enough to defeat the true demon alone, not to mention that Lister was avenging Xiao. It would be too unreasonable for an Arxen to be criticized for doing so. It was better to destroy the magic garden and the blooming spirit tree than to release the true demon to slaughter the people of Presidion. The enemy in this battle was too powerful. I gambled my life to barely win. In Lingju's opinion, the man in front of him was a little tired at the moment, and his eyes were flickering with an inescapable sadness. Yes, there were 3 people who came to the magic garden with the man, but in the end, only the man was left. He had already paid too much for this disaster that belonged to Presidion. If possible, I want to talk to Karma when it calms down. Taking a deep breath, Lingju pressed Lester's left shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Of course, I will introduce you to someone, but now, what you need is a quiet rest to recover from your fatigue. I will accompany you to the rest of the journey to Presidium." Lester looked deeply at the reliable man, lowered his head, and spoke softly. "Thank you. Can you help me find a better blacksmith shop?" Lilalalalalala, the ethereal humming sound echoed in front, and the owner of the sound seemed to be in a good mood. Duolong had never felt so relaxed. It was like getting out of a quagmire or leaving a chattering downtown. Not only did the irritable whispers in his ears disappear, but even his body was so light that he could float easily and pass through the unknown dark space. The world in his eyes was silent and dim, with pale ghost grass growing everywhere. In more than 20 years, he had never felt so relaxed. He knew that he was dead, but he didn't hate the feeling of death. As the only disciple of the sword-killing sect, he not only killed his master, but also violated his master's teachings, and became a coward who committed suicide with a sword. He had too much on his shoulders, which made him unable to breathe. Instead, after losing everything, even his life, he gained the peace he most desired. The dead don't need to think too much, just follow the messenger of the underworld. But it's not necessarily true to think so. If there is another life, he is willing to use his life to atone for his master's sins. After all, this life is impossible. Heh, human, you don't know what price we paid to save you. Unlike the relaxed sheep spirit, the somewhat resentful wolf spirit floated in front of Duolong and threatened with bared teeth. "I really want to tear your soul to pieces with my teeth." Looking at the sheep spirit jumping in front of him, and then looking at the wolf spirit in front of him like a ghost, Duolong sighed and didn't want to say much. But the wolf spirit was still a little unwilling to give in. The collection has reached the 15,000 mark, which is a cause for celebration. Chapter 315, Ghost of the Underworld. I smell cowardice in your soul. A cowardly person chose to take up the sword and let the evil spirit successfully parasitize you. No matter in the past or in the future, you are just a loser. No matter how many times you reincarnate, the result will never change. You are just a coward. Attacked by the vicious words of the underworld messenger, Duolong lowered his head in pain, and his soul, which was already severely damaged, began to flicker. Wolf. Enough. At some point, the sheep spirit that had stopped walking had come to the side of the wolf spirit with a gloomy face. "This is a duty and the meaning of our existence. I thought you could understand, but you took out your anger on an innocent soul." Sheep. Staring at the sheep in front of him, the wolf took 2 steps back, opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say, and then slowly closed it. He found that he was not in a position to complain. From the beginning to the end, it was only the sheep who led and paid for everything. It was the sheep who planned and executed the tasks of the Mother of Masks. He could only assist the sheep in the battle. The most difficult part has always been done by the sheep. This time, it was also the sheep who persuaded the human who was stained with the smell of sheep and saved Duolong's soul. If we talk about what they paid, the most painful one is probably the sheep. What qualifications do I have to insinuate my dissatisfaction with the sheep by complaining about the human soul? Sheep. The wolf was at a loss and was about to cry. The next moment, the sheep gently hugged the wolf's head. The voice of the sheep spirit was as clear and ethereal as always, but it also had a little more emotion. "Hold your hand. Live with you." In the arms of the sheep, the wolf gradually calmed down. A sincere heart is enough to overcome everything. Everything else is false. are roots. Even if they have been together for thousands of years, no one can cut them off. Duolong stared at the two underworld messengers hugging each other with empty eyes. He couldn't help but recall the man and woman who always dangled in front of him when he was alive. The swordsman subconsciously reached for his waist to draw his sword, but found that the beloved sword made by his master for him had long been separated from him. He couldn't help but sigh. Although his memory was a little confused, he seemed to have made an irreversible mistake. When he came to his senses, he had nothing. Duongxi, he must be better than me. Forget me and follow your new master. When the two who had confessed their feelings to each other finally sorted out their emotions, Duolong, who was a little lonely, continued on his way. After walking for an unknown period of time, an illusory door like a whirlpool appeared in front of him. Crossing the illusory door like grey fog, Duolong found that the world here seemed to be more real than the previous world. In addition to the ghost grass, there were many unimaginable weird plants, most of which were dark and greyish white. After passing by the plants in front of him, he soon noticed a figure sitting cross-legged, and his eyes could no longer move away. That was the figure he would remember for the rest of his life, the figure called Master. Suffocating grief surged in his heart, and Duolong, unable to cry, fell heavily to the ground with his knees, and bowed his head to the figure without saying a word. Not knowing whether everything in front of him was an illusion or not, Duolong knew that he had to do this. Even if it was an illusion, it was an illusion he was willing to see. Although he did not hear any sound, the figure suddenly stood up and looked behind him. His face was tense and solemn, and there was no humble attitude when he asked Kanju before. Duolong, you are here. The Eternal Hunter twins left quietly, leaving time and space for the reunited master and apprentice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, master, I didn't know that doing that would kill you. I'm sorry. Staring at his disciple who kept kowtowing to him, Kalazho couldn't continue to maintain his dignity. He quietly took a few quick steps to Duolong's front. When Duolong raised his head, he resumed his slow and leisurely pace, always maintaining the demeanor of master. When he came to Duolong, Kalazho finally put his hand on Duolong's head and stroked it a few times, just like when he was still a child, and confessed his grievances to him. He knew that his disciple liked him to comfort him like this when he was lost. He did the same when he broke the wooden sword. The man in front of her looks tall, but he is just a child after all. It turned out that she was right to wait for him here. These 23 years of sitting here were not meaningless. Master doesn't blame you. It's Master's fault that I couldn't make you understand when you could use the killing sword moves. Master knows that you just wanted to give Master a surprise. Master understands your talent in kendo. You don't need to prove anything. Master has always known that you are the best. Pulling Doran up, who was kneeling on the ground, Kalido raised his head proudly. After all, you are my personally chosen disciple, so how could I not understand your talent? In less than 20 years, your achievements in swordsmanship have surpassed your master's 40 years of practice. Your master knows it very well. Your master did not take your fatal sword, not because he did not react in time, but because I really could not take it. As a swordsman, you died from such an amazing sword. There is nothing to be humiliated about. On the contrary, your master is proud of you. The style of that sword is far better than mine. I just regret that I left too early and could not see your greater achievements. Also, I hurt you and made the world lose a swordsman. Woo woo woo. Although no tears could be seen, Kalido knew that his disciple was crying. He patted his disciple on the shoulder and said in a deep and earnest voice, "Let the past be the past, Doran. Life is unpredictable and fate is full of twists and turns. Until now, neither you nor I have wished. Time flies like a white horse. For swordsmen like me, the length of life is not important. The important thing in this life is to live a wonderful life. In the first half of my life, I, Kalido, created the killing sword style swordsmanship. I traveled across Ionia for more than 20 years and eliminated countless evils. No one could be my rival. Even the leader of the Thieves League had to respect me. In the second half of my life, I accepted you as my disciple. The daily swordsmanship teaching is twice as effective with half the effort. In the exchanges and discussions between swordsmanship schools, you are invincible and have brought honor to the master and the killing sword style. That's enough. The master's life is enough. It's just that you have suffered. Because of your obsession, you have been possessed by the devil and rifted alone for more than 20 years, wasting your life in vain. Woola. Doran hugged the man in front of him tightly. He felt the sorrow that could not be stopped. In the shadows, the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit looked at the pure-natured master and apprentice, and were also somewhat moved. Sheep, before we put on the masks, did we also support each other and depend on each other in life and death? The sheep spirit's right hand brushed the wool on his chest, and the fingertips seemed to still have the residual warmth of humans. The voice was very light. The feelings between you and me have never changed. The underworld. The rough blue-gray sand rolled with the wind, and the messy whispers appeared from time to time. This is a wasteland belonging to the soul, with nothing but dead silence. Doran followed behind Kalezho, and Kalezho followed behind the masked twins. The two people and two spirits left the underworld, and came to a deeper place together. This is the world of the dead, called the underworld. The end of the fog is still fog. Even though Doran and Kalezho's will is particularly firm, they are still a little uneasy to embark on the unknown road to the underworld amid the irritable and evil whispers. Several looming outlines emerged from the distance and quickly disappeared. As a native Ionian, Doran had a very powerful master, so he naturally knew the legend of the Mother of Masks in Ionia. What concerned Doran was that the underworld should belong to the Mother of Masks, and it should be safe. However, the fact was that, after arriving in the underworld, the masked god of death, the messenger of the underworld, bent his bow and arrow, showing his sharp teeth, and became more vigilant. He did not walk or speak, but just observed the surrounding environment with murderous intent. Doran looked in the direction of the masked spirit, but found nothing, except fog and gravel. He did not understand what the masked spirit was waiting for, and what enemy it was alert to. According to Doran's estimation, after waiting for about a few minutes, the fog began to surge, and a white-grey path appeared in front. Go, lost souls, the road that belongs to you is ahead. Seeing the path appear, the sheep spirit was obviously relieved and waved to the two souls who bowed their heads to thank him. After the two souls walked through the path, they would directly reach the domain of the Mother of Masks. This would be considered a mission accomplished, but the wolf was somewhat puzzled as to why the sheep had not left. Although they were not afraid of the enemies of the underworld, they did not want to cause any more trouble. Wolf, I need to meet the Mother of Masks, and you still need to go to Naxos to capture souls. You should leave first. Guessing that the sheep spirit might want to report something to the Mother of Masks, the wolf did not think much about it, and walked through the passage, and left the underworld. After the wolf left, the sheep stepped onto the grey-white path that had not yet disappeared and disappeared into the thick fog. The great wolf floated in the fog, creating a strange picture. Numerous souls as tiny as the Milky Way hovered around a body hundreds of meters tall, forming countless light blue soul light bands. The owner of the tall body was hunched over, sitting cross-legged on the ground, wearing a yellow-brown robe woven from nether grass. His slender purple-grey hands kept fiddling with the light blue souls close to his limbs, and some souls dissipated, while others were strengthened and slowly disappeared. A huge mask covered the face of the owner of the body, and the never-extinguished nether blue soul light flickered from the two holes of the mask. At a certain moment, a white-grey path extended to an absolutely safe area. The huge mask turned its head and looked at the two new souls, as well as its most reliable creation, the most intelligent and capable mask spirit that followed the souls, Miraclaw, Kanju's name in front of the Mother of Masks. The souls that fall into rest will gradually eliminate the memories and soul impurities of the previous life in the slow circling. The Mask Mother only marked the soul of another person who passed the test and had not been marked before, and then ignored it, allowing the two souls to return to the long river of souls and begin to float. Although there are not many people marked in this way, there are still many. It takes extra energy to deal with each one. Even the Mask Mother finds it difficult to take care of both ends. Miraclaw, my daughter, come here. The low Yuchem voice echoed in the field, and the white-grey path slowly disappeared. Yangling nodded and came to the feet of the Mask Mother. Compared with her mother, she was as small as an insignificant dust, not even as high as her mother's toes. Mom. There was not much respect in the daughter's tone, but the mother's movements were particularly gentle. Putting down the work in her hands, the masked mother deliberately freed up her left hand for her daughter. When her daughter jumped onto her left hand, she held it in front of her, speaking softly. "Miraclaw, my favorite daughter, you are so busy, it's rare to see you." Kneeling on one knee in the palm of the masked mother, Yang Ling lowered her head. "Mom, I want to mark a soul that has just been sent. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she is also a special soul that you have marked." The masked mother did not agree directly. "My daughter, her soul is protected by the evil owl. You don't have to do this." The so-called evil owl of the void, with a human body and an eagle head, is the last masked spirit created by the masked mother. It is also the nightmare of other masked spirits. Its main responsibility is to hunt down masked spirits that have lost all stories and legends, and whose names have been forgotten. The evil owl of the void is the most feared existence of other masked spirits. It is the god of death among the gods of death. Although the evil owl of the void is terrible, Yang Ling respects it, but never fears it. Without changing his expression, Miraclaw's tone was very firm. "Xiaoyu's soul mark is the price I paid to take back Duolang's soul. Mom, please give me Xiaoyu's soul." Hearing the unquestionable tone of Miraclaw, the masked mother hesitated a little, but then Yang Ling continued. "Mom, I have established a connection with the soul from outside the domain. Xiaoyu is the most important link. We must not give up all our efforts. Perhaps this soul from outside the domain is the key to resisting the Lord of the Underworld." Finally, the masked mother was convinced. As the masked mother's right hand spread out, a light blue soul floated in the long river of souls and landed in the palm of her hand. It still had a vague face in the material world. It was Xiaoyu. The mark belonging to the evil owl was forcibly erased, and the masked mother whispered, "My daughter, she will be handed over to you." Nodding, Yang Ling jumped on the right hand and planted her own Kainju mark for Xiaoyu's soul. In this way, her transaction with the soul from outside the domain was completed. There was no need to continue staying in the masked mother's domain. Her mother was very busy, and she was also very busy. When Xiaoyu's soul returned to Chang again, Yang Ling also said goodbye to the Mother of Masks, left the Mother of Masks domain, and returned to the wasteland of the underworld. Each teleportation will appear in a different location. Unlike the calmness at the beginning, the wasteland of the underworld at this moment has a bit more solemn and murderous atmosphere. As soon as he came out, Yang Ling raised the spirit bow in his hand, bent the bow like a full moon, and shot 3 arrows directly into the distance. 5 underworld ghost knights wearing dark style ancient armor and holding lances and halberds raised their one-handed round shields indifferently. The knights rode on the underworld human-faced horses made from the souls of low-level slaves, forming the simplest wedge-shaped cavalry formation, and launched a desperate attack on Yang Ling with the violent momentum of thousands of troops. The horses' hooves stepped lightly on the loose soul sand, and the speed increased rapidly. It is obvious that the laws of the underworld are completely different from those of the material world. The 3 arrows of the afterlife, which could kill any dead soul in seconds and seriously injure the consciousness of the living, successfully hit 2 ghost knights, and even the ghost horse under their crotch, and their souls flew away with a violent howl. Another arrow of the afterlife was blocked by the round shield of the leading plate cavalry general. A wailing skull face appeared on the round shield, and then dissipated with the arrow of the afterlife. "It's the Eternal Hunter twins. She's alone. Catch her." Lachin language, derived from Ochan language, is a kind of underworld language created by the underworld lord Modkaiser. After being castrated by the underworld lord, it lost the power law of Ochan language, but retained the function of allowing ghosts to communicate. In just a few breaths, the tall ghost knight rushed to the front of Yang Ling and chopped down the weapon in his hand heavily. All his movements were silent, but extremely oppressive. With a roll, Yang Ling dodged 2 soul lances and the leading lance halberd, then bent his bow again, and shot 3 arrows. The 2 ghost knights who didn't have time to turn their horses' heads were hit in the back, and their souls flew away. Only the cavalry general used the halberd to block the arrows of rebirth that flew to their chests. Seeing that his fellow warriors had died, and the possibility of defeating the messenger of the underworld was slim, the cavalry general raised the halberd high, burned his soul, and his momentum soared. He and his horse turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Yang Ling. The avenue of skeletons guides my direction. The skull throne forges scarlet glory. The gate of the immortal court is wide open for me. The Dark Lord is watching my great achievements. For the Dark Lord. For Mod Caesar. Kill. In the next chapter, the feelings of the Underworld Lord Mo will appear. Please vote for me. Chapter 316 Beat the Great Tyrant. Even Yang Ling could not completely avoid the desperate charge of the Burning Soul. He was chopped by the flashing soul halberd. Yang Ling fell to the ground with a visible wound on his waist and back. He had no time to adjust his body. The cavalry general rushed over again. This time, Yang Ling did not choose to run away. The bowstring was pulled, and the soul-destroying arrow quickly condensed and released. The grey-white arrow-shaped airwave accompanied by the soul-destroying arrow shot straight at the Netherworld cavalry. The cavalry general who was about to meet him collided with the soul-destroying arrow, and his entire soul body exploded instantly, turning into the purest soul energy in the underworld. After eliminating the patrol team of the Dark Lord, Yang Ling did not dare to rest, because the fog in the distance was rolling violently. There would be a 10-man team near each patrol team, and there would be a 100-man team behind the 10-man team. There were many powerful ghost warriors like the cavalry general. Even if he activated the immortal sheep spirit life, he could not deal with the organized 100-man cavalry team. The dead underworld messenger, the cat-shaped masked spirit, Huntertail, was trapped in the cavalry formation and locked in space by the Dark Wizard, unable to teleport and escape, and died alive in the endless attacks. Continuing his preference in the material realm, Mordekaiser, who came to the underworld, still gave priority to using black magic with souls as the main material to forge the most powerful cavalry corps. By the time a team of 10 ghost cavalrymen rode to the guard point, the battle was already over, leaving only a little bit of soul light that was unwilling to dissipate, silently telling of the fierce conflict that had just occurred. Lachlan inherited the heavy sense of Ochan, but it is no longer the unpredictable base. Perhaps it is related to the fact that Mordekaiser was a Valoran when he was alive. In terms of syllables, Lachlan and Valoran are somewhat similar. The leading cavalry centurion used his deep blue netherworld eyes to look at the location where the space fluctuated and said in a deep voice, "Mogger is dead, killed by Kaiju." Lachlan's language, Lord Arnold, do you need to report to the Dark Lord? Lachlan's language, shaking his head at his deputy, the centurion Arnold looked into the depths of the fog. His dark blue vision seemed to be able to penetrate the thick fog and see the soul city that was being built and would soon stand in the underworld and rule everything. Whether living or dead, they will eventually submit to the Dark Lord's reign of terror. No need, the Dark Lord has greater things to do. These little things are not worth bothering the Lord. Lachlan's language, yes. The 10-man team left again. For this small loss, neither the Dark Lord himself nor his underworld army cared much. Capturing souls from the material realm in the wasteland was their most important job. Mitnalachan, named by the Dark Lord himself, it is a fortress located in the wasteland of the underworld, destined to be great and immortal. It is made of soul sand and nether grass ash as the main materials, supplemented by solar nether air, and mixed with black magic and soul steel. Every brick and tile imprisons a living soul, all made by the Dark Lord. Even though more than 200 years have passed, the soul city of the underworld has just formed a hideous outline. In the future, more weak souls will be built into Mitnalatran alive, praising the greatness and achievements of the immortal tyrant with wailing sounds, and this soul city will also become a magnificent symbol of the immortality of the immortal army. The grand plan to conquer the world will begin the next second after Mitnalatran is built. Having said that, it still seems a little early at this moment. No, it's too early. The so-called Bone Hall was just a framework supported by several pillars made of soul bricks. The so-called fortress was just a few soul stone pillars, without even a high wall. Everything had to start from scratch. Unlike the immortal fortress in the material realm, in the material realm, as long as the whip was waved, those stupid but death-fearing craftsmen would naturally mix sand and clay together to form solidified stones, and then put the solidified stones in the right place. But it was different in the underworld. Except for himself, no one knew how to cast soul bricks. What a bunch of rubbish. Mordekaiser was very dissatisfied with this progress. It was just that the stupid subordinates could not share the worries of the master. Speaking of which, most mortals were fools, only worthy of being dark sacrifices to please themselves. Even those wizards and mages who claimed to be full of wisdom were just a group of self-righteous idiots. After struggling for half a lifetime, they were only worthy of being their own utensils and chamber pots. Throughout the past 500 years, no one has been qualified to stand in front of him. All the people in this world are so stupid that they can only kneel down and kiss his instep. There are too many useless people. On the road to conquering the world and building the skeleton hall, he needs a lot of useful people. Until this moment, he missed the most outstanding and most skilled Black Rose among the dark wizards under his command. Although the Little Rose still chose to betray him, compared with the value of the Little Rose itself, the betrayal is not worth mentioning. He believes that, as long as the Little Rose realizes that she has never been out of the control of her master from beginning to end, it will be enough to completely conquer the beautiful female wizard. Let the female wizard completely submit to him, willingly offer everything, and never betray. If he didn't need the Little Rose to help him look after the soul well and keep blessing the seal to transmit power to him, he would definitely drag the Little Rose to the underworld and let her complete the damn plastering work on his behalf. As the Dark Lord, he clearly had a grand blueprint to conquer the world, but he had to start from scratch. As the leader, he couldn't take the lead and run away. This was too stupid. He had never suffered such grievances in the Valoran continent. Mordekaiser, who was sitting on the throne of bones, frowned, put down the hammer, Nightfall, that had been clanging for a long time, waved his hand, and 10 more souls with their mouths sealed by steel nails and their hands bound were escorted by the Ghost General. They were new casting materials, and would eventually become part of Mitnalachen. In front of Mordekaiser, no matter the living or the dead, no matter the strong or the weak, no one had the right to speak, unless your master, your monarch agreed to let you speak. You could avoid becoming a pool of mud that could only wail under the nightfall after being tortured. Sebastian, how is Labito's research going? The king's cold voice was like the frail-jawed wind that destroyed all life on the Dalmor plain. The great general who once fought bravely against the tyrant became a slave of the overlord after his death. Resistance seemed particularly ridiculous. After years of obedience, Sebastian had long understood that obeying Mordekaiser was an unshakable destiny, and there was nothing shameful in obeying the master of life and death. The ghost general wearing black iron ghost plate armor knelt on one knee and put his head on the soul floor tile, indicating absolute submission. Master, Wizard Labito said he needs more souls to complete the experiment. Answer whatever the master asks. Don't say anything extra, and don't try to make any suggestions for the master. This is a necessary and sufficient condition to become the general of the ghost army. Self-righteous nonsense and advice will make you die faster. Without asking a second question, Mordekaiser just picked up the Nightfall again. Bang! Night Meta raised the hammer high and smashed it down heavily on the leading soul material. The soul, which was grinning in pain and unable to make any sound, was directly freed and turned into a ball of pure soul energy. It was forcibly mixed by black magic into a square stone, mixed with soul sand and nethergrass ash. Under the catalytic effect of the soul, the stone with a somewhat irregular shape became what Mordekaiser wanted it to be. However, this was not enough. Without receiving any new instructions, Sebastian remained kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. Bang! Another soul was pulled over, and the heavy knocking sound rang out again. The second soul sealed by the iron nail did not die, but was smashed into the heavy stone brick by Yu Yun in a half-dead and half-alive state. Until the black stone brick began to flash with a light blue luster, a soul brick was completely formed. Sebastian heard the painful wailing of the soul in the stone brick. He knew that the dead soul was fine, but the living soul sealed in the stone brick would suffer the pain of skinning and bone removal for eternity. This painful wailing was not false at all. This is the soul brick, the cornerstone of the great soul city, the immortal barrier, Mitnalachen. Such a cornerstone can resist the erosion of the underworld breath, resist the attacks of the messengers of the underworld, and ensure that the soul in Mitnalachen will be immortal forever. 285 years have passed since he came to the underworld. From the barren wasteland of the underworld with nothing to the basic framework of the city, to this day, in the underworld, only the Dark Lord Modkaiser can cast such soul bricks, and the task of the wizard Labito is to study a new black magic or black magic, so that soul wizards can also complete this insignificant work. Obviously, the king is tired of swinging a hammer every day, and doing the boring days of hammering work. Modkaiser finally spoke, after throwing the new soul brick into the soul carriage standing by. "Go, my general, call that old guy over. I need to know what effect my soul has played with him." Yes. After receiving the order, Sebastian stood up again, and turned to leave. Standing up is his privilege as a general and confidant of the Legion. The rest of the souls must bend their bodies, always facing the direction of the Lord, and keep their heads down and bent over. They can only stand up after leaving the hall, and there must be no disobedient eyes or movements during this process. Leaving the skeletal hall where the sound of bang 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 was heard again, Sebastian used the Auction spell to summon his own soul horse, and ran straight to the direction of the wizard's black tower, under the seat of the Grand Lord. Just do your own things as soon as possible, and don't need to consider any unimportant things, because you never know whether you will become a soul brick or a sacrifice of the dark sacrifice, if you are a step slower. Ionia, Presidium. It has been half a month since the Soul Blossom Festival, but Presidium is still immersed in grief. Even the magic garden has been completely closed by the warriors sent by the elders, and no one is allowed to enter. The originally lively birds and beasts seemed to feel the sorrow of the soul, and even their cries became heavier, and no longer crisp. Lester pushed open the door of the inn, and walked out of the temporary residence arranged by Lingju. Tomorrow is the day to meet Karma. Yugi's custom scabbard has been made, and he can get it today. After resting for half a month, his tired body has recovered. It is a good time to act again. Riding on the brown horse he bought, Lester walked towards the blacksmith shop. Most of the people walking on both sides of the village road were sad, and the heaviness of losing their loved ones still did not dissipate. Even Lester often saw in his dreams the scene of Xiaoyu saying goodbye to him when she left. The man sighed, squeezed the horse's belly, and sped up the pace. There are always some things that are difficult to let go, but if you don't let go, how can you move forward? It is the best result to let Kanju mark Xiaoyu's soul. The name of Cold Sword King Iron is very poetic, but the location is very remote. Unlike other blacksmith shops located in the center of the village, or near the square, Cold Sword King Iron is in the deep mountains south of Presidium, not far from Shuanglang Mountain. Rather than opening the door to do business, it is better to say that the owner of Lengjian King Iron wants to find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to live in seclusion. Forging iron is just a way to cultivate sentiment and enrich life. It is also a place introduced by Lingju. Lester, who has lived in Jiaoyin for half a month, believes in the vision of the strongest warrior of the Akaxiu family. In fact, Lingju did not disappoint Lester. Lucky guy. Although it has become a fierce blade, the Moon Rose is an undoubted famous sword. It is obviously the work of Master Iqueek. The retired Master Iqueek no longer forges swords, and his works are rare. The sword that Kalido gave to his disciple ended up in your hands after a lot of twists and turns. You are really lucky. But then again, it took me a lot of effort and good materials to forge a scabbard that can suppress this fierce blade. But since you solved the true demon and saved Presidium, I won't charge you this time. Otherwise, even if you were introduced by spiritual perception, you would not take a single wool from me for free. Accepted with gratitude. By the way, did you wipe your hands clean? Don't touch the sword with dirty hands. It seems that he has been dealing with the fire for too long. The old blacksmith with light eyebrows and big eyes has a shiny head. It is difficult to see conspicuous hair on the exposed body. His face is a bit like the Highlanders in the north. If you only look at the old man with muscular body and deep voice, he doesn't look like an old man in his 50s. Instead, he looks like a middle-aged man who has become a gangster. He is imposing, and his casual movements don't look like forging iron, but like hitting someone. Is anyone still reading this book? It's really killing me. I don't have the motivation to write at all. Chapter 317, The Palace of Eternity. Bang, the old man placed the half metal, half wood scabbard on the wooden table. The heavy sound made Lester subconsciously feel that this empty scabbard alone could be used to smash someone to death. According to Lester's design requirements, the outer layer of the scabbard with a reverse angle structure was carved with streams and bright moon patterns. Because it was made of dragon wood, the overall style of the scabbard was a heavy dark red. There was a meteorite steel chisel at the end to protect the dark red dragon crystal that could suppress the evil spirit at the tip of the knife. The design of the carp mouth was extremely clever. The inner layer was attached with special hardening powder to protect the dragon wood, and the outer layer was also coated with a layer of crystal powder similar to frosted glass to increase friction. After looking around, Lester found that something seemed to be missing. The chestnut shape used to tie the rope and the lower thread to fix the waist were not there at all, which meant that he had to use his left hand to keep the knife in his hand. Master Heracles, why are there no chestnuts and undercord? Note, undercord is the rope tied to the scabbard, used to fix the scabbard and belt, commonly seen in the scabbards of Japanese samurai swords. The old man, who had spent a lot of effort on the scabbard, rolled his eyes at Lester when he found that the young man was ungrateful and instead raised his eyebrows and was a bit picky. Stinky boy, I've enchanted your sword, and you're still not satisfied? In order to maximize the effect of the dark red dragon crystal, I designed the scabbard into a one-handed IAI scabbard according to the characteristics of the moon rose. Since it's a one-handed sword, you hold the scabbard in your left hand and the sword in your right hand, so naturally you don't need the chestnut shape and lower thread to fix the scabbard. With the dark red dragon crystal and the blood-sucking dragon wood, you don't have to scrub the blade oil every day, or even use blood vibration. You can just sheath the sword with blood after killing someone. As long as you can feed the scabbard and the dark red dragon crystal with blood, the moon rose will add a layer of blood damage when you draw the sword, causing a fatal effect of cutting and bleeding on the enemy. Under the special effect of the dark red dragon crystal, the longer it is nourished with blood, the more powerful the moon rose in the sheath will be. In other words, as long as you keep using the moon rose, the sword and sheath will become more powerful with you. Come, let me tell you about the materials for your scabbard. Dragon wood, reincarnation wood, meteorite steel, and dark red dragon crystal are all rare and precious materials, especially the dark red dragon crystal that can suppress evil spirits. This stuff can only be dug up from underground mines. I don't have much of it, and I wasn't planning to take it out. If I hadn't heard from Lingju that you killed the possessed Doran alone, you wouldn't have gotten anything. Grandpa, is it Brother Lester who comes to get the scabbard? A crisp Lee voice came from behind the inner door. The old man's face rose. The next second, the inner door was pushed open, and a cute little girl with two pigtails and a small floral skirt ran over from the door, looking excitedly at Lester, who was sitting at the wooden table. He is the great hero, Brother Lester, who saved Presidium, right? Brother, can you give Annie a hug? Lester glanced at the old blacksmith who was at a loss, and thought about the old blacksmith's friendly attitude. In order to repay the old man's enthusiasm and hard work, the man decided to meet the little girl's simple request and build a good relationship with the old blacksmith. Of course, I'm very happy that Annie likes me so much. Lester opened his arms and picked up the smiling little girl. He lifted her up several times, making the little girl cheer. The little girl looked small, but she was really heavy. She was 1.4 meters tall and weighed about 120 kilograms. There was a pleasant smell of medicine on her body, as if she had taken a special medicine bath. Seeing that Lester held his precious granddaughter in his arms without any hesitation, Harak was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to scold the man loudly, but he was afraid that his granddaughter would be unhappy. He could only hold his breath and resist the urge to pull out the moon rose and chop someone with a knife. He watched the man vigilantly to see if he had any abnormal behavior. Fortunately, the man just held the little girl and didn't touch her. The old man swallowed his anger and took out the crimson moon rose that exuded evil spirits from the special weapon box and put it in the scabbard. After the scabbard was integrated, Lester found that the blade instantly entered a restrained state and no longer exuded a certain deadly breath all the time. HMPH, try to see if it fits your hand. The weight may be a bit overweight. If you can't lift it, I will replace the meteorite steel with fine steel, which just saves me Holding the smiling Annie in his left hand, Lester picked up the moon rose with his right hand and shook it, nodding with satisfaction. It fits perfectly, Master Herrick. Your craftsmanship is amazing. The weight is neither light nor heavy, just like little Annie, perfect and lovable. Hearing the great hero Presidian, who had been praised by Uncle Linji for a long time, praising her, Annie waved to her grandfather happily, hugged Lester's head, and smeared a large mouthful of saliva on his left cheek, and her eyes curved into crescents. Herrick, with a dark complexion, took a deep look at Lester, who was holding it easily with one hand. He knew that the weight of Yugi, including the blade and sheath, was equivalent to a two-handed sledgehammer of more than 100 pounds. If he had some doubts before whether this handsome young man had really defeated the demon-possessed Doran alone, he no longer doubted it at this moment. A warrior with such divine power was definitely not an ordinary person. What's more, the man in front of him was a powerful ice mage, and his future was limitless. He is a little bit qualified to be close to his precious granddaughter. This thought also made him unwilling to pursue the man's passive offense to his granddaughter. However, out of grandfather's instinct, the old man's face was still not very good. Since there is no problem, I won't care about it in the future. Brat, don't say I'm irresponsible. Of course, I found a perfect home for Yugi, but I owe you a favor. If you need anything, please tell me. Without staying for long, Lester said goodbye to Heracles with a dark face, and little Annie, who was reluctant to leave. He rode on his horse and headed towards Shuanglang Mountain with his new weapon, Yugi. Unlike the hermits who like to live in seclusion in the mountains, Shuanglang Mountain is not strictly speaking remote. It just slightly avoids the downtown and villages, forming a unique regional landscape. As the most important holy place in Presidium, there are many pilgrims in Shuanglang Mountain who go to the Temple of Eternal Life every day to listen to the teachings of the elders. It is not necessarily true that the soul of Ionia, Karma, is unkind. On weekdays, as long as you are not a very evil person, you can visit Karma to obtain the revelation of the prophet. The Temple of Eternal Life has never refused to visit guests, unless it is the day of Karma's death. The Temple of Eternal Life will close its doors for a long time, and send acolytes and elders to find Karma's reincarnation. When Lester got off the horse, he just greeted the young monk in front of the door, and followed the monk directly into the open door. During the period, he did not encounter any obstruction or body search. From a personal point of view, although there are great safety risks in doing so, it is easy for visitors to relax themselves, and feel natural and friendly. It is also in line with the natural and harmonious way of the soul of Ionia. Sir Lester, Karma is entertaining the spiritual master in the main hall. They have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Nodding, Lester followed the young monk, and walked along the neat bluestone road to the hillside. Along the way, in addition to the young monks with red lips and white teeth, there were also several elders over 50 years old wearing Ionian costumes. It is worth mentioning that along the way, Lester did not see any Vastaya people, and could not help but frowned. Logically speaking, Vastaya people can be regarded as authentic Ionians, and they should not be completely invisible. After all, Ionia is not a beautiful country that always likes to talk about racial discrimination. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall located halfway up the mountain, ancient vines meander along the long grey stone bricks etched by time. A Zen temple stands by, with green tiles and flying eaves. Wind chimes sway in the breeze, and resound through the sky. A palace that is not magnificent, but has a unique ancient charm is built beside the mountain. The sun is high in the sky. Under the sun, the Hall of Eternal Life located on the mountainside is like a wise old man in his 70s, standing on the steep mountain in spite of the wind and rain, indifferent to the warmth and coldness of the world, and willing to be a guiding light in the wind and rain. Sir Lester, Karma and Master Lingju are inside. Please come in. Perhaps because Lester exorcised the demon swordsman who was possessed by the devil, the young monk was very polite from beginning to end. Nodding to the monk as a gesture, Lester pushed open the closed heavy wooden door, and walked into the Hall of Eternal Life. The layout and style of the hall have a lot of oriental charm from the past life, but there are no Confucian and Buddhist statues. Only oriental dragon-shaped ornaments are reflected in all aspects in the form of carved beams and painted buildings. Ancient candles and green lamps stand on the incense table. Obviously, in the hearts of Ionians, the dragon has a unique status. Speaking of which, the Shuaju temple seems to worship the power of the dragon, otherwise it would not have specially recruited the blind monk Li King to teach him how to control the powerful power. The fragrant smoke lingered on the futon. Sensing the approach of the visitor, the old man, who had only met once, just nodded to Lester calmly. Lingju, who was already familiar with him, stood up and greeted Lester. "You are here. Sit down casually. There is nothing to be restrained here. I'm discussing something with Karma, and will be finished soon." "Thank you." Taking the futon handed over by Lingju, Lester put down Yugi and sat cross-legged on the futon, forming a horn with Lingju and Xiu. Seeing Lester sitting down, Karma picked up the teapot and added a cup of fragrant tea to Lester's new cup. Lester took a sip, and a light and elegant fragrance echoed in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. After entertaining Lester, Lingju looked at Karma and took a deep breath. "After this hard battle with the evil demon and traveling between the two realms, I have realized the true meaning of the Way of Balance. The Way of Balance actually implies the natural harmony of Ionia. In recent years, the two realms of Ionia have become increasingly chaotic. Due to the evil thoughts of people, the number of evil spirits in the spiritual realm has increased instead of decreased. There are also evil people who have hurt the originally peaceful spirits in the spiritual realm through brutal killings in the material realm, causing the spirits to become manic and become a disaster in the spiritual realm. Finally, they have fed back to the material realm, causing a new round of evil thoughts in the world. If we ignore this and let it develop naturally, the situation will only get worse. Whether it is the spiritual realm or the material realm, we need a group of guardians who are willing to dedicate themselves to the balance of the two realms and actively eliminate the source of turmoil in the two realms. Tracing back to the source, imbalance is the real source of disasters, just like the fleeing shadow wizards. We should not only ban overly dangerous shadow magic, but also actively eliminate the threat of shadow wizards. If the shadow demons had not gained power by hunting shadow wizards and villagers who caused riots by shadow wizards, the shadow demons would not have gained enough power and would not have been able to create this Soul Blossom Festival disaster. If we actively eliminate the shadow wizards who destroy the balance of the material realm, then the demons will not have the opportunity to gain power. This requires many people to devote themselves to this and to maintain the balance between the two realms with the concept of the Way of Balance. I believe that this will prevent many disasters from happening. Lester chewed on the three words many people. He knew that in the future, the concept of the Way of Balance would flourish in Ionia. The Temple of Balance would be built on every piece of land in Ionia, and there would be tens of thousands of people who followed the Way of Balance. This many people is not just many, it also includes the absolute support of the Temple of Balance and the elders in the Temple of Eternal Life for the Temple of Balance to flourish. To put it bluntly, the power in Lingju's mouth is no different from asking a head of state for the power to establish national religion. If it weren't for Lingju's special status and his outstanding performance in the Spirit Blossom Festival, Lester would have doubted whether these words would make Karma directly expel Lingju from the Hall of Eternal Life. Karma, who did not respond directly, obviously understood Lingju's meaning. He just used his index finger to point at the moon rose next to Lester's cushion and praised him. "Sir Lester, it seems that you have completely conquered this peerless weapon. Congratulations." After a pause, Karma spoke again. "If there is no suitable sheath, even the peaceful Hall of Eternal Life will definitely not accommodate an unsheathed sword. It will hurt others and yourself. Even though the evil spirit has been restrained by the perfect sheath, this fierce blade is still too ostentatious in the peaceful and quiet hall." But for Lester, he doesn't care about this. He just wants to repay Lingju for the favor he owes him. Although Karma hesitated, it was already a done deal for Lingju to establish a sect. Lester didn't mind brushing up his favor and doing a favor. A good sheath needs to be carefully polished and manufactured by a good craftsman. Things that are done overnight are unlikely to bring good results. Master Heracles poured a lot of effort into Yugi's sheath, so it's naturally not that bad. If Heracles refused to forge a sheath for Yugi from the beginning, then Yugi would never be able to come to the Temple of Eternity and meet Master Karma again. Whether a knife is good or bad depends on the target the blade is pointing to and the character of the wielder. To curb the murderous intent of the blade, you need a good craftsman and the most suitable sheath. Yugi is lucky. Master Heracles agreed to my request and didn't say anything until the sheath was completed. With such a good craftsman, the fierce blade can naturally enter the temple safely. Lingju stared at Lester in a daze, then lowered his head and began to ponder, thinking about what compromise he should make, how to make Karma become the sheath of the sect of the balance, and let Karma agree to his request to establish the sect of the balance. Karma didn't expect that Lester, an outsider, would be so optimistic about Lingju's way of balance and keep saying good things. But what this Narkson man with some secrets said made sense. With a plan in mind, Karma nodded and approved of Lester's statement. Sir, Lester is right. Once the sword is sheathed, you can enter the palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Theory of Fate. The satisfied Lingju left, leaving enough private space for Lester and Karma. The door of the palace closed, and the two sat opposite each other. Their eyes met, and they were silent. Xiu was silent, because he was late, and failed to save the people fighting in the magic garden and Xiu who was guarding Lingju and Lester. Lester was silent, because he used forbidden magic to completely freeze the blossoming spirit tree in the magic garden. The two felt the subtle emotions between each other. In the collision of ki, Karma was the first to lose. In the battle of life and death, how could Lester's all-out attack take into account other factors? Strictly speaking, even if the blossoming spirit tree died, it was not Lester's responsibility. After all, as the guardian of Ionia, if you don't care, what moral rights can you have? It's just a laughingstock. Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, stood up. The old man put his hands together and bowed his head to Lester. Lester didn't say anything politely, nor did he stop him. He looked at the old man in front of him calmly. If you hadn't helped this time, I'm afraid Presidium would have paid a heavier price. Lord Lester, thank you for everything you have done for Presidium. It doesn't matter, Karma, I'm just curious how bad the situation has to be for you to take action. To be honest, before coming to Ionia, I had some respect for Karma, the reincarnation of the Ionian soul. However, what you did makes me see no respect for you at all. Lester's merciless words did not shake Karma. The old man just straightened up inside. Ask me to repair it, Lord Lester. You don't understand what kind of heavy mission the name Karma carries. My overly powerful spiritual power caused a huge disaster in my second life, because I rashly helped others. Countless people died in that disaster. Because I violated the natural laws of Ionia, the soul of Ionia began to be restless, which caused several disasters in Ionia one after another. It was a disaster more terrible than the blossom of the soul. It was the punishment of this land on mankind. Earthquakes, tsunamis, droughts, tens of thousands of people died in the disaster. In the second life, Karma failed to pay for the sins he had created throughout his life. It was also from the second life that he started to build the Temple of Eternal Life. In each life, Karma needed to understand that too painful history under the guidance of the elders of the Temple of Eternal Life. The law of harmony, established in the second life and perfected in the third life, became the iron law that Karma followed throughout his life and needed to be engraved in his bones. Karma must never take the initiative to interfere in anything that happened on this land and can only use enlightenment to guide Ionia through the crisis. Karma's main duty is to maintain harmony, mediate disputes and arguments with wisdom, or make prophecies to help the Ionians survive disasters. Anything beyond this is not allowed. No one knows what the next time the Ionian soul gets angry, and no one can take such responsibility. Seeing the old man's genuine expression, Lester nodded, not knowing whether to agree or not. So, you went to the magic garden not to deal with the possessed swordsman, but to save me, right? Yes. Xiu whispered, not surprised that the man in front of him would think of this. The most I can do is to help you restrain the possessed Doran. With the spiritual soul blade, the swordsman's demon soul can rest in peace. This will also save you and prevent more killings. XIU, I don't see any sadness in your eyes. In your eyes, do all the dead people just walk on the path they should have? If it were XIU, he would definitely feel sorry for the loss of life and would do his best to save the soul that set foot on the underworld. But when XIU recalled the memory of Karma in his previous life, XIU was already dead. Only Karma was alive. The unreasonable obsession and the stubbornness of old-fashioned dogma made Lester recognize the old man with a special identity in front of him. This is an old guy who can never be persuaded or changed by words. If you have any questions or any requests, I will try my best to meet them. Sitting down again, filling half a cup of tea in the teacup, XIU sighed and picked up the teacup. You are here because of destiny. I don't have much time left. I will enter reincarnation soon. If it's later, I'm afraid you won't see me. Lester didn't bother to explore the meaning of Karma's existence. He was not too polite to the old man in front of him. Since the old man had said that destiny was hard to defy, he would not refuse his destiny to find him. Karma, I want to know the secret of your reincarnation. How can the soul return to the material world with memories after death? After taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Karma put down the teacup with a bitter look on his face. Many people have asked me this question, as if immortality is a good thing. However, when a person's life is destined to be bound, immortality loses its due meaning. Before answering your question, I also have a question for you, Mr. Lester. In your opinion, what do people live for? To satisfy their own desires, endless desires. Lester has his own understanding of this question. In his opinion, if a person does not have any desires, he will lose the motivation to live. He only knows how to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, which cannot be considered alive. Such a person is no different from a dead person. Regardless of whether desires are good or bad, being willing to work hard to satisfy your desires is what a living person should be like. Evil itself is a part of human beings and cannot be denied. Desire. Without giving any comment, Karma spoke again. The secret of reincarnation lies in the soul of Ionia. Only on this land can Karma's reincarnation be born, and the memory of the soul will be passed on to Karma's next life by the soul of Ionia. If you are really sincere, I think you should be more specific, instead of fooling me with these things that everyone knows. It's not fooling me, it's just that I don't know. The old man sighed and pointed to the power of the two dragons circling behind him. How to preserve memories for reincarnation is a secret that only the soul of Ionia can know. Karma does not know this. This was decided when Karma was chosen by the soul of Ionia. All the House of Eternal Life can do is to follow the rules set by the soul of Ionia to find the person who will reincarnate, because in each life Karma will awaken the memories of his past life as he grows up. The House of Eternal Life has its own methods for finding Karma's reincarnation. The specific principles and why we retain the memories of each life are in the hands of the soul of Ionia. Karma cannot know the secrets. Otherwise, Karma has his own relatives in each life. He is born as a human being, not an orphan without a father or mother, and if Karma knew the method of reincarnation, wouldn't everyone have to enter reincarnation, if they are related? After a few reincarnations, wouldn't Ionia be full of immortals? Lester sighed softly. Although he had expected this, he was still disappointed to get such an answer. He knew that what XIU said was most likely true. Only the mysterious Ionian soul knew the mystery of reincarnation, and Karma was just passively taking on the responsibility of the prophet and passively benefiting. Perhaps even Karma was unwilling to become Karma and was even more unwilling to kill the nature of XIU from the day of awakening. Perhaps this is what XIU understood as the bondage of destiny. The so-called destiny cannot be changed or violated. Whether willing or not, one can only obey. Thinking of this, Karma, who had to leave her family since birth and go to the Palace of Eternal Life to spend the rest of her life, seemed quite pitiful. As if seeing Lester's disappointment, XIU began to comfort Lester. Sir Lester, I don't think you want to reincarnate. If there is someone you don't want to leave, you might as well spend the time looking for a way to prolong life to accompany him. If true love is always there, why would you be afraid of separation? Say goodbye and calmly step into the underworld, hoping to continue your relationship in the next life. Hearing this, Lester knew that Karma was worthy of the title of master, so he raised his teacup and offered Karma a cup of tea. Without saying much, Karma returned the cup and filled Lester's cup, and the two fell into silence again. The sound of wind chimes outside the hall drifted in with the wind. How is the blossoming spirit tree? It's dying, but it's not going to die. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably take dozens or even hundreds of years to fully recover. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not worth apologizing for. In addition to Presidium, there are many blossoming spirit trees in Ionia. Besides, you are just trying your best to protect yourself. True demons are not easy to deal with. Duolang is the most outstanding disciple of Master Kalezo of the Killing Sword sect. He has shown extraordinary talent in the way of swordsmanship since he was a child. He also has the famous sword Broken Creek given by Kalezo. It's hard for you to be a match for him. Broken Creek. Wait, what did you say? The famous sword Broken Creek. It was not until this moment that Lester knew what the name of the moon rose in his hand was before. The old man looked at the sudden change in the face of the man who was not surprised by praise or criticism with confusion, and pointed at the fierce blade next to the man. Broken Creek, made by the master craftsman Ikik, is one of the famous swords of Ionia. After this time, Broken Creek is in your hands. The rest of the words did not stay in his mind. Lester only remembered that Xiaoyu told him the origin of his name. Under the moonlit night, by the Fantasy Z River, a master who had lost his master and was eager to inherit and carry forward the mist-hidden style picked up a baby girl by chance, raised her up, and named her Xiaoyu, which means the bright moon of the Fantasy Z River. Because of her outstanding talent, she was given high hopes since she was a child. The scene changed, as if returning to the magic garden. The blue shield of the nightmare that isolated the soul was still vivid. The demon swordsman Doran, who had returned from the spiritual realm and held the broken stream, was holding the girl's upper body with one hand to absorb her blood. The girl's lower body was cut off and finally turned into a flesh and blood puppet under his own magic to continue to protect himself. Broken stream, Duanzi, UGUI. Human, your pain has just begun. Emoteng's grim smile emerged from his ears. In the spiritual realm, Ziyu, who waved goodbye to him, turned into an evil ghost and pounced on him. Sir Lester. Under the sound of Xiyu's deliberate awakening magic, Lester came back to his senses. His face was particularly ugly. At the same time, UGUI, who was emitting a faint red light, fell into calm again, as if nothing had changed. Bang bang bang, 3 melodious bells rang from outside the palace, and Lester broke out in a cold sweat. Karma sighed. Sir Lester, some obsessions need to be let go. Many lost things, once not grasped tightly, can never be found again. If you carry this pain for too long, what will happen if you carry it for too long? Lester's voice was a little hoarse. If you carry it for too long, I'm afraid you will become the next Doran. In the end, Lester stayed in the Eternal Hall of Shuanglang Mountain temporarily to cultivate his body and mind under the advice of Karma and Lingju. This also made it convenient for Karma, who had little time left, to teach him the Ionian meditation method. Different from the static meditation method in the 13 bodybuilding styles, the dynamic meditation method taught by Xiu can make the body sharp and quick-witted in a short period of time. Because he did not help Lester with the reincarnation, Xiu was willing to use the meditation method that could not be passed on to others in return, to help Lester suppress the distracting thoughts in his heart so as not to be affected by evil spirits. During the days when Lester lived in the Temple of Eternal Life, Lingju, Karma and many elders reached a consensus. The new religion called Equilibrium was recognized by Presidium. Just when Lingju was about to leave Presidium with his followers and go to the south side of Dragon Ridge Mountain to build the Equilibrium Temple, on the last rainy night of summer, in the Temple of Samsara, the fifth Karma, Xiu, passed away. The heavy and continuous bells echoed in Shuanglang Mountain, bidding farewell to the old man who had entered the reincarnation. The rain kept falling, and the dark clouds covered the sky, unwilling to dissipate for a long time. Even though they knew that perhaps in less than a decade, a precocious child would remember his identity as Karma, return to the Temple of Eternal Life with the help of the Acolytes, and become the sixth Karma with the memory of Xiu. Many people still shed tears for Karma's departure. Having witnessed Karma's death in the Hall of Reincarnation, Lester, who did not discover any secrets, was also ready to leave with Lingju, who had been delayed for a few days because of Karma's death. He did not forget the silver-winged dragon Berchia, who was still waiting for him outside the psychedelic forest. However, before going to the psychedelic forest to find Vastaya Shapa shifting for sure, he still needed to go to Dragon Ridge Mountain to complete his final farewell. He had to meet Xiao's master, Xiao's junior brothers and sisters in person, bring back Xiao's apology to the master, and bring back the master's resentment towards Lester. Xiao had already left, and he did not want Xiao's master to have any resentment towards the departed girl. Even if there was, he would have to bear it. Taking advantage of the rain to stop, Lester, riding a horse, caught up with Lingju's convoy. The convoy was quite wealthy. Looking at the dozens of carriages loaded with supplies and personnel behind him, Lester had a new understanding of Shangzhen's Akashu family. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the Soul Blade, Yaozi, the word Shen in Twilight Eyes is homophonic with kidney, so he is jokingly called Yaozi, was actually a rich man. Lester, have you thought about how to face Xiao's master? A spiritual voice came from the side. Lester glanced at the tough-looking man, then turned his head back to look at the gloomy distance. I just went to apologize, that's all. Chapter 319, The Hidden Mist Dojo. It was the golden autumn season. North of the psychedelic forest, on the hillside of the south side of Langji Mountain, stood a somewhat crude small dojo. At the entrance of the dojo, the plaque of Mist Hidden Stream shone brightly in the sun. Even though the dojo was very dilapidated, the words on the plaque were plated with expensive gold powder, as if the owner of the dojo believed that his dojo would shine in the future. The dojo that used to be very noisy now seemed very quiet. The old man, whose beard and hair had turned white quickly in a few months, knelt in front of the two tablets on the incense table, wiped the wrinkled wet corners of his eyes, and bowed his head in silence. Outside the dojo, a girl about 13 years old secretly watched the crying master wipe the tears that had already wet her cheeks with her little hands, and tried hard to stop the tears, trying to make herself strong. However, after many attempts, she knew that she, who loved to cry, had failed again. She was far from being as good and strong as her senior sister. Since the tablet of the senior sister was placed on the incense table by the master often knelt alone in the dojo and secretly cried. She knew that the master had always treated the senior sister as his own daughter, and had high expectations for the senior sister on this trip. Unexpectedly, after the disaster of the Blooming Spirit, the senior sister would never come back. Even the people of Presidium did not send the senior sister's body back, so the master could not see the senior sister for the last time. The master has never been able to get over the terrible fact that the real demon appeared in the magic garden. He always believed that he had killed the senior sister. With regret and sadness, she watched the master's body become thinner day by day. His black hair turned into a beard, and he lost his former spirit. The blow of the senior sister's death to the master was too great, so great that Wu Ainliu might not be able to bear it. Senior sister Huangsu. Senior sister Huangsu. Shh. The childish voice of the junior brother Awat came from behind. The girl wiped her tears with her sleeves and made herself strong in an instant. The elder sister is gone, the master can't cheer up, and there is only one little younger brother in the sect. If she can't become stronger, I'm afraid this small sect will fall apart in an instant. The master is meditating. Please keep your voice down. Oh, sorry, elder sister, I was wrong. The little boy is only 8 years old. Although he has a good talent for martial arts, he is a little late in wisdom. Many times he seems to be a little naive. Pulling Awat out of the dojo and coming to a secluded courtyard, the girl with red eyes tightened her face and spoke seriously. Awat, have you completed today's training? The chubby little boy nodded happily and patted his uniform proudly to his beautiful elder sister. Yes, elder sister Huangsu, I've done it all. The expression became much softer. In the boy's happy expression, Huangsu touched the boy's head. Well done. After you go out and chop a basket of firewood, you can relax a little today, but you still have to train seriously tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. After sending off the little junior brother who had not grown up completely and was still in a playful state, Huangsu sighed. Although it was still early, she had no free time because she had to prepare dinner. When the senior sister was still there, these tasks were done by the senior sister. I really don't know how the senior sister managed to do everything in an orderly manner and make rapid progress in practice. With a sigh, Huangsu left the side yard and was about to change clothes and go to the kitchen when she heard a slightly heavy unfamiliar footsteps at the door of the dojo. The girl's body could not help but pause, ready to go back to report to the master, but thinking that the master was still in a sad state, the girl gave up the original idea, raised her throat, and pulled out the small kunai at her waist as a self-defense weapon. Vigilantly coming to the door of the dojo, Huangsu stared at the strange man standing at the door, who had an extraordinary appearance, but a somewhat sad expression, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What's in the bag in your hand?" The man put down the bag in his hand, turned his eyes from looking at the plaque, and gently put it on the girl's body, his voice soft. "My name is List. I'm here to find Master Iris. Little girl, you must be Xiao's junior sister Huangsu. This is something Xiao left for you. Please accept it." "Is it left by senior sister Xiao?" Huangsu was startled. After the man took a few steps back, she hurried forward to check, untied the bag, and found some boxes of different sizes inside. The girl picked up a box and opened it. A silver-green jade ring appeared in front of her. She trembled and opened a few more. There were garnet silver rings, gold necklaces, and even several tubes of Shurima gold coins. The dazzling gold, silver and gems made the girl dazzled. She had lived a hard life on the mountain for too many days, and where had she seen such a huge fortune? With this money, as long as she and her junior brother were willing to work hard, under the leadership of the master, the Mist Hidden School would definitely prosper. But, where in the world can there be windfalls? How can senior sister Shishi have so many gems, jewelry and gold coins? Who are you? What is your relationship with senior sister? Seeing that the girl, who had thrown away the gems and became more alert, picked up the kunai again and pointed it at him, Lester said softly, "I'm Xiao's husband. You can call me brother-in-law Lester, or brother-in-law." Huangsu was stunned on the spot, and the small kunai fell to the ground. "Sister and brother-in-law? You are talking nonsense. Senior sister has only come down the mountain a few times. When did she have a husband?" "It was this time. Xiao and I met in Presidium and became partners. We entrusted our lives to each other, but unfortunately, I failed to protect her." Wait, Lister, this name." Huangsu frowned, and her face changed slightly. "Are you the Naxan who exorcised the real demon with the Master of Sense in the Magic Garden?" Lester nodded without correcting the Master of Sense who was slacking off the whole time. "It's me. Are you senior sister Xiao's husband?" "I am." "So, this is not senior sister's relic, but your betrothal gift to senior sister? You can say that. This is too." "No, I have to report to master. I can't make the decision on this matter." "Wait a moment, don't walk around." Seeing the girl leave in a flash, without even picking up the kunai, Lester sighed lightly, tied up the bag of loot from the Thieves' Alliance again, picked up the palm-sized kunai, and wiped it with a towel. After a while, a serious-looking old man with white beard and hair walked out of the dojo with the nervous girl. The girl shrank behind the old man. Obviously, the girl was not as mature as she had just shown. After taking a look at the man who claimed to be Xiao's husband, Iris believed that his eldest disciple could be interested in such a man, but he didn't know the specific situation, nor did he know how far the man in front of him and Xiao had developed. "List, how can I believe what you say?" After staring at each other for a long time, the old man said this. "Xiao has entered reincarnation. What's the point of me deceiving you? I came here just to say sorry. I failed to protect her. She died for me. You are what she cared about most in her life. I can't just leave like this. Some things always need to be explained. I need to convey her feelings for you. If you have any resentment, just come to me. I will bear it all. I just hope you know that before Xiao left, she was still responsible for revitalizing the sect. After taking a deep look at the man who was speaking, Iris turned around and whispered, "Young man, come in and talk." Seeing that her master had already recognized her inexplicable brother-in-law, Huang Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She subconsciously touched her waist, but found that the kunai was gone, and then she remembered that she had just dropped the kunai on the ground. But, where is the kunai on the ground? The girl was stunned for a moment, and the next second, the kunai was handed to her by the man who called himself brother-in-law. Huang Su, who was delighted, took it with both hands, and was about to thank him. If it is something you truly love, you must not relax, let alone let it go, and hold it tightly at all costs, otherwise it will be too late to regret after losing it. What? You are obviously not that old, but you act like an old man who likes to teach people. Lol. Watching the man follow her master into the dojo, the girl clenched the kunai and made a face and followed him angrily. For some reason, she always felt that the mature self became childish in front of this man who called himself brother-in-law. The three entered the dojo, and in silence, Lester bowed to the spirit tablet of Xiao again, looked at it with sad eyes for a long time, and then got rid of the sad mood, and sat on the wooden floor. Seeing the man's sincere emotions, that did not seem to be fake, Iris was convinced that the man in front of her was sincere to her eldest disciple. After thanking the girl who handed him a glass of water, Lester met their gazes and whispered, "The shadow demon changed the soul link of the blossoming spirit tree, causing many people who witnessed the blossoming of the flower to be possessed by evil spirits. In addition, the nearly endless energy of the blossoming spirit tree allowed the evil spirits to be resurrected. The warriors were instantly caught in a bitter battle. The longer it dragged on, the more critical the situation became. At that time, Lingju and I used meditation to let the soul go to the spiritual realm to deal with the demons. I knew that those ordinary evil spirits were not Xiao's opponents, so I asked Xiao to protect my body. Everything went smoothly. Lingju and I exorcised the shadow demon until the possessed Duolang became a real demon and began to kill. Huang Su sat up straight and listened carefully to the first-hand information about the blossoming spirit disaster from the Presidian hero. She wanted to know how far her senior sister had done in such a terrible disaster. With a sigh, Lester's eyes were filled with sadness. In that battle, Xiao saved many people, but Duolang, who had become a true demon, was too powerful. In addition, he was holding the famous sword Duangxi. No one on the scene could match Duolang. The warriors who promised to guard the spiritual body fled after being severely injured. Only Xiao was still alone in front of me, fighting to the death with the true demon, who knew she was no match for him. Until the last moment, she did not choose to leave. Xiao, how did she die? The old man's voice was a little hoarse, and Huang Su stared at the dejected man. She was cut in half by the true demon, and died not far from me. One knife, cut in half. The old man trembled and picked up the water cup. He wanted to drink a sip of water, but he found that when the water cup was close to his lips, half of the water had been spilled. Unknowingly, the old man's eyes were filled with turbid tears again. He suddenly remembered that he had taught Xiao that in one's life, only deep affection and loyalty should not be let down. He did it, and passed on the martial arts and the school to the missing master Yinlang. She did it, although the price was her own life, but it was for the love of her life. At this point, what else can I blame? Good. You are worthy of being my eldest disciple. You did what you said, and didn't embarrass me, an old man. Haha. Good. Listening to the man's voice, Huang Su saw a tragic picture in front of her eyes. She went against the fleeing crowd and stood guard in front of her beloved senior sister to fight the impossible to defeat real demon alone, and finally her soul returned to the Netherworld. This is love, this is dedication, this is a promise, and it is also the romance that belongs only to warriors. Senior sister Xiao. Thinking of the senior sister who always liked to make flower cakes for herself, Huang Su's eyes also turned red, but she gritted her teeth and stubbornly refused to show her emotions. What happened later? Later, my soul returned to my body and avenged Xiao with my own hands. The man's eyes suddenly became indifferent, and even Huang Su felt the sudden piercing murderous intent, but she knew who this murderous intent was for, so she was not afraid, but felt warm in her heart. I crushed Doran to dust, and my forbidden magic turned the magic garden into a hell on earth. Until now, the blooming spirit tree in Presidium is still half dead, and no one can enter the garden. Unfortunately, Xiao can never come back. Huangzu was shocked by the scene described by the man. She knew that the magic garden in Presidium was closed after the blooming spirit disaster, but she didn't know that it was all caused by the man in front of her. I'm afraid that the affectionate brother-in-law's heart at this moment is as completely frozen as the magic garden with thousands of holes. The soft part of the girl was deeply touched, and her eyes looking at her brother-in-law were a little softer. Then, the body of Xiao, even if it is cut in half, there will always be a part left behind. There was a little more expectation in Iris's eyes. Even if a part of it is left behind, it will be good, so that when Xiao comes back, she will not be unable to find her home. Naturally, he would not tell Xiao's master and junior sister in detail that Xiao's body was turned into a flesh puppet by himself and was killed by the true demon swordsman. Lester just shook his head gently. That battle almost destroyed the entire magic garden. There were broken limbs everywhere, and the blood dyed the spirit lake red. Even I couldn't tell where Xiao was. Later, the warriors of the Palace of Eternal Life sealed it off and no one else was allowed to enter or leave. So, that's it. The atmosphere became a little heavy in silence. Iris and Huangzu were immersed in grief, but Lester put down the bag in his hand. Xiao saved me with her own life. She was still concerned about you before she died. She also planned to bring me to visit you after the Blossoming Spirit Festival. You are Xiao's family. Xiao entrusted herself to me, but I failed to protect her. Everything is irreversible. I just hope to do more for the Kiriga cure before I leave. If you want to resent someone, please resent me. I'm sorry. Lester, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his head and solemnly apologized to the two people in front of him. Huangzu secretly wiped her tears, but the old man reached out and patted the man's shoulder, speaking softly in a calm tone. You are a real man. You have done a good job in revenge for Xiao. How can we resent and blame you? This is Xiao's own choice. Even I'm not sure that I can defeat the real devil. Xiao did not make a mistake in choosing you. You are a man worthy of entrusting your life to. If you really want to do something for Wu Ainliu, then stay here for a while. Xiao still has a lot of her own things. As Xiao's husband, I think I should leave those things to you. Before you leave, just treat this place as your own home. Chapter 320 Life in the Mountains. Master. Kanna's breath seemed to be right beside her ear, so close. Listening carefully, it was the sound of the wind going away. The elf-like woman wanted to hug her with apology. She stepped forward, but only a breeze remained in her arms. Before she could feel the temperature, it had already quietly disappeared. Master. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the magic garden. The dead Xiao's eyes were wide open, and her empty eyes exuded a strong resentment. She died with her eyes wide open. Before he could even say sorry, the scene changed again. Meteorites fell from the sky and smashed into the land of Emerald Territory. Countless people turned into dry bones in the flames. The messenger of the righteous Protoss arrogantly turned the Nokmachi plain into a basin and forcibly took Mishad and Sinner to the heaven. Margaret and Alice died on the battlefield of external expansion. Meredith was lost in the wilderness, and Terina lay alone in bed, reminiscing about the perfect past, and swallowed a deadly poison. His ears were filled with all kinds of painful howls, and the man could vaguely hear the sounds of darkness and the underworld. In the blink of an eye, the high and mighty Modkaiser sat on the throne of bones, and Rose was kneeling on the ground. The woman who had completely surrendered to the tyrant looked at the loser bound by chains with sarcasm, and her previous love turned into hatred and supreme worship of the tyrant. Violence, conquest, destruction. In the battle with Mordekaiser, no matter it was power or women, he was defeated. In the struggle, some people laughed at him, some people abandoned him, and finally he became penniless. Master, Dad? Whose voice is this? Elena. Lester opened his eyes and returned to the lake of his mind with anger in his heart. The call in his ears became clearer. He finally confirmed that it was Elena who was calling him, and his anger gradually dissipated. But if that was the case, who was calling him, and calling him master? Suppressing his doubts, Lester sank to the bottom of the lake and came to the rune table. The life rune flashing green light was different from before, and it seemed very active at this moment. Holding the life rune in both hands, Lester had a lively consciousness in the depths of his mind, and he felt relieved. Dad. Elena. I'm sorry, I haven't seen you for a long time. Dad. After touching the runestone, Lester sighed and suppressed the sudden tyranny in his heart. Until now, he was not sure what he should do to restore Elena's memory. If he just looked for runes, it would waste a lot of time. It would be better to wait until Riz had collected almost all the runes before sneaking into the forbidden magic stone forest of Demacia and attacking Huanglang. Only with sufficient strength can we avoid the situation in the nightmare. All comfort is built on a strong foundation. For this, he will do everything he can. After confirming that Elena had nothing important to do and was just calling him, Lester comforted her and left the world of the Lake of the Soul. When he opened his eyes, he saw the oak ceiling and the layout of the room was extremely simple. The room of more than 10 square meters only had a bed, a low table and a small chair. The layout was as simple and tidy as the girl herself. However, there was a small wooden box that Xiao loved under the bed. Because it was the first day he moved in, Lester had not had time to check Xiao's little secret. The clean bedding did not smell like Xiao. It was obvious that Xiao was a very clean and hard-working girl. If she were still here, she would definitely use a kiss to wake me up from my nightmare. Lester took a deep breath and sat up from the bed. His naked body reflected the dazzling golden light under the sunlight. "Master, are you awake?" A strange voice came from behind him. Lester was stunned, then relaxed his body. "It's you. Evelyn, you can finally speak." The black cat that spoke human words jumped out from the shadow of the wall panel and landed in the man's arms, with its forelegs up and its tail dangling in the air. "The demon core that Emoteng has condensed for decades is a great tonic for me. I just want to thank the master now. Without the master's feeding, there would be no Evelyn now. Well, even Evelyn's name was given by the master. Love, my love will only be given to my only master. I love you so much." The cat that spoke human words seemed very proactive. "I was wondering why you called me so early in the morning. So you demons also have stress? I don't believe it." Patting the cat's back with amusement, Evelyn thought she could be intimate with her master again, but unexpectedly Lester shook his head. "Be patient for a while. I want to calm myself down for a few days." "But, master, be obedient." "Okay." Lester's unmoved will made Evelyn's plan to drain her master completely go down the drain. The shadow cat licked the back of the man's hand reluctantly, jumped into the shadow and disappeared. After Evelyn left, the room returned to silence. If Lester hadn't heard the rustling noise outside the door. After putting on his clothes and tidying up the mattress, Lester opened the door slowly. Huang Su, who was a little overwhelmed outside the door, suddenly became a little shy, clenching his hands tightly, not knowing where to put them. "Sister, brother-in-law, did you sleep well?" "I slept well, thank you for your concern, Huang Su." "Well, I came to call you for dinner." "Yes, I have prepared the meal, although it is just some fruits, vegetables, and rice." "Brother-in-law, do you want to come and eat?" After saying a few words, the girl, who did not have much experience in dealing with people, also regained some composure. She tried to recall the style of her senior sister and imitated it as much as she could, as if doing so could bring her strength and courage. Facing the clumsy girl, Lester smiled and nodded. She naturally would not refuse the girl's kindness. "Then I must have a taste of your cooking skills. In the afternoon, I plan to go to the woods in the south to hunt some game and show you my skills tonight. By the way, Huang Su, you can ask Awat to come with you." "Great. I have wanted to go hunting in the woods in the south for a long time, but my master said that if I can't use the power of magic to perfection, I will not be allowed to go. But with someone as powerful as your brother-in-law, there will definitely be no problem." After a small cheer, Huang Su took Lester into the kitchen. The chubby Awat was eating rice and wild vegetables in big mouthfuls, but Lester did not see any sign of Iris. "Where is Master Iris? Isn't he coming to eat?" Hearing Lester's question, before Huang Su could respond, the little boy with half a mouthful of rice shouted, "Big pot, Master Hutaso is going out to offer sacrifices to the gods and visit a group of friends, so he won't be here to eat. Swallow your food before you speak. In fact, Master, he also asked you, brother-in-law, to take good care of us." The little girl's face suddenly turned red after adding 2 sentences, and her bright fox eyes looked down, avoiding Lester's sight. Lester felt only sorry for the little girl's sudden dependence on him. After experiencing the grief of Xiao's death, he decided to avoid taking on more emotional debts as much as possible, so he naturally had no intention of teasing the little girl. What's more, Huangsu was Xiao's junior sister, and he couldn't do such a beastly thing. He was only willing to treat Huangsu as his own sister. Is that so? In that case, I'll cook at noon, and we'll go hunting in the afternoon. Oh. Watch it. And Lester touched the little boy's head with a faint smile. The simple meals in the mountains also have their own unique features. Lester is not picky about food, and ate them all. After Huangsu cleaned up the dishes, he returned to Xiao's room. Pulling out a small wooden box from under the bed, Lester opened it gently. This was Xiao's treasure, and he had to treat it with care. There were only a few simple things in the wooden box, but they were well protected. The man sorted and counted them, put them on the table, and checked them one by one. The paper notebook wrapped in white cloth was Xiao's self-summary of the experience and lessons in the process of practicing spell power and martial arts. It included the most basic spell power practice method of the Mist Hidden School, the production process and formula of spell power smoke bombs, the painting method and use steps of some spell talismans, and the personal practice skills of flying sickles and double swords. Xiao even recorded a new type of spell power operation method created by herself. It must be said that Xiao is really a genius in practice. Looking at the reed paper notes that were 2 centimeters thick and bound together with fishing line, Lester sighed. It was obvious that Xiao was always thinking about the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. These things, as long as they were slightly concentrated and refined, could become an important practice method for entering a sect and turn an ignorant person into an elite disciple of the Wuan school. Strictly speaking, this was something that could never be leaked to outsiders. Iris must have known that there were such things in Xiao's box. Then, the ownership of the wooden box was handed over to him, but he did not force him to join the Wuan school. The meaning was very obvious. He carefully picked up Xiao's notes and placed them on the bedside. Naturally, he would not let down the old man's kindness, and he completely recognized the Wuan school. Xiao's sect was willing to treat him as a family member, and he was willing to treat this place as his home. Until this moment, the Wuan school truly gained the friendship of the Jade leader. The second item was a hand-carved wooden comb. The material seemed to be pear wood, and you could smell the good sandalwood. Lester thought about it and put the comb close to his body. The third item was a dozen or so animal skin charms of normal size placed in a wooden box. The ghostly painted charms on the charms were some variant of Ionia, probably made of the blood of some spirit beast, and the overall luster was dark red. As long as the magic power was input, it could be used. Because he did not look closely at Xiao's notes, Lester did not know the specific effect of the charms. The last item was 2 strings of blooming soul bracelets. Lester was startled and gently picked up one of the bracelets and looked at the delicate Ionian language on the reincarnation wooden beads. Don't let down your deep affection. Picking up the second string and looking at it, Lester really saw the word stay with you until death, which was exactly the same as Xiao's free and easy style. So you have already prepared the blooming soul bracelet for us, but unfortunately I can't wear it for you personally, and even, I doubt whether I'm qualified to wear it. After kissing the stay with you until death blooming soul bracelet, lightly, the sad man still put the stay with you until death blooming soul bracelet on his right wrist and carefully put away the one that belonged to Xiao. Only Xiao is qualified to wear the bracelet that says stay together till death. These 4 words are too heavy. He knows that there are many people behind him, and he cannot bear them. From the beginning, his love with the girl was not fair. The girl gave him everything, but he could leave very little. The small wooden box was empty, but Lester's mood was difficult to calm down. The man held Xiao's Zenling bracelet to his heart, lay back on the bed alone, and closed his eyes. At least before I leave, I want to fulfill your last wish. Promises are never empty words, but the heaviest ruts of time. Every inch of traces needs to be measured by day and night and stars. 3 years passed in a flash, and a new summer came in the blink of an eye. In order to revitalize the Wuine River, Lester's days in the mountains were peaceful and fulfilling, but not easy. In addition to studying the notes left by Xiao, learning spell power and spell talismans, Lester was also responsible for expanding the sect and taking care of the two little guys, including daily practice, outdoor training, competitions and contests with other sects, and riding the silver-winged dragon Bird's Eye to explore the psychedelic forest in the south. Even the black boss Lingju from the next hill would come to the dojo from time to time, looking for Lester with a serious face to learn from each other, confirm a new understanding in the spiritual realm, and before Lester drove him away, he would promote the way of balance to the two little guys of the mist-hidden stream, and then be ruthlessly kicked out of the mountain gate by Lester. If Lester himself was not considered a disciple of the Kirigakure school, he would probably have shouldered the responsibility of accepting disciples. Although he was just an outsider, Iris confidently left Iwata and Huangsu to Lester to take care of, and he often went out and did not return to the dojo for 3 to 5 months, which made Lester feel helpless. He vaguely felt that he, the brother-in-law of the eldest senior sister, had gradually become the eldest senior brother of the Kirigakure school. In fact, the two fast-growing little guys were indeed very dependent on him, and the girl even developed a deep affection and possessiveness for him. After 2 years of study and practice, Lester successfully established a simple cursed power circulation in his body. Perhaps because the rune mutant body was too special, Lester could not forcibly build the cursed power system of the mist-hidden stream in his body. That would only hurt himself and destroy his own power system. He could only build a most basic and harmless cursed power circulation framework, storing a small amount of cursed power in the main acupoints. Unlike Huangsu, who could directly use cursed power through seals and spells in battle, and use cursed power to become invisible and kill enemies in smoke bombs, until now, he could only use cursed power to activate animal skin talismans, to enchant his weapons with cursed power. There was not much result in practice, but he learned a lot of theoretical knowledge and had the ability to teach on his own. Even though Lester didn't have much success in spell power, Huangsu and Iwata didn't look down on him. As a theoretical guide, Lester, who was good at learning and drawing inferences from one example, had already surpassed Huangsu and Iwata in understanding spell power. It was not a problem for him to instruct the two little guys. In actual combat, whether it was magic, fighting, or swordsmanship, Lester was enough to be their teacher and guide Huangsu and Iwata to make continuous progress. In fact, Lester was also trying to learn how to use the flying sickle from Huangsu in his spare time. The so-called flying sickle is similar in shape and structure to the Japanese ninja's chain sickle in the previous life. Both are composed of a sickle at the front and a chain ball at the back. The difference is that the chain sickle favored by Japanese ninjas is about 3 meters long, while the flying sickle method inherited by Yin Lang is 5 or even 8 meters long. It is composed of a special iron chain and can be long or short. It is a real flying sickle. It can kill people invisibly from 10 meters away and is specifically designed to defeat long weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. The only disadvantage is that it is limited by the cramped environment. Even if the length of the iron chain is shortened, it is difficult to use in extremely narrow places. Because the spell power can be delicately controlled, the longer and heavier metal chain will not make the flying sickle an uncontrollable burden. Instead, it makes it possible for the flying sickle, a strange weapon, to shine in battle. The practiced flying sickle in the sect is too light and not suitable for the hand. After becoming familiar with the control method of the light sickle, Lester commissioned Lingju to make a heavy sickle for himself. Every time he practiced in the open space, the whistling sound made Huangsu and Iwata daunted. The heavy sickle emitted a terrifying wave of air under the traction of the light blue curse. It was different from the scene when Huangsu practiced the flying sickle, which was like a light dance. The mysterious lightness could not be seen at all. The dozens of kilograms of star iron sickle in Lester's hand only highlighted the feeling of dominance and invincibility. The agile weapon became a tough and heavy weapon, with a terrifying momentum, making people unable to raise the mind to resist. Even though she had seen Lester's practice scene many times, Huangsu was still a little scared. She only dared to stand on a branch more than 20 meters away and watch the battle from a distance. She already knew how powerful her brother-in-law was. In just 2 years, the brother-in-law that her senior sister had taken a fancy to had not only achieved some achievements in the way of curse power, but also created a unique heavy sickle style for flying sickles. It was still too surprising. The girl on the tree stared at the man not far away infatuatedly, refusing to blink, but the words in her mouth were a little creepy. Hey, he is worthy of being my brother-in-law. Powerful, handsome, and a great hero. Senior sister, you left so early. Your brother-in-law must be very sad. Don't worry, I'm here with your brother-in-law. He will never be lonely. But senior sister, can you tell me, you have been dead for such a long time. Why is your brother-in-law still unwilling to accept me? Is it because your brother-in-law still refuses to take off the soul-blowing bracelet you carved with your own hands? Alas, although it is impossible for my infatuated brother-in-law, but it would be nice if he is willing to wear the other one on my hand. PS1. It seems that everyone is raising books in April. I guess not many readers will read it. Here is a unified reward to thank the end of the chapter. Thanks to Book Friend for the reward of 5,000 coins. Thanks to FZJ, Book Friend for the reward of 1500 coins. Thanks to 201709032215418887. Right square bracket left square bracket 20190330232510 46 for the reward support, especially 201903302325104446 is still a student party willing to use rewards and subscriptions to encourage the author to create. Stay up late. Bobby said that staying up late is not a problem. Thank you for liking this book. PS2. Then there is the issue of asking for monthly votes. I found that everyone seems to have no motivation to vote, and thanking one by one is very tedious. As expected, there is no rule for adding more chapters. How about this? On the last day of each month, the total number of monthly votes for that month will be settled. One chapter will be added for every 200 monthly votes. Still one chapter with 4,000 words, capped at 5 chapters, and the settlement will be made at the end of the month. The first Monday of the month will be the first Monday to directly update. Old readers who know Staying Up Late Poppy should know that Staying Up Late Poppy never delays or stops updating, and adding more chapters will not affect the daily chapters that were originally to be updated. He also likes to draw maps and write Galio for his lovely book friends. He is a rare 3 good boy, mainly because he has saved 5 chapters and is bold again, so don't worry, just vote. Chapter 321 Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. Brother Lister. Brother Lister. Master Ling Ju is here to see you again. He said he has something important to tell you. A loud voice came from a distance. Unlike 3 years ago, the chubby Awat has grown more than 40 centimeters taller. The 12-year-old boy is already 1.5 meters tall, almost catching up with the graceful senior sister. Unlike the 2 senior sisters who majored in flying sickles, Awat chose the path of broadsword. After years of training, his body is particularly strong. Especially after learning the practice posture taught by Lester, Awat's body acupoints were opened, and his blood and ki were very abundant. In terms of strength alone, he was almost catching up with his senior sister. Hearing the voice of his junior brother, and seeing his brother-in-law start to put away the sickle, Huang Su, who was wearing a training suit, adjusted her not-so-good expression, jumped off the branch nimbly, and greeted her junior brother with a beautiful frown. Why is Master Ling Ju here again? Didn't he just look for my brother-in-law 3 days ago? Observing the impatience on his senior sister's face, Awat, who began to understand the meaning of words and expressions, did not dare to expose his senior sister's little thoughts. He just scratched his sweaty head and smiled a little honestly. Senior sister, I don't know either. But from the look of Master Ling Ju, he must have something important to do. He is still waiting in the dojo. Is that so? Hearing what his junior brother said, the girl's face returned to a faint smile again. After a while, Lester, who was carrying a heavy sickle, also came over and patted Awat's broad shoulders. Seeing the sweaty appearance of the boy, the man who knew that the boy was undergoing training, felt a little funny in his heart, but his expression was very serious. Thank you for coming to inform me, Awat. You have worked hard. It's just a small matter. It's okay if I can help, Brother Lister. After greeting Awat, Lester looked at the girl who was looking at him with complicated eyes, sighed in his heart, but his face was a little more apologetic. Aksu, I may have to go on a long journey today, so I'm afraid I won't be able to train with you this afternoon. It's okay, brother-in-law, it's okay here, you just go and do your business, leave the things in the dojo to me. Shaking her head, the girl looked relaxed, but suddenly turned to Awat who was wiping his sweat, which made the boy shudder. And recently, my junior brother has made great progress. As a senior sister, I should also supervise and check the progress of my junior brother's practice more, don't you think? Looking at the smiling senior sister, Awat began to sweat on his back and felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't know when it started, but the gentle and considerate senior sister in the past was gone and became a little difficult to understand. At some times of training, she also became inexplicably scary. He suddenly realized this one day. He vaguely remembered that when he came to see Brother List, because of questions about practice that day, the senior sister under the shade of the tree was talking to Brother List. When she saw him coming, the smile on her face instantly converged, and she became expressionless, which was very scary. From then on, he understood that his sister hated others affecting her time alone with Big Brother Lister, and he tried to avoid this as much as possible. But he couldn't refuse Master Ling Ju's commission. This was not only what Big Brother Lister had asked him to do, but he also wanted to build a good relationship with him, especially since the girl he liked was also practicing the way of balance in the Temple of Balance. He naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity to improve Master Ling Ju's favorability, even if it meant offending his sister. Although there were 3 people walking together, Awat's presence was extremely weak. The boy walked alone behind, pricked up his ears, and savored the complex emotional connection between Big Brother Lister and his sister, trying to transform it into his own personal experience. Brother-in-law, why do you think Master Ling Ju came to you this time? I'm afraid there is some clue about the things in the psychedelic forest. I once entrusted Ling Ju to help me find some special Vastaya people in the psychedelic forest. If I'm not mistaken, Ling Ju should have discovered something. The psychedelic forest is very dangerous. Our master disappeared in the psychedelic forest. Brother-in-law, you'd better not go there. There's no danger. We are just looking for a few people. I'll be back soon. Oh, I see. The girl was obviously relieved, then hesitated. Then, can you take me with you? Maybe I can help brother-in-law. Aksu, I know you are worried about me, but I can't take you this time, because even I'm not completely sure to leave the psychedelic forest. You still need to manage the Mist Hidden School. In the absence of Master Iris, you are the backbone of the Mist Hidden School. You need to take care of everything in the dojo yourself, and even if I'm not here, you have to take care of yourself in the dojo. Yes, junior brother is still young, and can't consider everything. Master comes back less and less, and he never tells us what he has been busy with outside. It seems that after senior sister left, Master rarely puts energy into the dojo, otherwise he wouldn't let you, brother-in-law, take care of it for so long. If only junior brother could take care of it on his own, then I can travel with you, brother-in-law. The girl, whose voice was getting smaller and smaller, suddenly looked back, and Awat hurriedly restored his ears to normal, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Until the girl turned her head back and wanted to pull the man's hand. The man inadvertently avoided her. The girl couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. For a moment, Awat, who was quietly observing everything, felt that his shoulders became heavier. It turned out that it was difficult for a fierce pursuit like that of his senior sister to achieve the right result. Then back at the dojo, Ling Ju, who was carrying the soul blade, was sitting cross-legged on the ground in a grey-blue close-fitting martial arts uniform with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. After bidding farewell to the reluctant girl and Awat, who looked a little reluctant, Lester closed the wooden door and walked slowly to Ling Ju. Have you found the location of the mental maze? He opened his eyes, and a spiritual light flashed by. Ling Ju's eyes returned to normal, no longer emitting a cataract-like white light. Yes, Elena found the location of the mental maze. I have asked her to mark it. In order to avoid danger, I did not ask her to investigate further. But if we want to go, we must move quickly, otherwise the mental maze will move to another place. After a few seconds of silence, Lester said softly, Lingju, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time. Compared to this, Lister, I want to ask you, do you really want to enter the mental maze? Although some people were lost and sent out after losing their memories, there are also many powerful warriors who have known you since then, and their life and death are unknown. Master Yin Lang of Langai Liu disappeared in the mental maze. In recent times, Master Iris, who has your funding, has also tried to hire several distressed warriors to explore the secrets of the mental maze. They have failed many times in succession. Although no one is missing, several people have lost a lot of important memories. You know all this. Even so, do you have to go? If you get lost in it, I'm afraid I won't risk my life to find you. Lingju, I have my reasons for reaching Omikaelan. No matter what the result is, I will accept it calmly. Lester's overly firm voice made Lingju completely give up the idea of persuasion. He knew that the man in front of him, his good friend Lester, must go to the legendary holy land of Vastaya Zyru. I knew I couldn't convince you. In that case, let's go. I've already located Elena. As long as we ride your Windbeast, we'll soon find the location of the mental maze. By the way, aren't you going to say goodbye to them? After leaving the dojo, Lester left a farewell letter for Huangsu and Awat, and then took Yugi with him. The two did not walk towards the psychedelic forest in the south, but continued to climb the mountain to the north. Finally, they came to a ridge covered with snow and howling cold winds. Lester and Lingju stopped. Lester raised his hand and shot several wind attribute magic screams and several bright ice flowers towards the distant sky. That was the meeting signal he and Zaya had agreed on. Hook. Hook. Woo. After a while, the silver-winged dragon bird, sensing Lester's unique elemental power, spread its wings and flew from the snowy sky. It circled twice happily and landed on the empty space on the ridge. It rubbed Lester's arm with its slender neck. When she was not with Lester, she had always lived alone on the outskirts of the psychedelic forest. The unique power of the dragon clan made her less troublesome and spent her leisure time in peace and comfort. Although she was not quite used to letting others ride on her, Zaya still obeyed Lester's order and let her back have an unrelated person. Lester hugged Zaya's scales behind her neck in front, and Lingju hugged Lester's waist in the back. The two people and the beast took off from the ground, all the way south, and disappeared in the snow curtain. Mist Hidden Dojo, the girl who was cooking in the kitchen could not get motivated. She hurriedly made a little food and left the kitchen. She returned to her room and could not calm down. For some reason, the girl always felt that her brother-in-law was different today. It seemed that he was hiding something important from her, or that he was saying goodbye to her. Recalling the instructions before leaving, the girl's face gradually turned pale. She patted her forehead hard and forced a smile. Haha, it's impossible. My brother-in-law can't just leave without saying goodbye. Even if he left the dojo, he would definitely explain the matter seriously and say goodbye to me and Awat. So my brother-in-law just went to the psychedelic forest to find a few Vastaya people and will be back soon. As she spoke, the panicked girl's eyes became wet and red, and her voice trembled. I have already released the spell power, and I have memorized the magic runes. I haven't received the approval of my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law has always been an upright man. It's impossible for him to just leave like this. Unless. Running to the room of her senior sister, the girl pushed open the door and looked at the things that were almost intact and returned to their original positions. She immediately noticed that her brother-in-law's favorite sword, Yugi, was no longer on the weapon rack made by her brother-in-law. Tears were dripping onto the ground, but the girl was still comforting herself. It's normal for him to bring weapons in such a dangerous place like the psychedelic forest. There's nothing wrong with that. Although she said this, the girl subconsciously pulled out the small wooden box from her senior sister's bed. She knew that, since her brother-in-law took over the small wooden box, he also liked to put some things in it. Even in her senior sister's notebook, her brother-in-law also recorded his new exploration path and different possibilities in the Mist Hidden style spell power system, as well as precious basic information on the practice of natural rune spells. With these basic information, anyone can embark on a magic journey if they have the right magic talent. Moreover, because it is a formation that has been improved by themselves, it is not strictly considered as a betrayal of the Black Rose's practice method, and there will be no obvious trouble in practicing it. If there was a place where something was most likely to be left, it would only be the small wooden box. If the man would come back, there would definitely be no extra things in the small wooden box. However, the cruelty of reality still broke the girl's defense. The envelope was quietly attached to the thickened handwritten note. The words Aksu's dear were written on the cover. It was obviously a warm and intimate address, but it was as cold as the thousand-leaf frost flowers on the snowy mountain, which would die at the touch. In its weakness, it exuded a chill that kept people away from it. In this case, it wouldn't be considered leaving without saying goodbye, right, brother-in-law? You see, Aksu understood your thoughts at a glance, just like you can never let go of your senior sister who has entered the reincarnation cycle and can't hold my hand. I have been enduring the emotions in my heart, just asking you to give me a chance, just once, let me feel your warmth, knowing that I can't let go. You do this. Wiping her tears with her sleeves, the girl carefully opened the envelope sealed with wax, took out the letter and slowly unfolded it. Ionian is a hieroglyphic language, and Lester has rich experience in how to write hieroglyphs. In Lester's hands, the ordinary fonts on the reed paper also have a unique and special beauty. However, looking at the delicate and neat fonts at this moment, the girl's heart became broken, and her eyes were blurred with tears. Aksu, as smart as you are, you will definitely understand. After I leave that after this separation, we will most likely not meet again. I'm sorry that I couldn't say goodbye to you in person, because I was afraid that, if I said goodbye to you in person, my weakness would make me unable to continue to reject your feelings for me. This emotion is too deep and too pure. Even if I can't let go of Xiaoyu, it is difficult for me to reject your overly hot and sincere heart. I'm afraid that I will forget my promise to Xiaoyu, sink in your arms, and become the most despicable man. You are too much like her, but I know that you have been imitating her every move for me. But what I want to say is that Huangsu is Huangsu and Xiaoyu is Xiaoyu. You are a unique and beautiful girl. You don't need to imitate Xiaoyu, just be the most authentic yourself. What I like most is your purest smile. This is the only thing that I can never let go of. Because of the influence of Xiaoyu and me, you have lost your previous purity, which is not what I want to see. I have considered accepting your feelings, but I finally succumbed to reality. At least, I can't do this now. Xiaoyu has just left, and Master Iris is willing to accept me, the sinner who killed Xiaoyu, and treat me as a family member, entrusting you and Awat to me. How can I fall in love with you, the one Xiaoyu loves the most? In my opinion, this is undoubtedly a betrayal. If I really hold your hand, then Xiaoyu's expectations of me and Master Iris's trust in me will become worthless mud and be trampled under my feet without dignity. I can't do this, so I can only choose to leave this letter, because only in the envelope can I be sure that I will say goodbye to you in sadness and say the last goodbye instead of holding your hand and betraying their trust in me. Maybe in a few years you will understand that your feelings for me are just an attachment to a reliable elder in difficult situations, not true love. One day, you will meet a man you really like, and that man will let you know what kind of man is truly worthy of your selfless dedication. Outside the hut, Awat listened to the wailing in the house, rubbed his sore nose silently, and turned to leave. Senior sister's love ended before it even began. Will his love have a good ending? Chapter 322 Mental Maze. The psychedelic forest in the central part of the Ionian continent is located in the rainforest area north of Gay Mountain and south of Dragon Ridge Mountain. Except for the occasional Ionians who can be seen in the periphery, there are almost no traces of humans. The deep basin rainforest with steep terrain is an unmanned restricted area belonging to Ionia. Even the Vastea people cannot easily pass through the mental maze deep in the rainforest and return to the sacred place of Vastea Zyru, Omika Yalan. With the help of the fast-flying Zaya, Lester and Lingju arrived in the depths of the psychedelic forest in less than half an hour. At this location, there is basically no sign of any human activity. However, some Vastea lizardmen and winged people living in the deep forest can be seen, as well as wild beasts living in the deep forest. The dragon bird landed on the tall tree crown with difficulty. Due to the high density of trees, Zaya, who was of huge size, could not land at all. She could only put the two of them on the tree crown and comfort the lost dragon bad princess. It was not until Xia understood her arrangement and flew away again that Lester and Lingju climbed down to the ground from the tree crown with their arms around the thick tree trunk. Once they entered the dense forest, they could no longer see the bright sunshine. Finger-sized mosquitoes and poisonous creatures running around in the forest all stayed away from the landing point with their teeth bared, only because Lester pulled out the murderous moon rose. If nothing else, it was very useful to repel mosquitoes. In fact, I don't really recommend you to pull out this fierce blade, because it is easy to attract inexplicable hostility. Of course, they will definitely not be your opponent, but this dense forest will definitely not welcome a human who kills at will in the dense forest. You are right, we should use a softer way to drive away poisonous insects. After putting away the moon rose, Lester chose to use frost to protect his body, and his spiritual perception used the soul blade to support a spell shield, which was simple and practical. For ordinary people, the deadly swamps and poisons could not cause any harm to the two. The beasts living in the rainforest seemed to know that the invaders were not easy to deal with and chose to flee to other places, which made the journey of the two smoother. After walking for about half an hour, the trees became taller and taller. The shade of the forest and the unchanging green made the environment depressing. From deeper in the forest, the long howls of unknown beasts came, as if warning the two to leave quickly. Naturally, he would not pay attention to the warning from the depths of the rainforest. The malice from the environment gradually increased. Lingju quickly pinched the purple snake that was rushing towards him and threw it away. The man did not kill the deadly venomous snake. Elena's father is a hunter who lives in the psychedelic forest. She learned how to survive in such an environment since she was a child. When she grew up, she was accepted as a disciple by Master Harris by coincidence. She learned the master's method of concealing her breath. With her agility and disguise, she can easily integrate into such a harsh environment. There are not many people like Elena in the Balance sect. It is all Elena's credit that we can find the spiritual maze this time. Lingju, how do you think I should thank Elena? Lester said casually, and his right foot, which exuded cold air, froze the mud under his feet and killed the leeches and leeches in the mud. You need to talk to her in person. I just told the Balance cult about your story. Who is willing to spend their efforts and risk their lives to come to such a dangerous place to find the spiritual maze is all voluntary, but your charm is also great. Many female cults began to pay attention to you when you first went to the temple. I heard that after you exorcised the real demon alone, some people even asked me about your marriage. Shaking his head with amusement, Lingju teased. Elena is one of them. Maybe I should be a matchmaker? Lightly hitting Lingju's chest, Lester was a little speechless. Was the first generation of Twilight Eyes so coquettish? How come it was passed down to the Yaozi generation, but a conservative idiot appeared instead? If there is no problem with the bloodline, then it is a problem of education. Emotions should not be used as bargaining chips for trading, not to mention that I'm not ready to start a new relationship. Knowing that Lester has not yet gotten over the grief of Xiao's departure, Lingju stopped joking and changed the subject. I think Huangzu of your Kirigakure is pretty good. Can you let her join the Order of the Balance? When you leave, the Order of the Balance can also take care of the Kirigakure. Not to mention developing it, at least the inheritance will not be cut off. Why, are you interested in Huangzu? Being side-glanced by Lester, Lingju quickly shook his head to deny it. What are you talking about? I have 3 fiancés waiting for me to get married at home. How can I have the energy to consider other women? I'm seeing that under your guidance, Huangzu's strength has surpassed most of the Order of the Balance. And how should I put it? I feel that girl is different from me. She should be able to kill those who destroy the balance. Pointing to the soul blade behind him, Lingju said self-deprecatingly. Don't look at me as an adult. It's no problem for me to eliminate some evil spirits and monsters in the spiritual realm, but I'm afraid I can't do it. If you ask me to kill someone, you don't want to dirty your hands, so you choose to let Huangzu's hands be stained with blood. I have to say, you are really despicable. You are wrong. I won't force her to do such a thing, but what if she is willing? Some people are born to kill. In the same situation, some people dare not even kill a chicken, while some people can kill the puppies they raised without any psychological burden. I'm not saying that Huangsu is a cruel person, but if I'm not mistaken, she who is somewhat indifferent to life actually doesn't mind her sickle being stained with blood. As long as she upholds integrity and justice in her heart, and doesn't let herself lose herself in the pleasure of killing, it will be fine. Hearing what you said, it does make some sense. Huangsu is indeed not an ordinary person. She is a natural killer. However, I can't decide whether she is willing to join the sect of balance. Lingju, no matter what the result is, you must respect her choice. Of course, I never force anyone, and if she is willing to join, as long as she can overpower the other balance cultists, I can make her the second leader of the balance cultists. After all, you trained her yourself. The second leader sounds good. You just want to be lazy and don't want to run around. After all, killing is more troublesome than managing a sect to some extent. Lester rolled his eyes and killed the giant forest anaconda that flew down from the tree with a knife. Lester put the blood-stained moon rose into the sheath. When he pulled it out again, the dark red blade that was originally flowing with blood had returned to its original state. Looking at the anaconda that was broken into 2 pieces, Lester found that the blood of the anaconda had withered. It seems that the blood-sucking enchantment mentioned by the blacksmith Heracles is not empty talk. If she is capable of managing the sect, I will naturally not take the power alone. After all, I founded the Church of Balance to maintain the balance between the 2 worlds, not to become the leader of a certain force. Otherwise, the warriors of the Akashu family would be enough for me to command. So why would I have to run so far south, to work so hard to establish a sect? Lingju patted Lester's shoulder unhappily. Then it's settled. Whether she joins or refuses, I respect her choice. Nodding, Lester spoke. Lingju, the first leader, the second leader, etc. don't sound very good. Why don't you give it a nice name? For example, Twilight Cataract, Shadow Fist, etc. Cataract? Lingju was a little confused. What does it mean? It's a very powerful pupil magic that will make your eyes emit a fascinating white light. Every time you observe the spiritual realm, your eyes will be like cataracts, which is very handsome. After carefully observing the smiling man in front of him, Lingju confirmed his thoughts. Don't lie to me, you're definitely not saying nice things, but the word twilight really suits me. As they walked forward, the 2 of them left the rainforest. The road under their feet changed from muddy swamps to grasslands and bushes, and it became easier to walk. However, the chirping of insects and the whispering of birds and animals in their ears became less and less until they completely disappeared and fell into a quiet and dead silence. Following the spiritual sense, they stopped under a giant tree. The spiritual sense took a look at the eye-shaped mark engraved on the trunk, frowned, and looked around. It's here, the mark is here, but Alina is gone. Sensing the flow of the nearby mana, Lester found nothing until it was transformed into magical perception. A dim light band extended from the trunk to the deeper part of the dense forest. Lester looked at the deeper dense forest, but found that the scenery began to become blurred, and then his eyes began to feel dizzy. The man could only temporarily withdraw from the magical vision. If I'm not mistaken, she should have already gone in, and there is a spiritual maze ahead. It is very likely that something lured her in. Then let's go, we'll find her together. As Lingju took a step, Lester grabbed Lingju's arm with a serious face. Lingju, the situation in here is unclear. I can get lost, and so can Alina, but you can't. The Order of the Balance has just been established, and even the temple has not been repaired yet. If you get lost in there, all your hard work will be wasted, and all your efforts will be wasted. Karma is unwilling to interfere with the development of the secular world in the 2 worlds. The Order of the Balance is the only guardian of Ionia. Are you really ready to lose everything? Listening to Lester's heavy voice, Lingju felt heavy in his heart. He had put in so much effort, and finally got to this point today. If he really couldn't get out of the maze, then the Order of the Balance would definitely collapse completely, because of the loss of its backbone, and more than a decade of hard work would come to nothing. However, Alina was lost, because of him after all. If he couldn't take the responsibility of saving Alina, how could he feel at ease to do his own things? After practicing for more than 30 years, Lingju has long understood the horror of the inner demon. The inner demon will attract evil spirits in the spiritual realm to possess the body. The worst result is to become a real demon like Duerlang. If it really comes to that, I can't delay it any longer. Elena's loss is my responsibility. Lingju, if you believe in me, leave. You go to fulfill your dream. I will take Elena out. Watching Lester suddenly disappear in front of him, Lingju sighed, clasped his hands together, and lowered his head. I believe in you, my friend. May the spirit of Ionia bless your soul. After walking a few steps, Lester found that the light around him became distorted, but it was normal when he looked back. Looking back behind him, Lingju, who should have been several meters behind him, had disappeared. There was no noise in his ears, and the whole forest seemed to be dead. Only the cold and gloomy trees and plants were swaying, consuming the observer's energy, giving people a gloomy feeling. Lester knew that he had completely entered the mental maze. Even if he retreated, he could not return to the position of his spiritual perception, but would only appear in another place. If he ran blindly in a certain direction, he would never leave this strange forest. Fortunately, in addition to knowing part of Ionia's background story, Lester also obtained key information about the flesh and blood Black Mage Helena in the Black Rose Mage Academy in advance, so he was not completely clueless in the mental maze. Instead of walking around randomly, Lester sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the human skull beside his knees, and began to sort out his thoughts. According to Helena, the mental maze is the outermost line of defense of the Holy Land, Omakaelan, constructed by Vastea Zaru in cooperation with tree spirits and human arcanists. Inside the mental maze is a Forget-Me-Not Garden, managed by the gardener. After passing through the Forget-Me-Not Garden, you have to go to a secret cave in the north to reach the final destination, Vastea's Sanctuary, the ancient forest Omakaelan. The mental maze will not only interfere with the flow of magic power and affect the construction of spells, but also increase the consumption of mental power. Even if you do nothing, you will become exhausted in the mental maze. After fainting on the ground, life or death depends on whether there are Vastea people who happen to pass by and are willing to lend a hand. Only a few lucky people can be sent out of the mental maze by the Vastea people. Most of the unlucky people will be exhausted and trapped in the mental maze, and they will be lost here forever. Elena would understand the danger of the mental maze. After agreeing on the meeting place, how could she take the initiative to enter the mental maze? In this way, there might be an unknown third party who influenced Elena, or tempted or forced her to enter the mental maze to protect herself. It seems that the mental maze set up by Vastea Zaru is not just to select high quality lives. There are also some guys with bad intentions who like to use the mental maze to achieve their own unknown purposes. Considering that Vastea Zaru are all old and immortal monsters, it is understandable that some lifeless perverts appear. Helena, who was lost in the mental maze, conquered a Vastea male with pure and superb melee skills and successfully passed the mental maze. What method should I use? Do I have to find a female with authority? How can it be such a coincidence? Chapter 323 Reliable Companion. After thinking for a long time, although he had several countermeasures in mind, Lester decided to find Elena first. It was not realistic to use spell power to sense Elena's location. Perhaps because of his special physique, Lester could sense some subtle magic flow in the dense forest. In the magic vision, Lester noticed several light blue mana flow laces pointing to the direction behind him, which was exactly the same as the magic fluctuations left by Elena before entering the mental maze. Obviously, this was the direction Elena was moving. Turning around, Lester walked to the back. On both sides were tall and thick tree trunks, and the shade of the trees blocked out the sun, and the moon was not visible. The unchanging scenery could easily make people feel dizzy, but for Lester, this level of mental interference could not affect his actions. As he continued to move forward, the direction of the mana flow band was constantly changing, and sometimes there would be a bizarre situation of returning to the original path. If Lester had not known that the maze would affect people's senses and spirit, it would be difficult for him to believe that there might be a breakthrough in his direction. After walking for about half an hour, Lester found the woman who had fallen into a coma under a big tree. After observing the surrounding environment and making sure that there were no other uninvited guests, Lester squatted down to further observe Elena's condition. Elena's appearance was very delicate, with the unique natural style of the Ionians. Her short golden hair stained with tree ash fell under the triangular hunter's hood. Her eyebrows were regular, and her sexy lips were slightly upturned, which was a typical pink smile. The dark green hunter suit lacked the key sunshade fabric at the armpits and shoulders, exposing the woman's fair and strong skin to the air. Combined with the beautiful arc looming on her chest, it looked particularly attractive. I just don't know if the woman used any mosquito repellent spices, otherwise it would be unreasonable not to have a few more pink bulges on such good skin. The plump and sexy thighs were tightly wrapped in close-fitting cloth trousers, and the round buttocks were full of flesh. The leg wraps wrapped the leather boots and slender trouser legs tightly to prevent any mosquitoes from invading the secret place. The unconscious woman was still holding an Ionian hunting bow in her hand. Strangely, the quiver that the woman dropped on the ground was empty, as if a fierce battle had taken place. On the way here, Lester did not see any traces of fighting. At this point, Lester deliberately kept a careful eye. After confirming that the woman still had a pulse in her heart with the palm of his hand, Lester slightly untied the woman's tight collar, helped the woman readjust her body posture, and used the knee pillow method to make the woman's breathing smoother. After feeding some water with the hunter's own water bottle, Lester entered a state of meditation, waiting for Elena to wake up. The sky gradually darkened. Elena slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was still the scary forest, but in front of her stood a man with his eyes slightly closed. Her heart skipped a beat. The alert woman was about to quietly take out the dagger from her waist, but she found that the man was Lister, an Arxen who was friends with the master of spiritual perception, and she was lying on Lister's thighs. Her face flushed, and Elena carefully sat up from the man's thighs. She first observed her clothes. It seemed that only a few ropes on the tight neckline were untied, and there was no trace of mess deeper inside. Then she looked at the kettle and hunting bow placed beside the man. The relieved woman knew that she was saved by the man in front of her, but she didn't know whether the monster that attacked her escaped or was killed by the man in front of her. Fortunately, you didn't slap me without knowing the truth. Otherwise I would have a hard time explaining whether I offended you or not. After all, you have a really good figure, which can easily arouse men's desire. The sudden voice startled Elena. The woman, whose body softened, realized that it was the man in front of her who was talking. She rolled her eyes and covered her chest in an exaggerated manner. Sir Lester, you underestimate me too much. Distinguishing between enemies and friends is the most basic skill for a warrior. Idiots like you who attack others without knowing the truth will probably not live long. Moreover, you seem to be much more lustful than I thought. You didn't really touch it, did you? If so, I might be very disappointed. Lester smiled as he handed the huntress his kettle back. Not yet. If I want to touch her, I will do it openly. There is no point in taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Drink some water first. Tell me what happened to you later. Maybe this can help us find a way to leave the mental maze. I didn't make a mistake. You are indeed the hero who saved Presidium. You speak straightforwardly, unlike some men who want to touch her but hide it, as if I can't see it. Shaking her head with amusement, Elena took the kettle with great trust and drank it directly without fear of adding extra food. The woman's undoubted trust in herself made Lester's eyes softer. Perhaps he could take more care of this generous female hunter in front of him on this unknown journey. Having a companion who can be entrusted and trusted is undoubtedly the most pleasant thing on the journey. If it is a companion full of suspicion, Lester doesn't mind letting it go and letting it fend for itself, and it is not impossible to even eliminate the restless factors with his own hands. In matters of life and death, a stupid companion is more terrible than 10 smart enemies. In important matters, Lester will not allow a guy who drags his feet to exist. The secrets hidden by Omikayalan are proportional to the crisis it brings. This road is not easy to walk, and he needs to be more cautious. In fact, there are still many idiots in the world, but most of the time these idiots live in a comfortable environment, and you can't see them at all. Eat something more. We probably have to live in this empty maze for several days. With the support of Elena's life energy, Lester can go without food and drink for more than a month, but considering that he has the habit of eating normally, Lester still prepared some dry food and dried meat in his bag, which happened to work on Elena at this time, and food was the first reward for Elena's trust. After hesitating for a while, it was not because she was worried that the man had drugged her. Elena just felt that it was not a good thing to eat the food of her savior for free, so she waved her hand to refuse. I'm not hungry yet. I ate a lot when I left. Sir Lester, thank you for your kindness, but food is very precious in the spiritual maze. I can't waste your food in vain. Lester put the bag of food in the woman's hand and smiled. Elena, don't always call me sir. Since we are traveling together, just call me Lester. Besides, you are not wasting food. You are willing to take the risk to help me find the location of the spiritual maze. I have the obligation to take care of you and take you out safely. Here we are, companions. There is no need to pay so much attention to companions. If you are willing to trust me, I'm willing to return your trust. It's a very simple truth, so you don't have to be polite with me. Feeling the man's sincerity, Elena couldn't refuse anymore, so she took the bag and took out a palm-sized piece of jerky. Thank you. Sit down and eat something first. I'll go pick up some firewood. Otherwise, it might be a little cold here at night, and it won't be comfortable to sleep. Elena tore the jerky into 2 pieces, one large and one small. She was about to hand the large piece to Lester, watching the man's back as he left, feeling a little worried. However, she felt relieved when she thought that the man could find her in the mental maze, so he must have a unique way of finding his way. She ate the jerky in small bites in the last bit of light. Looking at the man who suddenly disappeared not far away, Elena felt very complicated. She felt lost, as if the man would never come back, leaving her lost in the night. The feeling of worrying about gains and losses did not end until the man appeared again with a large bundle of branches, and then the woman felt at ease. It must be said that in an unfamiliar and dangerous environment, it is very reassuring to have a strong and reliable man as a companion. In the chaotic mental maze of magic element, it is unrealistic to use magic to light a fire. However, for Lester, who is always ready with flint, making a fire has never been a problem. For many excellent living habits of killers, Lester continues to maintain them even in another world. He has prepared basic survival tools. Before the light completely dimmed, a small bonfire dispelled the unknown darkness, illuminated a small piece of land in the dead forest, and relaxed the tense spirit a little. Staring at the warm flames, Elena has also experienced making a fire in the wild at night, but she has never had this special sense of security and pleasure. She knows that the problem lies in the dangerous mental maze. If she is alone, she is probably still tense and continues to get lost in the depths of the woods, and sooner or later she will become the prey of the monster. And the reason why she feels comfortable now is just because of the man less than 3 meters away. Wait, the master of spiritual perception will not tell List that he wants to pursue List, right? If so, how will he view himself? When the woman was worried about gains and losses, Lester told the information he had discovered so far. I just observed that there are no unsafe factors around. Magic cannot be released in the mental maze. I can only see some traces of magic flow with my special physique. This is why I can find you. Thank you, I will just eat a little. Lester tore off half of the large piece of jerky handed by the woman and handed it back. The space in the mental maze is completely disordered. We can't simply use east, south, west, and north to distinguish the direction. If I'm not mistaken, not only our spirit and senses are affected, but also the environment is constantly changing. Even if we keep walking in one direction, we will only go around in circles and never reach the end. If we want to leave the shackles of the mental maze, we need a special rule that suits the mental maze. Elena asked softly, eating the remaining jerky in small bites. What rules? I'm still trying to figure out what the rules are, but you'd better tell me what happened before you fell into a coma. My spirit and I saw your mark outside the mental maze. You shouldn't be here. What caused you to enter the mental maze? Elena frowned as she recalled her experiences before she fell into a coma and sorted out her words. She found that she had gone through so much, but had not gained anything useful. Originally, I was waiting for you outside the mental maze, but a monster suddenly attacked me. After I avoided the monster's attack, I found that I had unknowingly entered the mental maze, but the monster kept pestering me. I ran away after I shot all my arrows, and my head became heavier and heavier. I didn't know when I fainted on the ground. When I woke up, you were by my side. Lester asked after a pause. Can you tell me about the monster you encountered? Did it enter the mental maze with you? Yes, it entered the mental maze with me, and it seemed to know how to walk in the mental maze. As for the appearance of the monster, how should I put it? It was probably a big grey black monkey. It was not only wearing a fur skirt, but also had a mouth full of terrible fangs and a big black club. The monkey had dark red glowing pupils. I didn't see the rest too clearly. I just remember that my spell arrow did attack the monster, but it suddenly disappeared, as if it had not been attacked, and then attacked me from another direction. Lester frowned after looking at the woman again. If it really attacked you, there should be some traces in the woods. When I found you, you were sitting under a big tree, and there were no other traces or living things around. Didn't it attack you successfully? Shaking her head, Elena also looked down at herself, who was unharmed, with some doubt. I have been avoiding it. I don't know what happened after I fell into a coma, but it didn't attack me before I fell into a coma. If its target is you, then the best time to attack is after you fell into a coma. How could it leave you? I don't know. Maybe when it was about to attack, you just happened to come over and scared it away. The experience described by the woman was very inconsistent with the reality observed by Lester. Lester did not have a good explanation or inference on this point. Perhaps what the woman saw and heard were hallucinations, or the monster was not something from the material world, but a spiritual creature similar to ghosts and goblins. At present, the monkey-shaped monster can only be regarded as temporarily useless information, and it cannot play a significant role in how to escape from the mental maze. Perhaps what you said makes some sense. I'll be on guard tonight. Go to bed early. It's dangerous at night. We'd better act during the day. Then I'll be on guard tomorrow night. List. To avoid danger, can I get closer? Lester, who was leaning against the tree trunk, did not object to Elena's proposal. He nodded, put Yugi beside him, and let the woman sit cross-legged less than a meter away from him to rest. The dead forest was silent except for the crackling sound of burning branches. Chapter 324, The Source of Desire. In the second half of the night, the flames were about to go out. Only the burning charcoal and the last wisp of flame were struggling to break the cage of darkness. Lester, who added some new branches to the fire, put his hand on the handle of Yugi's knife, and his cold eyes were fixed on the darkness in the distance, ready to wake up Elena. When the open fire was about to go out, the ghostly and silent forest seemed to come alive, and low whispers echoed in all directions. Strange black shadows hovered in the dark, appearing and disappearing like a non-existent visual illusion. The black shadows were still extending their ghost claw-like shadow tentacles towards the position of the flames, as if to completely extinguish this last ray of hope, and make humans completely despair in the darkness. Lester discovered that there were some uninvited guests hidden in the woods at night the night before. He was just not sure what these things in the dark were, whether they came from the material realm or the spiritual realm. In order to explore what was hidden in the complete darkness, Lester stopped adding firewood after several attempts and let the fire fade. At the moment, when the fire turned into sparks, overwhelming evil thoughts came from the depths of darkness. He did not expect that there were so many ghosts hidden in the darkness. In order not to hurt Elena, Lester decided to light the fire again without knowing whether his existing methods were effective. He had confirmed that the bright firelight could dispel the hideous ghosts not far away. It seemed that the premise of launching an attack was in absolute darkness. As the new firewood was thrown into the bonfire, the flames regained their previous vitality in a flurry. The light dispelled the darkness, the ghosts and the drowning whispers disappeared one after another, and the woods returned to their previous calm and silence. Compared with the previous horror, the silence at this moment gave people a strange sense of security. Looking at Elena, who was still sleeping peacefully, Lester didn't know whether this girl was really stupid and unguarded or really trusted his ability. She didn't wake up in such a dangerous situation. The man couldn't help but sigh. He would rather believe it was the latter, otherwise the woman's style of doing things would sooner or later suffer a big loss. Even if you trust others, you should still maintain the most basic vigilance. Lester has long understood that the most reliable person in the world is always himself, and other people can never be relied on. Standing up and confirming that Elena was indeed sleeping soundly, Lester picked up the moonrose and walked out, hiding behind a big tree. The man whispered to himself, "Evelyn, have you seen those things?" Judging from your appearance alone, you don't seem to be much different from them. A charming shadow figure jumped up from the ground, nestling on the man's body like a boneless spirit snake. Evelyn wrapped her arms around Lester's neck. The bright golden demon pupils were intoxicatingly beautiful. The demon's shadow eye slips were close to the man's ear, and she whispered seductively in her slippery movements. Master, how can those lowly monsters be compared with your most perfect demon servant Evelyn? Evelyn naturally knows their despicable and lowly nature, but before Evelyn tells the master the truth, shouldn't the master let Evelyn gain some energy? As he spoke, the demon's hands became unruly. Lester knew that he had not had much skill exchange with the demon who had not yet fully metamorphosed for 3 years. This child was completely pent up. Knowing that the gluttonous demon would not give up, after having his handle, Lester could only agree with the other party's behavior. As before, the demon's limbs were still as cold as shadows, but Evelyn also had her own advantages. No one could hurt an invisible shadow. After watching countless competitions in the Dark Shadows, she had already mastered the master's favorite way of playing cards. If Evelyn had not been able to master the ability to fully anthropomorphize, Lester would probably feel that he could not use his cards to resist this talking demon. It really understood human preferences. Its appearance, voice, and even movements were all Lester's favorite. Similarly, Lester also understood what Evelyn, the demon, wanted. Evelyn, I don't remember teaching you how to bargain with me. It seems that you have forgotten your identity and who gave you your name. Before the demon core could calm down again, Lester made a new move. He chose to throw out the king bomb directly. In the poker game with the devil, Lester had no intention of holding back. He knew that the more excited he was, the happier Evelyn felt. This was also an important reason why he no longer played cards with Evelyn as often as before. He was afraid that he would become abnormal if he played poker with the female devil too much. Even if it was not the devil's original intention, playing cards too much would make him unconsciously change his personality and behavior. Just like many special ways of playing too much, ordinary poker games could not satisfy him, and overly difficult poker games might hurt other normal ways of playing, which was something he didn't want to see. Unconsciously, the two had already won and lost. Evelyn dropped her cards, rolled her eyes and fainted. Fortunately, Lester performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the devil in time, which made the unconscious devil open his eyes again. Evelyn, I have satisfied your willful demands. Even if you are a devil, you must learn to stop when you are satisfied. After hearing the man's teachings, the humanoid demon lowered his head and expressed his obedience. My master, I understand, but there is one more thing I want to clarify. Seeing the rare seriousness in Evelyn's eyes, Lester also became a little serious. Tell me, if I can answer. In your eyes, master, what exactly is Evelyn? What do you want Evelyn to be? A demon? A pet? Or, in your eyes, am I a person? This is a seemingly simple, but actually very complicated question. Lester knows that, if his choice cannot be recognized by Evelyn, he will probably lose a lot of favor. For such easy to make mistake questions, Lester has never answered according to other people's rhythm. Why do you want me to give you a clear definition? The serious expression became much softer. The man reached out and gently stroked the demon's cheek, swiped along his face, and his right hand stopped at his chin and slightly lifted it with his fingers. During this period, the demon did not retreat at all, but just looked at the man he called master seriously, with both expectation and worry in his consciousness. You are Evelyn, you belong to me, the one and only Evelyn. Whether you are a demon, a human, or a pet, these should not be Evelyn's final appearance, nor will they be my definition of you. Just like my shadow, you chose me, I chose you, we became one, that's enough, we are inseparable, and there is no betrayal. This is a brand new emotional experience far better than satisfying appetite. The demon core began to vibrate unnaturally, and Evelyn savored the strange feeling she had never had before. She understood that this feeling seemed to be called shyness by humans. Evelyn, who took the initiative to change her form and became a shadow cat, jumped into the man's arms. I don't quite understand, but I can feel the master's love for me, and Evelyn also likes the master the most. Sitting back by the campfire, Lester stroked the cat's belly in his arms and asked while using a mind link. Now can you tell me what the lowly desire monster you mentioned is? licking the man's arm. The black cat glanced at the human female who was closing her eyes not far away and explained with a weird smile. I think the master should know that demons are born from human desires. As long as the desires are not extinguished, demons will be immortal. If big demons like me and Mordekaiser are the collection of certain desires of all humans, then under special circumstances, the desires of a single powerful human will also form a unique desire monster, which the master can also call a little demon. This land is a relatively special environment. The barrier between the material realm and the spiritual and soul realms is very easy to break, which will become the best breeding ground for the birth of little demons. Unlike big demons like us who have independent consciousness and free action, little demons are easily affected by the environment and the source of the host, and have unique weaknesses in nature, just like the little demons that you just saw who wanted to extinguish the light and flames. They were born from the twisted desires of some powerful souls. They can neither leave this special spiritual barrier nor forcefully attack you under the light of the fire. They can only try to extinguish the fire before taking the next step. This is also the reason why they will not attack during the day. Although they are not as powerful as our big demons, these little demons are not comparable to those evil spirits and ordinary spirits. If I'm not mistaken, the little demons that the master saw just now have special talents of hallucination and sensory deprivation. These talents are dangerous powers that the little demons will use since their birth. They cannot pose a threat to the master, but that human woman is not necessarily the case. The monkey monster she mentioned is probably an illusion created by the little demon for her, wanting her to pass out in mental tension and wait until night falls to devour her soul. If it were not for the master, she would surely die without being able to make a fire after dark. In my opinion, she should offer her body and loyalty to the master and use her life and soul to please the master. Alester stopped Catfiolin's nonsense with his brain and continued to ask calmly, according to you, these little demons will actually grow gradually as they devour souls? It is actually okay to absorb more desires from the source of desire, right? Catfiolin, who covered her head with her cat claws, responded aggrievedly. That's right, master. In addition to devouring human souls, absorbing more desires from desire generators can also make them grow, but it will make the growth rate very slow. Take me for example. The master used the essence of life and his own desires to raise me. This is the most stable, but the least efficient way to grow. On top of that, the master used human souls to feed me, which allowed me to directly obtain a large amount of survival energy, but this is not the fastest. The fastest way is also the most dangerous. It is to hunt other great demons and devour the demon cores of other great demons to achieve rapid growth. This is also the main reason why I can speak after perfectly absorbing the demon core of Mordekaiser. If there is no demon core of Mordekaiser, even if I follow the feeding method of human souls, it will take me hundreds of years to evolve and gain the ability to speak. In the master's opinion, I have only learned to speak, but on the road of demon evolution, I have reached a height that has never been reached. This is a fundamental change that cannot be accurately described in words. This evolution allows me to understand many things and rules in the material world more easily. After a little thought, Lester found the breakthrough point of the mental maze. Since the little devil still maintains some kind of connection with the host of the source of desire, and the little devil host in the mental maze is definitely not an ordinary outsider, it can only be some powerful people hidden in the mental maze. This means that, if I can find the connection between the little devil and the host and use the little devil to determine the direction, I can walk out of the mental maze and go deeper, right? Being tickled by the master's fingers, Malfurion happily wagged her tail. It should be like this, meow. As long as the master can capture a little devil, I can help the master find the medium of contact between the little devil and the source of desire, and help the master determine the direction, meow. Regarding Malfurion's cute behavior, Lester was completely sure that, after swallowing the demon core that Morteng had accumulated for many years, the growth of this demon in front of him was definitely not a little bit. If it continues to grow, will Evelyn betray him? The thought in his mind was just a flash, and Lester patted the cat's back with some dissatisfaction. After all, you haven't explained how demons can be captured or restricted. You came to me on your own, and I didn't use any means to keep you. You have been eating and sleeping, and you haven't done much for me until now." Shaking her head proudly, Cat Fionn raised her hind legs and pressed against Lester's palm. Finding the master is the thing Evelyn is most proud of. From a long distance, I smelled the master's breath full of strong desire. Sure enough, the master did not reject my arrival, and was willing to give up his precious life essence and desire energy to raise me for such a long time, treating me like a human being. Evelyn likes the master the most, following the black shadow of the cat's tail and stroking it several times. Lester thought of the bits and pieces of his more than 10 years with Evelyn, and his heart was also a little warm. According to the current situation, Evelyn seems to have no reason to betray himself, so what is he worried about? Who else can provide Evelyn with such good living conditions besides himself? Okay, I know you like me. Tell me how to catch the little demon. Need I say more? Whether it's lust or fear. Master, what attracts demons is always the most primitive desire of human beings. Master, you already have me, so the little demon will definitely not dare to attack you. But you are not the only one here. As long as you can lure a little demon onto that female's body, Evelyn can control the little demon. Lester asked, looking at Alina who was sleeping by the campfire. Will this process hurt Alina? Whether it will hurt or not depends on what you do, Master. If you can continue to trigger the most primitive desire of that female, then the little demon will not hurt the soul of that human, but will continue to live on the body to absorb desire. Even demons know the principle of exhausting the pond to catch fish. Just like when I first met you, I didn't just follow my instincts. The more I can get, the better. The life of a demon is also very hard. Meow. Looking down at the cat Fionn who kept arching her body waiting for his touch, Lester rubbed the cat's head unhappily. I almost believed your lies. It turns out that you demons can't believe a word. The void has been marked. Galio has requested to go into battle. Chapter 325 Secret in the Forest. After a night, the hunter's biological clock prompted Alina to open her eyes. What she saw was a man's face that was hard to find fault with. The sudden impact made it difficult for the female hunter to look away. She noticed that the man who provided her with a lap pillow again did not notice that she had woken up, so she quietly observed him. The man in front of her was obviously an Oxen, but he did not have the traditional bright blonde or brown curly hair of the Valoran continent. Instead, he had a head of thick black hair that was unique to pure Ionians. The man's facial features perfectly combined the softness and subtlety of the Ionians and the three-dimensional exquisiteness of the Valorans. His smile was full of affinity, and his frown was enough to reveal a breathtaking edge. He was a very handsome face that was very durable. Alina admitted that she was fond of the man in front of her, not only because he exorcised the true demon swordsman and became a hero, but also because of his excellent appearance and temperament. Otherwise, she would not be willing to come to the dangerous psychedelic forest alone to find the spiritual maze. Exhaling softly, the woman couldn't help but sigh that she was actually a superficial woman who liked to judge people by appearance. It was really hard not to have a good impression of such an outstanding man. When Alina looked at the man's face again, she found that the man had opened his eyes and smiled softly at her. The woman's heart jumped suddenly, like a deer running wildly. The situation in front of her was a little unexpected. You slept on the grass in the second half of the night, which is not good for your health. I took the initiative to do it. If I offended you, how could it be? Regardless of her inner shyness, Alina climbed up from the man's knees anxiously and waved to the man. It's my sleeping posture that's too bad. It's not your fault. I should be grateful to you. Please don't mind it. And I was a little tired yesterday, so I slept very deeply. That's good. Otherwise I don't know what to do. A man and a woman alone. It's easy for misunderstandings to happen. Judging from the man's face, Alina was not sure whether the man was so self-willed because he liked her or he was a considerate person. She was just sure that she didn't hate this sudden intimate behavior, but had some inexplicable expectations. The mental maze in the morning was still dead silent. The two of them ate a little and set off again. With a backbone, Alina was not as nervous as before when she was alone. After giving the initiative to the man, the female hunter seemed to have returned to her childhood, when her father, who was skilled in survival skills, led her to explore the unknown forest for the first time. Although the future was uncertain and various beasts and poisonous insects might appear at any time ahead, she was not afraid at all. Especially the man walking in front often looked back to find her who had lost her, which made the female hunter sure that no matter where she was, the reliable man could find her quickly. This thought lasted for several hours, and the man suddenly stopped, his brows full of worry. Elena, my magic power has been used up, and it is difficult to replenish it here. In this way, I can't continue to use perception magic. I'm afraid I won't be able to find you next time we part. After experiencing several times that the two of them could get separated, even if they were only 1 meter apart, Elena's face was not very good. She couldn't imagine how she could survive in the mental maze alone. You know, the terrible monsters are likely to be waiting for an opportunity. With only a few crude wooden arrows left, she would definitely not be a match for the monsters. To say that she had the courage to try to leave the mental maze alone before, it was not until Lyst's words fell that Elena was convinced that she had unknowingly become very dependent on the man in front of her. It is impossible for her to accept the result of separation now. Even a fool knows that following the powerful Lyst will have a higher chance of survival. This is not just a tendency to like, but more of a survival instinct. What should I do? Lyst, you must have a solution, right? Seeing that the hunter's face was a little pale, Lester said softly, it's not that there is no solution. If we have close physical contact, we won't get separated. Close physical contact? Thinking of the scene of deep contact with a man that her good friend had described to her, her pale face suddenly turned red again. Elena felt a little uneasy and shy. Her brain was a little confused, so she asked carefully, yes, how do we touch? Of course it's holding hands. How else can we touch? Lester looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand why the female hunter became shy. Oh, so it's hand holding. Ahaha, there's only one way to make contact. Sorry Lyst, I'm so stupid. Playing crazy and fooling around. Elena, relieved, generously extended her right hand. If the man really proposed that kind of deep connection contact, she would really suspect that he had ulterior motives, but now it seems that the man is more upright than she thought, and her worries are unnecessary. If he really wanted to take advantage, he would have done everything he wanted to do when she was unconscious. Having seen many scum in the Thieves Union do evil to women, Elena found that she couldn't seem to find any shortcomings of Lyst. The moment she held hands, the woman's body instinctively stiffened for a moment, and soon relaxed under the self-regulation of her heart, as if she had adapted to basic physical contact. As the man said, after holding hands, the two were never separated by the spiritual maze again, which made Elena relax a lot. She just had to follow Lyst on the rest of the journey. The woman knew that she didn't need to think too much, but the warmth from the man's palm made her a little shy. It was just holding hands, but her body felt a strange sense of pleasure. Elena understood this special feeling as a kind of spiritual satisfaction brought by a sense of security. After a day of exploration, there was still no harvest. Seeing that it was getting dark, the woman who originally thought that the man would find a place to stay for the night again and was ready to keep watch did not expect that this time the man only made a few torches with branches and upper body clothes mixed with resin. There is not much food left. We must find a way to leave the spiritual maze as soon as possible. If we can't get out during the day, maybe we can get something at night. Elena, hold my hand tightly, don't let go. The man beside her had taken off his shirt. Under the bright light of the torch, the man's streamlined and perfect figure, as if chopped by a knife or an axe, looked very attractive. After just one look, Elena found that her legs were a little weak. She could only look away in embarrassment, fearing that the man would find her embarrassment. Looking deep into the dark forest, Elena frowned. She seemed to see some moving shadows, but she couldn't be sure if she had an illusion, so she told the man beside her directly. Lyst, there seems to be something over there. Noticing a layer of fine sweat on the woman's palm, Lester's mouth corners showed a little more apology, but it was not obvious in the firelight. At least the woman did not notice the man's expression at the moment. The forest at night seems to be more dangerous than during the day. Let's go over and take a look. Feeling the power transmitted from the man's palm, Elena also relaxed a lot, and the two people carrying torches moved forward together. The flames dispelled the darkness along the way and came to the direction pointed by Elena. The things hidden in the darkness quickly dissipated, and the two did not see anything. Did you see it wrong? Maybe. I get dizzy sometimes. Lester, it is really inconvenient to travel at night. Otherwise we should wait until dawn. In response to the female hunter's doubts, Lester shook his head with a serious face. In fact, I can see a changing magic line in the spiritual maze at night, but I can't see this line during the day. The reason why I didn't tell you is that I accidentally discovered it when I was on guard last night. I couldn't confirm it until now. It seems that there is some special spiritual connection exposed in the forest at night. We may gain something by following the line. Hearing the man's explanation, Elena suddenly realized and understood the man's abnormal behavior. I understand. Maybe we can really get out by following the line. The two people who united again continued to move forward. The so-called line was naturally made up by Lester, and he naturally had his purpose in doing so. After the torches ran out, Lester did not continue to explore, but lit a fire. Because Elena said that she would keep watch, he rested for a while through meditation. After a night, the sky gradually brightened, and the two gave up the idea of moving during the day. After all, the line can only be seen at night, and it is better to use the daytime to rest, which can also save food and energy. When night fell, Lester broke off thick branches again, and began to make torches for night exploration, but the clothes were not enough. After taking off his outer pants, he was left with only the underwear. This made the man in a dilemma. He couldn't give up the last hope. Use mine. Sensing the man's embarrassment, the female hunter gritted her teeth and volunteered to take off her hunter coat and contributed to the hot flames. The hunter's coat was torn into strips to make a torch. Facing the pitch black darkness, the two held hands and set out on a journey of exploration again. This time the atmosphere was obviously different from last night. The woman's breathing was much heavier, and her palms were often sweating. Obviously, it should be a little cooler after taking off the coat, but the two only felt each other's heat. The occasional eye contact was also a touch away. The atmosphere was very ambiguous. In the second half of the night, the torch burned out, and Lester started a fire. I'll keep watch today, you take a rest. I can clearly feel that the thread is getting thicker. I'm afraid we will get something in a few days. The close contact also made the female hunter accustomed to the somewhat shameful state at the moment. She adjusted the twisted bra to make herself a little more comfortable. Elena, who was sitting by the fire, closed her eyes. Convinced that the innocent woman had fallen asleep, Lester stopped adding wood and let the fire dim. The shadowy demon in the depths of the darkness was slowly approaching. He knew that he was very mean at the moment, but there was no other way. Even if he told her the truth, it would only make things more uncertain. This was the only way to leave the mental maze. It was also the best way to make Elena attract the demon without creating a specific relationship. Soon, only the faint red light from the charcoal remained in the fire. The invasion of darkness was imminent. The strange black shadow came to the fire with an annoying whisper and directly extinguished the last ray of light from the charcoal. Darkness fell, and Evelyn's voice came from her ears. Master, I have trapped the little devil and found the direction of the source line. Next, you just need to keep the human woman in a state of high desire, and her soul will not be harmed. When you leave this barrier, I can wipe out the little devil. Hearing Evelyn's words, Lester lit the bonfire again without hesitation. The little devil unwillingly went away quickly in the firelight, and the whispers faded away, and the forest returned to peace. Everything was the same as before, as if nothing had happened, except that the female hunter who was originally sitting cross-legged had fallen to the ground with a flushed face. Lester stood up and walked to the side of the female hunter. After placing the female hunter's body, he placed it on his thighs and tidied up the woman's messy hair. Go to sleep, leave everything else to me. The next morning, Elena opened her eyes. Her body, which was much cooler than before, made the female hunter feel refreshed. Elena sat up and found that she was sleeping on the man's thighs again, and she couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. It was the man who had been taking care of her all along, but she had not been able to do anything for him and even kept holding him back. Thank you, List. There was no reply. The man's eyes were closed, his breathing was long, and he seemed to be really exhausted. This time the man did not seem to wake up, and realizing this, Elena's heart moved, and she tiptoed to the man's side, knelt down, laid the man flat, and let the man's head rest on her legs, with a satisfied smile on her face. The sleeping List seemed to be two different people from the awake List. The former was as sound as a child, while the latter was powerful and thoughtful, and was the most reliable adventure companion, the object of life and all trust. Such a man was the most perfect existence as a partner, but it was a pity that she and him were only a little ambiguous now, and nothing was clear, and the man did not show any intention towards her. It's just that children don't have such good figures, and their chests don't seem to be so majestic. The gaze that was on her face just now moved forward unconsciously, and Elena's breathing suddenly became heavier. After sweeping across the man's smooth thighs, the woman swallowed dryly and instinctively raised her hands to cover her eyes, but the automatically cracked fingers made the hunter's idea vanish into thin air, and her arms were still unconsciously moving towards her chest. This is just a very normal gaze. After a few days of getting along, I should have gotten used to it, but why this time? I didn't have time to revise the previous chapter, and the simple revision did not pass the review. I have been on a business trip for the past 2 days. I can publish it when I settle down. I hope everyone understands. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.